music is loud. And I think I'm quiet. Why the fuck was I so quiet? I'm still quiet. What's going on? Oh, is it because of that? I think I figured it out. I figured it out. What's up? How we doing? How's it going? Dr. Hoovy, thank you for the 3-month. What's up? What's up, everybody? I am also dark. Now I'm bright. What's up? How we doing? I am excited, and I've been, like... I seem a little chaotic for how long I've been online this morning. I've been, like, doing, like, fucking content work all morning, and yet I am still somehow scrambling. Right when we go, but I'm so excited. I'm so pumped, dude. Okay. What's up? I'm just making sure that everything looks right. I was also, part of the reason that I was scrambling is because Twitch was just directly lying to me. It was just saying that, like, an ad was going to run, and I was like, why is an ad going to run? But it wasn't. But what's up, everybody? Broccoli cheddar soup? Fuck yeah. Paige loves broccoli cheddar soup. I'm iffy on broccoli. It's fine. It's not my favorite vegetable. Let's see. What are we on? We're on 44, right? The Sunken Tomb. All right. The episode is so long, I think it'll be streamed past 8 p.m. I am expecting that. I will say, partially because this episode's so big, I don't know if this will be standard practice, but we've been doing it to where it's been 1.25 for, like, standard, just, like, roleplay, and then 1.75 for combat. I think for this, we'll do 1.5 for normal, but still 1.75 for combat. Because one of the big things during the playback speed discussion was that just 2 was way too fast. So I think we'll do 0.5 and 0.75 for this. Also, I'm feeling good about this schedule. I know it's like a fucking meme at this point of Mega's gonna fucking change the schedule again. I'm feeling good about this one. I'm feeling good about the strategies that I'm going to take and partake in. Also, not available yet. This is a sample that came in from the merch company, but way better quality. If you've ever seen me, like, wearing the fucking shirt was kind of iffy. But also, if you didn't see, I've been working a lot on behind the scenes stuff. So I feel like I've been trying to kind of Critical Role. This is sort of housekeeping, sort of housekeeping segment. There for a long time, Critical Role was the main big thing. And I always want to do Critical Role, but I didn't want to get super siloed. So it was, how do I engage in other stuff while still keeping Critical Role like a primary pillar? And so I've been focusing on a lot of non-Critical Role stuff. And now I feel like I've got a good handle on it. I feel like we've got a good schedule. So now I'm sort of going back to how do I make the Critical Role streams and just the general streams as good as they can be. Also, what up, Michael? It's 11:30. So we have plenty of time. We have basically all day. So in terms of what Valkyrie said, I'm cool with that as long as we ask to slow down during important moments. I now have a command. I've been working a lot on the chatbot and the commands to make general streams better, but also especially Critical Role streams better. So, mods can now message me and I will like directly hear it. So like John or SSH could put in the chat and let me make sure that I know what it is. I believe it's mod command, I believe. Exclamation point mod message. So exclamation point mod message and then like slow down for the next part. And you guys couldn't hear that, but in my headphones, it just told me to slow down. So even if the chat is going really fast, even if I have Discord closed, one of the mods can message me in the chat. I mean, everyone will be able to see. It's not like a whisper, but they can message me, and I'll hear it. I heard that, Mustang. Yeah. So now, like I said, you know, it'll be public. But I heard that, Mustang. So yeah, I'm doing small things like that to try and improve things. Oh, I heard the hydrate or dihydrate. So yeah, those are some of the things I'm looking at. I'm also looking at potentially some auto timecode switchers, so that when it requires some API work, which is a little bit trickier. But I'm looking for some ways to basically still within the browser automatically like go to the time codes. Rather than me having to like manually do it or potentially forgetting, so that we can still get the captions. Either that, or I'm potentially looking into like some off-stream work I can do, but I don't want to add too much work. So that's going to be, you know, that's sort of the rubber banding. I'm always looking for how to improve things, but a lot of times the improvements generate more work. So then I have to look for how to scale back. But yeah. So that'll be cool. I'm also looking into some other ways to do other things. You can also just put in exclamation point commands, I believe. Yeah. So these are all of the commands. Honestly, way too many. And it doesn't say what they do yet. This is still sort of in the intro stages. So, you know, ignore the attack and defense and all that. That is for maybe a little bit of a leak for an in progress maybe stream idea. But a lot of the old messages are still there, like the exclamation point LCS, all that sort of stuff. But attack and defense is all I want to do. I don't even know what will happen. I think just nothing. Because I know that they're disabled. We can choose defense. But yeah, I can't attack. No. But yeah, I'm excited, and I'm also excited to get back into stuff. We haven't had like a real, I feel like, you know, Critical Role episode in a little bit. So I'm excited to get back into it. Let's see. But we had, speaking of John, we had John for comment review. So it was about the bar scene, and also the like the difference between like storytelling and D&D. You know, like what works and what doesn't. And I had this general, you know, if you want to read either John's full comment, you can go back and pause and read it. But essentially, I have a general critique of, like, because of this, like, we can't always tell the story 100% well because of D&D. And I think that this sort of hits at a deeper thing of not every story works in every medium, which I totally agree with. Like, I think that certain mediums are very, very good for certain types of stories, and they have maybe weaknesses in other types of stories. But if I'm going to tell a story where, like, yeah, maybe for the characters, because that was part of it is like John said, so despite Exandria needing VM to gather allies fast to prevent more cities from falling, the cast needed a break. Like, I don't disagree with that based on what we've seen. But I do think that either you should maybe consider telling different types of stories or presenting your stories differently. This is one of the things that we were talking about when the battle for Amon happened. I was like, if you're gonna make your players feel hopeless, it's going to be tough to get them to do things. Like, this is kind of one of the things I was worried about at the start of this arc. But also, if you feel that your cast needs a break, there are other ways to display that at your home games. I understand why Critical Role is taking this approach, but I think that at a home game, you could consider more of a Critical Trolls style break. And I know that they had, like, the Battle Royale, but I think that, like, the Battle Royale wasn't for the whole cast. So I think that this would be a good opportunity of, like, man, your players are getting run ragged just because of the story that you want to tell. And you still want to tell that type of story, and your players are interested in that type of story, but the players need a break. I think I would generally opt for more of a one-shot rather than, like, an in-universe break that feels a little bit weird. But also, if you don't think it felt weird, then that's, maybe more of a fundamental disagreement. Because I think me and John were, he started with, I agree with your assessment of the bar scene. It's like, okay, if we do agree on that assessment, then there are multiple layers of things that we have to think about. I can imagine a campaign about running a bakery wouldn't work extremely well in D&D. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And there's, also a level of, like, not every story works in TTRPGs. Not every story works in every type of TTRPG. Like, a story about faction warfare is easier in Blades in the Dark compared to D&D. A Monster Hunter campaign, I think, would work better in Daggerheart as opposed to D&D. Now, work better doesn't mean it's impossible. Doesn't even necessarily mean that it's, like, difficult to run in D&D, but I think it would be easier in Daggerheart. So all of these types of stories are all possible. It's just how easy or accessible are they, agree or disagree on in-universe break taking. And if we, and that is also fair enough. Like, to me, the in-universe break taking is, it takes me out of the story, and that's like, that, like, investment within the story is one of my, like, core pillars as a DM. So I would prefer to take a out-of-universe break. But if that isn't as much of a pillar for you or your players, or you just don't find it to be as disruptive, like if you don't find that it takes you out of the story all that much, then that's fine. I think the core thing that I would say is that, like, de-investing I don't think is good. And I think that for me, that in-universe break de-invests me. But if it doesn't de-invest you, then I think that's fine. I think it's totally okay. to kind of break more down the layers of what I'm going after here. A story about a bakery in a magical environment where you have to retrieve ingredients from dangerous monsters. Now, I could see that, like a really fun, like there's a fun monster of the week story hidden there. But let's be honest, the story is really about the monster of the week with the dressing of running a bakery. You know? But that is a good point of like, running a bakery isn't impossible. Like, a story about running a bakery isn't impossible. It's just maybe a little bit more difficult. You maybe have to do a little bit more legwork to get it there. Of like, okay, I need to create these monsters so that there's a reason that we're playing D&D for this story. But yeah, I think, like I said, you can run any type of story. There's just varying levels of difficulty towards keeping it interesting. And when I talk about like investment and that being one of my core pillars, that is because I think that the story is at its most interesting when people are most invested. And that's an opinion thing. That's a style thing. And so it's all towards making it interesting. It's all towards making it interesting. And so if you have different styles or different routes that you want to take to get there, I think that's fair. In-universe breaks for the same reason I like filler episodes. It feels good to see the characters in a context that isn't super high stakes, but the timing needs to be right. Yeah, and I mean, the timing absolutely does need to be right. I'm not fully against in-universe. When I say like an in-universe break, I mean like a break from reality in my like, where in my opinion it feels like the characters or the universe has like split into an alternate timeline. That's what I mean by an in-universe break. Again, like I said in that episode, I loved Winter's Crest at Whitestone. I thought Winter's Crest at Whitestone was fucking awesome. And that is absolutely like low stakes role play, very much a character break. But to me, a more important, I guess, level of precedence is, does it make sense within like the overall context and story? And that may be of a shifting priority to other people. I think it's a higher priority to me for sort of the investment reasons that I've talked about, but it could be at differing levels of priority for you. It's a great cycle of adventure and capitalism. I think the characters needing a break in world can add depth to them and actually increase investment. Yes, as long as the break makes sense. As long as the break makes sense. Like I said, I also haven't had any problem with any of like, they've had multiple bar scenes. This is not like the first bar scene. The one where they met Gilmore during it and they had the like the Heroes Feast. No problem with that. No problem with that. My interest as like a viewer of like a media project is sort of a different thing. But like I had no problem with that bar scene or Winter's Crest or whatever. It's just that this break was weird to me for reasons I've talked about ad nauseum. There's something I kind of want to bring up about the Talkit, but I feel like it might be a spoiler. If it's like a specific piece of information, there is a spoilers channel that you can check with. If not, play it safe. Like if you like can't check the spoilers chat for some reason, because like you're on your phone, then just play it safe. But yeah, so that's general like comment review, and then takeaway. I like the setup of the vestiges. As these like sort of weapons that we're going to find to help defeat the Chroma Conclave. I will be interested to see how if they're like a one-use thing, because I think that if you're facing a world threat as like a level 13, 14, I think is what they are. You know, we're approaching the point where it's okay to just like level them up like crazy and just like keep increasing the levels of threat. But I don't think we're quite there yet. So I'm interested to see if they just keep these vestiges forever. Like, I don't know. I'll be very interested to see how Matt handles it, because I think that if I were constructing this and I wanted them to fight this threat that is maybe too high of a level for them, but I still want them to engage with it, I think giving them items to help power them up to engage with that is totally cool, totally fair. But I would develop some sort of conceit for why they can't keep them permanently, keep them forever, you know? Some sort of like one use type of thing, a certain number of uses, something along those lines. You know, maybe they're very fragile, something there to where they're not like a permanent power up. They're a temporary power up for this arc. But there are a ton of other routes, ton of other options that Matt could take there. So I'm interested to see how that goes. But the general setup of the vestiges, I think, is really nice for this sort of apocalypse arc. Because let's think about like all of civilization is gone. But you don't want that to be a constant downer. Like, honestly, you don't want it to be like we've talked about with like the hopelessness, the characters need a break. You don't want them to be constantly bombarded with how sad the situation is. So I do think that the vestiges are a good setup for that, because you say, okay, these things that are important for your quest that will really help you take down the Chroma Conclave are out in the wilderness. Wilderness where you don't need to be constantly reminded of the Chroma Conclave. Like, part of my issue with Vasselheim is that it's a situation where it feels like they should be being reminded about the Chroma Conclave more than they are. But if you're out in the wilderness, if you're delving into a tomb, you don't, like, it makes sense for there to not be consistent reminders of the apocalypse that's happening. You're out in the wilderness, right? It's like, you know, in zombie apocalypse stories, them building their new base out in the woods very far away from cities or settlements so that they're not reminded constantly of the zombie threat. And so they don't have to, you know, deal with the zombie threat. And then you can have one of the vestiges maybe be within Westrun. And so then they have to interact with the Chroma Conclave threat again. But right after that, you have the next one be out in the mountains, in this very isolated place. So I think that the vestiges as a general plot line and plot device, as something for them to work on where they aren't going to be constantly reminded of the apocalypse, is a good way to go with this. And I think it's a really good setup for guests. I think it's a great setup for guests because you can have it be like the two vestiges that they're going after are the Titan Knuckles, which I don't think they know where they are. And then the it's like a vest from the Raven Queen. So the vest from the Raven Queen is the one that's in the sunken temple, I believe. I have it all written down in the unified critical role theory. I just don't have it up right now. Let's see. Let's go check it out. I think it's the Deathwalker's Ward, right? Yeah. In a ruin to the west. I should say to the west of Vasselheim, specifically. It's not just the west generally. But I think this is great. Like, giving them this Deathwalker's Ward quest, essentially, is, hey, let's go do this quick little thing that is helping build towards the Chroma Conclave issue, while not being too crazy. And not being too involved, not being too many, you know, steps. And and you can sort of pump up the difficulty level so that, number one, the guardians and the challenge of the vestige of the Deathwalker's ward feels harder. It feels like something that could maybe challenge the Chroma Conclave. Like, you can really jack up that difficulty because you're going to have 2 extra helpers with the guest players. So it makes the guest players feel cool. Yeah, you're right. It makes the guests feel cool because they are able to let's see. I'll write this in a second. It makes the guests feel cool because they are very necessary towards gathering this thing for the overall campaign. And it makes the actual plot feel better because it feels like something that Vox Machina normally wouldn't have access to. It feels like something that is very powerful, very important. And so it feels more reasonable for it to be something that could challenge the Chroma Conclave. So I really like the Vestiges setup. I think it's a very good setup. We'll see on the execution. I don't know yet. But in general, if you're like planning out a plot arc, I think this is a solid beat within that arc. And it's really solid. Let's see. Let's see. Critical role. Vox Machina. Episode 44. Exclamation point. No spoilers. There we go. All right. So yeah. Overall takeaway is that, like, the only thing I didn't love about last episode was the bar scene. It felt very disconnected. But other than that, I think if you know that your guests are going to be around for not just episode 43, if you know that they're going to be around for 44, I think that's like totally fine with how they utilize the guests. Like, I think not utilizing them a ton that session, if you know they're going to be around for the next session, totally fine. And I like the Vestiges setup. I like it a lot. So I'm interested to see how the execution will be. But I will also say, in general, I'm excited to get into the arc. It feels like the last 3 to 4 episodes have been a lot of setup for this Chroma Conclave arc. Feels like we've been very solidly in the introductory phase. And I'm very excited for us to start accelerating into it. So yeah. And that's not to say that the long length of time for the intro is bad. I think it's good, or can be good. And I'm also excited to be out of it. I'm excited to have the ground rules established and for us to start doing stuff. That bar scene would have benefited from hearing the couple. Did you hear about Amons? Yeah. I agree, Seth Theshel. I agree. I think we've, there's been a lot of discussion around it because it's a very complicated topic. But it's also not as bad as all that. I feel like for the amount of airtime it's received, you would think that I fucking hate the thing. I don't. It was fine. Oh wait, did we not? The ad noise didn't play. Well, we have an ad in 10 seconds. I'll figure out why the trigger didn't go off. But we'll be right back. Little 3-minute ad, and then we will start the episode. See ya. Uh, Okay, that was a little bit more jarring. The music just cut out. That was not purposeful. But yeah, and I think that all my other stuff should still work. I've been doing a lot of technical switching around. I don't know why the ad warning didn't play. It seems like I have to like reconnect Twitch every time, or else it doesn't emit the event that ads are about to come up. I might just put it on like an hour-long timer instead. I don't know. What up, Deadly? How you doing? But yeah, I think we are good to go. I'm gonna zoom in on this a little bit. Oh, there we go. All right, and I think we will play. Okay, I can't hear it at all. Wait a second. I also don't have the time codes pulled up, but I do have it. If you want to get a brief explanation. Okay. Could you guys hear it? I could not. Let's see. Did I mute the browser for some reason? No. No CR audio. I know. I couldn't hear it either. What is wrong? I don't know why I couldn't hear it. It's because my mixer isn't considering it an audio source, and I don't know why. Should be. I have absolutely no reason that this shouldn't be working right now. It's because the fucking tab is muted. It's because the tab is muted. Okay, that is actually something I did on purpose, where like in the fucking streaming browser, everything is auto muted, but it's new. It's for stream safety, but also I will need to get used to it. Restart Opera. Yeah, tab is muted.
Illness and traveling, but we're back, and we're a little late today because of traffic in Los Angeles, which is always a pleasurable experience.
This is what happens.
Traveling in Los Angeles. Episode voiced exclusively by me. I just have to read the captions and try to figure out what they're saying. I have to do all the voices.
What happens when you get half the cast in a session together?
Yay! In Santa Monica.
It's good times.
Woo!
Love you, Steve. You did great. But no, so we're happy to be here. We missed you guys. We missed each other, and the rest of our team just arrived as well.
Sam!
And we got a Sam and we got a Liam coming in right now. So
I love that the time code for this is is a brief explanation as to why they took last week off, and to get a feel of the energy of the cast. Which the cast does have a very specific energy right now, so that's fair.
So let's go ahead and knock these announcements out so we can get this game started. So
and knock these announcements out.
First and foremost, I want to let you guys know that Tor Books has been nice enough to help sponsor tonight's episode of content. So you guys have seen announcements and stuff for their the new book, Bands of Mourning. We had it at the last game. You yourself being a Brandon Sanderson fan for a long time.
Huge Brandon
Yes.
Sanderson fan.
Yes.
He's the man.
We-
We talked about
yes,
this.
we
Yeah,
did.
we talked about this.
So it's good.
Will. Oh, Will Friedle. That's right. I was like, who the fuck is Will? I saw it on the caption. Bands of Mourning's a dope book. I'll say that.
Good stuff. Perpetually prodded about whether or not it's me on the cover. It's not. But if they ever option it for a film, it is.
It is. Oh, you'd be a good wax.
Dude. That would be a great Waxilium. I know that this is a reference that only makes sense if you've read those books, but I would love to see Matt Mercer play Waxilium. It would be perfect. And it really does look like him on the cover. Bands of Mourning. Oh, that one, you can't fucking see shit. There we go. Look at that. Look at that Matt Mercer looking head ass. That's just him. That's just him with a little bit of stubble. That's all it is. He's not clean shaving. That's the only difference. Oh, dude, I would love it if they made like a Bands of Mourning animated, or if they made an Era 2 animated or something. He'd be a great Wax.
So you'd be a good wax alum. You was the lead character.
Well, see, there we go.
Yeah.
Read the books, and then write a screenplay, then get an option, and then cast me.
Easy.
Hey,
It's Hollywood.
done.
It's just that simple. All right, 237. 237. Identity theft is not a joke, Jim. Let's see. Oh, wait, I way oversold it. There we go.
Also, I want to give a big thank you to Dwarven Forge. We had a critter in the past send me a bunch of dungeon tiles, and I myself had backed previous Kickstarters of theirs. Just recently got all my city builder stuff in, and I have some more that they sent me that may be showing up on the stream in the near future to help kind of just make battle maps and things look a lot cooler and more three-dimensional, so I'm excited about that. They also have a really amazing Kickstarter that just went up last week called the Castle Builder, where now Dwarven Forge allows you modular pieces where you can build and customize your own castle pieces for your game at home.
So this is the beginning of Dwarven Forge. I might be totally incorrect, but I believe that Dwarven Forge is like a very long time sponsor. So this is seems like the beginning of that. Interesting. Matt's continuous joy at getting more elaborate matte pieces. Hell yeah, dude. Oh, fuck. Announcement thing that I totally forgot about that I fucked up. I meant to put this into housekeeping, but I'll just do it now before we get too far into the episode. Kukuro is not tomorrow. I don't know why. I in my brain it has been on Thursday for since I scheduled it. But I just didn't schedule it for Thursday. The stream event that I made was just on Tuesday for whatever reason. I had it in my brain that it was Thursday, but it was on Tuesday. So I fucked up. And normally I would just be like, oh yeah, we'll just do it on Tuesday. Can't do it on Tuesday because tomorrow is when Gigantic Rampage Edition releases. And I am going to be playing that. So just can't. Yeah, total fuck up on my end. So I rescheduled the event on YouTube. I made Discord events to match what's actually happening, and also from now on, me and Paige do a weekly sit down on Sundays where we talk about what we're having for fucking dinner that week. I'm going to try to, as part of that, start scheduling out at least Discord events during that time of what's going to be happening that week. I might not be able to do YouTube events during that time because I need thumbnails. So that I'm going to try to start doing that more consistently of Critical Role will, stay the same unless something bad happens. So Mondays and Wednesdays will be consistent. Those are just on recurring events in the Discord. But we'll start for Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays. I'll start trying to make Discord events to call out what I'm going to be doing that day. So Kukuro on Thursday. Sorry about that. Sorry about the confusion there.
Cool. And it looks ridiculous. It looks ridiculous. So if that's something that interests you for your home...
Shut up, Victor! It will! It will. I'm feeling real good about Mondays and Wednesdays. Oh my God, excuse me. I'm feeling good about Mondays and Wednesdays. Maybe I'll feel less good at the end of 9 hours, but I also have strategies for that, so I'm feeling good. I'll see you, Ella. See you in a second.
Games, go check out Dwarven Forge's Kickstarter for the Castle Builder. Looks pretty freaking rad.
And then, whoa! New towel hair check. Let's see. So we've got recap, which it's been a while for us. So let's get a recap. Hello?
Indeed. Bring it in. So to catch everyone up, what's going on? Vox Machina. Our enchanted band of adventurers, after dealing with the horrible attacks by the dragon circle known as the Chroma Conclave, destroying cities all across Taldore, the party escaped, sent the refugees they could as well as allies back to Whitestone, seemingly not on the radar of this attacking front of dragons at the moment, and then made their way toward Vasselheim to find allies. Pike staying behind to help with the refugees at the moment. Upon going to Vasselheim, you manage to encounter a number of old friends from the Slayer's Take and enlist them for the time being to help you with the refugees and your current wanderings here in the city proper. At the same time, you encountered Lady Kima, who also has agreed to help with the events in Whitestone in this entire dragon attack towards the east. And you, after wandering the city for a bit, retrieving these allies, follow Grog into the Trial Forge, where you had a conversation with Earthbreaker Grun. And by conversation, I mean a full-on drag-out sandpit battle to prove your worth to him, in which case you were given information about these things called the Vestiges of the Divergence, artifacts of great legendary power that existed from previous wars that had wiped out most of society multiple times. These vestiges have been scattered around the world, many of them lost to the history books or passed down as symbols of power through various bloodlines or government positions, or stolen and haven't been seen for hundreds of years. You found the location of 2 of them, one of which...
and this is what I'm curious about, artifacts of legendary power. We're talking Excalibur over here. And hunting down Excalibur is real cool. Like, hunting down the good guy version of the Horn of Orcus is very cool, very sick, very fun. But if you want to have a story after that, you have to present a reason that they get weaker. Or they can't be used again, or something. Like, here, off the top of the dome, off the top of the head. Because I think them being fragile is maybe kind of lame. I think them being fragile is maybe a slight lame aspect. So let's make them not fragile. But we have already established that there is some wibbly wobbly, sort of flexible ritual magic that the Arcana Panasophical? Arcane Panasophical? Uh-oh, I'm getting my things mixed up. Arcana Panasophical. Pansophical. Arcana Pansophical. We already know that there is some wibbly ritual magic that they use to lock Thordak within the elemental plane of fire with something called a soul anchor. None of this is like hard mechanics. This is all very narrative driven. So, you could have whatever ultimately defeats Thordak, whether that is locking him back into the plane of fire, whether that's actually killing him, whatever. It could require some sort of equally wibbly-wobbly ritual that utilizes the vestiges as a fuel source. So basically, like, you can use the vestiges throughout this this arc, so you feel cool, feel like you're fucking throwing out your Excalibur sword swings. You feel awesome. And then at the end of the arc, the thing that ultimately puts Thordak away, maybe he's gonna revive, sort of Lich style, after you defeat him, or you defeat his first health bar, and then it's like, oh, actually he has an unlimited health bar unless you do the puzzle ritual. And that puzzle ritual involves putting the vestiges on some pillars. They get destroyed as fuel source to finally kill Thordak or lock him away somewhere. I think that's another potential option. I'll be thinking about it as the arc goes along, but especially when they already have so many magic items. I don't know. Why not let your players be cool and powerful and then raise the stakes accordingly? It depends on how cool and powerful we're talking. Because these vestiges and I don't know how powerful the vestiges are going to be, but I mean, when we're talking about like legendary power, like myths have been built around them, I'm putting them on the level of Horn of Orcus. And it would be disruptive to have your players all have an artifact, or even not all of your players, but like have 2 to 3 artifacts on the level of the Horn of Orcus, it would be difficult to raise the stakes. That's something that is very, very common in comic books called power creep, just like general power creep, where eventually things are so powerful that you cannot reasonably raise the stakes anymore. Like, you have to start doing like universe shattering stuff. And that is established to be very, very tough on the writers in the case of comic books, but GMs in the case of D&D. It makes your job much, much harder as a GM to raise the stakes in a way that makes sense, but is also in line with their power level. That's when you start a new campaign. Absolutely. So that's what I'm saying. If Chroma Conclave was the last arc, absolutely. Or even if you want it to be like Chroma Conclave and then the universe is at stake. Like, you can have, if you want them to all keep these items that are, again, on the level of Horn of Orcus, because that's the way that they're being kind of presented to me right now. If you want them to all keep that, you have the Chroma Conclave arc, and then you have one more like universe is gonna get reset sort of arc. And then that's it. And then you're done. That's totally doable. Based on the fact that we have more episodes left than have elapsed, I'm getting the impression that that's not what happens to Vox Machina. I'm taking a stab that there's not just 2 arcs left. So, I'm looking for ways that, we can give them these incredibly powerful things without making our job as a DM incredibly difficult. Because even if you have ideas for how you could scale it up, suddenly you have to essentially throw out all of the recommendations. Like, you can't really think about CR anymore. You have to scale that up as a GM. Matt's already having to, and you're just adding so many more factors. Like, Matt's already having to scale things up because Vox Machina has more magic items than they should. He has to scale things up because they have more players than the game is balanced for. And then he would have to scale it up because they have these legendary artifacts. So that's 3 separate factors that Matt has to contend with when making challenges from here on out. And that is not invalid, but it makes his job way harder. Not just in terms of like balance, but just in terms of like satisfaction in making like real challenge and real stakes. It becomes a lot harder to do that. So you absolutely can just have them go off with their crazy cool artifacts, but it's going to make it harder on you.
Was he Tightstone Knuckles? And the other happened to be some sort of a leather, a Deathwalker's leather that belonged to a champion of the Raven Queen. This exists in apparently the Champion's Tomb, which used to exist to the west of Vasselheim until it eventually sunk into the ground as the topography shifted over time and resides beneath a lake known as the Marrowglade Loch. So, that is where we left off, as you guys recovered from the encounter in the Trial Forge and deciding on your plan going forward. So, stepping from the tavern, having a few drinks, and discussing.
Yeah, absolutely, G-Erga. It is literally an item rarity. But I believe, if I remember correctly, I might be misremembering, but I believe that the DMG recommendation is that a party get 1 legendary item in the 4th tier of play, which I believe the 4th tier of play is 16 and above. If I remember accurately. So we're talking about giving them, multiple very early. So yes, like, it is absolutely something that you can work around. It just makes your job harder, on you. Deities to deities. Oh. No, it is not an intentional pun joke. It is just misspelled. I did not realize that it was misspelled. I have a I before E brain. Let's see. Deities. There we go. Boop.
Discussing the merits of your current path. What would you like to do, friends?
That fucking hurt. Oh, dude, hit hard.
Well done, though.
I mean, we found 2 of the vestibules of
Yes, for sure. What did you find again? Brass knuckles of some sort?
No. He mentioned Titanstone knuckles. Which,
Do you know about those?
Yeah. It's a bit of a sensitive subject. I think my uncle Kevdak has them.
Kevin,
Knuckles?
Yeah, the leader of our wandering herd. He has like 2 prize weapons that he pretty much used to beat me like near death.
Oh.
And now we have them?
No,
we have to find
he
them.
still got them.
Okay.
He has one of the vestiges.
Do you have any idea where they might be wandering?
Yeah, it's the thing. I lost the GPS tracker on them, so no.
You should
But-
use Waze.
Lost.
Yes. Sometimes it gets there. Well,
20 minutes.
20 minutes here or there.
Yeah, but he's real strong, and
Wait, I gotta go back. I mean, that's okay. So okay, interesting. Kevdak, Uncle Kevdak. He has 2 prize weapons. Interesting. This is gonna be where they're gonna go to Grog's herd. Oh, I was so off. But how was I so right? Man, I was really dancing around it I was wondering when Mega said we didn't know where the knuckles were. Yeah. That's oh. Man, I gotta pause it while I think about this.
he has like 2 prize weapons.
Oh wait, no.
that he
So I think my original theory was that they were going to go to Wildmount and that they were going to get a thing and they were going to have to take it to Grog's herd for some sort of, understanding of it. But one of the vestiges is with Grog's herd. That makes sense. Okay. So I was right that we were doing a Travis backstory. Let's go. Hey, we take our wins where we can. Oh my gosh. Something like wild magic. That'd be interesting, John Elliott. Like non-curse drawbacks. I mean, I think in general, D&D opts for a very additive nature. Which I think is fine and fair, but I do think can get a little tricky when it comes to equipment. There's a reason that Travis's face got so expressive. You're right. I thought he was just like, oh man, like those sound sick as hell. But it was a very different reason that they got so expressive. So has the Titan stone knuckles, and maybe another cool weapon? Question mark. Maybe something different. Matt took that part of Grog's backstory and turned it into a plot device. Hell yeah, which is exactly what you should do. Absolutely what you should do. Grun said the knuckles were a pair of gauntlets. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. I don't think that's what he meant. 2 prized weapons, the left one and the right one. Oh, what? He has 2 prized weapons.
much used to beat me like.
Oh, I guess. Okay. Maybe. We'll see. I don't know. Yeah, interesting. The line needs there is a second but not vestige. Oh yeah. Yeah. We'll have to the line will be very you also predicted a twins backstory, a Scanlan and Pike backstory, a second Percy backstory. Shut up, Sputnik. At first I thought you were right. But anyways.
He has like 2 prize weapons
Okay. Interesting.
that he pretty much used to beat me like near death.
Oh.
And now we have them?
No,
we have to find
he
them.
still got them.
Okay.
He has one of the vestiges.
Do you have any idea where they might be wandering?
Yeah, it's the thing. I lost the GPS tracker on them, so no.
You should
But-
use Waze.
Lost.
Yes. Sometimes it gets there. Well,
20 minutes.
20 minutes here or there.
Yeah, but he's real strong, and it's only one of 2 like really powerful weapons he has. So hey, at least we know what one of them is.
How is your relationship with him now? Besides the fact that you used to beat the crap out of you when you were young.
Yeah, so he has some other weapon. It's only one of two really powerful weapons. So there's something else that he has. It's just maybe not a vestige in this context.
So, hey, at least we know what one of them is.
How is your relationship with him now? Besides the fact that you used to beat the crap out of you when
Just
you were younger.
peachy. Like,
Really?
really great. No, it's fucking terrible.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's lovely.
Yeah.
All right, well, we know where one is. Where are these leathers then from the Raven Queen? We need to figure out where the Morrowglade
The
lock is.
Ameriglade lock.
Do we know where that is?
Marrowglade.
I did get a map from the Slayer's Take. Is there anything on this map that would indicate where the lock is?
The Marrowglade Lock resides about a 7 to 8 hour journey, swift of foot, to the kind of southwest area of Vasselheim. And it is marked on the map. It's not marked as a major place. It's just kind of this sunken, somewhat muddy, swampish lake. You've passed
Wasn't
it.
the place that we passed on the way to go get Rhymefang, was it? There was
No.
some ruins on it.
That was more north.
Okay.
But you passed this in your travels and some of your hunts with the Slayer's Take before, but it's never been a place of consequence. It was just a lake that exists on the map until the significance was given to it.
So Cash and I have passed it before.
Yeah, I'd say probably somewhere time in the past.
So we know it's relatively close. We should probably head there.
Unless you think your uncle's closer than 8 hours away,
No, he's on another continent.
then
Yeah,
it's probably
he's
not
on
closer
another-
than 8 hours away.
Yeah.
Or he's in the tavern down the street. You never know.
I feel like we need to.
What?
We keep changing places and nobody's going to know where we are. Pike is in Whitestone. How do we let her know we're moving? Or are we coming back here?
Wait, where are we going?
Pike?
Marroway Cove? What?
To the lock. To the lock.
Well, we're only going for a day.
Okay.
That dragon's days are numbered.
Well, four of them.
Yeah, right.
I feel like if Pike really needed to get a hold of us, she could.
We could also
Seen her
leave
do
word
some
for where
pretty
we're
crazy
going.
Let's leave word at the Slayer's Take
Slayer's
okay,
Take.
sure, yeah. That we're heading out. So if, Alora or Pike shows up wanting to fight
Or
us.
God forbid, if something happens to us, they know where to retrieve our bodies.
Yeah,
The
keep it
take's
light,
not coming
it's
out to
good,
retrieve your
yeah.
bodies.
No, they won't.
The take's not coming out. There's no money in your bodies.
And Kima at this point
money
kind of
in
looks
your
around and says, if you have plans to head east and probably not spend much time here among Vasselheim for a while, I have some business I gotta clear up here as well.
Can I introduce myself, Lady Keem? I don't think we've ever met before, have we?
This is true, actually.
I have not met
and
you.
she steps up to you, and and at first view of her to you see she's, square-shouldered and pretty rough in the physicality of what you'd imagine from most halflings you see. She walks with her shoulders forward, and she has this intensity to her step, even when it's just a friendly exchange. And she bears armor that is gold with various silver and blue details on it that are parts of the presentation of Bahamut and the temple that is a representation of his worship. She carries a large metallic hammer that she kind of keeps left over one shoulder. She has just past her shoulders kind of wavy, kind of ashy or dirty blondish hair, and a big scar that rides across her face, as well as a number of other kind of scars that aren't quite as visible. But she grins as she steps up and moves her hammer to the other side of her shoulders with a clink and puts her hand out.
I put mine out as well and say, your appearance fascinates me on so many levels. I look
This entire sequence is nice role playing of Daniel, of but it is a very interesting example of some of the downstream effects of some of what's going on. Of the guest players are role playing nicely with not having met Kima and really not even knowing what she looks like when everyone else does and has. And with them role playing oh no, Pike won't know where we are is a good example of the downstream effect of not having an explicit contrivance for how your let's not call it a guest player, but having your inconsistently available PC of having them, the fact that Pike doesn't have a contrivance for why she's there sometimes, why she's not. This is a good example of they're role playing it really well, but it is also taking up screen time. And it takes up pretty consistent screen time. And Megan not calling Ashley a guest player. But this is a good example of both of the sort of some like I said downstream effects of having to repeat things, having to basically have an extra amount of legwork, both on the part of the players and the DM when it comes to guest players or when it comes to players that aren't completely there. Clerics have sending. Yeah. I wish that Matt would just fully accept Ashley would be inconsistent and invented something. Yeah, like there's, and this is one of the effects of it. It's not explicitly a bad thing. If like that is fun for them and like they don't want there to be a contrivance, they don't want there to just like be a thing. And they want to go through all of these like hoops and legwork to explain why Pike isn't there in fiction. That's fine. I don't love it. But yeah, I don't know. It is very interesting to see in such stark contrast, like right next to each other, you know?
Look forward to getting to know you.
She pulls her hand away. She goes, interesting coming from you, definitely.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't think we met either. How you doing?
Anyway.
That's Cash. A man of few words.
I've met few as unremarkable as you and my truffles.
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. What?
Touche. Well, I'll get about my business here. You said you're traveling for half a day to a day. You say meet back at the Slayer's Take in about 24, 36 hours, then head on to the east.
We assume it's going to be as easy as all that.
So wait, a couple days and then we're heading out? I thought
Or
we were
meet up
heading
with
out
you.
now.
I'm going by what you're telling me. We can meet up whenever you like.
Are you coming with us?
I'm coming with you, yeah, but I have some business to take care of here in the city before we go ahead and head off.
Well, can we wait a day?
I guess.
To have
I'll
Kima
see
with
why
us? I
not.
think so, yes.
Where are you guys going? Where?
We were going to head to the lock.
To the lock.
What do you have to do in Vasselheim first?
Oh, good question.
She kind of closes her hands for a second and says, why are you so interested in my business, human?
Well, because if you're coming with us, then we have to wait. So what you're deciding to do very much affects what we're doing. So let me ask it a different way. What business do you have in Vasselheim?
He just raised his voice a little. That was the difference.
I was trying to arrange a
Different
passage
way.
to the east. Got a little bit of pull here in the city. Some favors that are owed to me. I figured maybe I could do a favor, but that's... I don't know. If you're gonna have an attitude about it.
Well, then we're in trouble. I have an attitude about everything.
Pay him no mind. It's
That's
not
true.
personal. Cash.
What? It's a logical question, Z. She's got something to do in Vasselheim. We have to wait. What does she have to do? I don't feel like I'm talking on a turn.
Making friends as always.
To be fair, Kima and I kind of had a rough start too. I mean, I love you, Kima, but I mean, sometimes just, you know, like you can get a little bit of,
Are we meeting back in a couple days,
Yeah,
or are we
yes,
waiting?
yes.
What's the business here?
yeah.
How long do you need to get what you have done? You need a day?
I'm assuming a day. I have to try and find a couple of folks and pull some strings.
Do you need me to stay with you to help you?
No, I'm fine. I've seen plenty of your strengths in the past.
And nipples.
Okay.
We're missing something.
I feel like we're missing something. Wait, you're trying to get us passage to the...
You're trying to get us back to the Knuckles place, is that? To get them
Or are you
passage.
trying to get us to the lake?
What
I'm-
way exactly
This
do
is
we need
kind of out of
passage
character.
to
I literally...
I want an inside check, Kima.
A little rusty after 3 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Part of you coming and asking for the aid of Pals was to help with this whole scourge of dragons you're talking about.
I absolutely understand why they are confused. Because I am also a little bit confused because Kima was just chilling, assumingly, in the temple, and like the head of her order, High Bearer Vord, was like, dude, you've got like temple duties. You can't go with them. And she's like, fuck your temple duties, bitch. And now she's like, but no, I have to get passage to the east. But like, for when? What, you're trying to go to the east right now, but you're not? You're like planning out a vacation later? But you're not going to do it when we get back? Because she doesn't know how long this is going to fucking take. So I very much understand why Vox Machina is confused. I think I understand what's going on, but also Kima does seem... It's so funny, because this is maybe one of the more explicitly suspicious thing that she's done. But I'm actually the least suspicious of her in this moment. I think that Matt's just a little confused. I assume she means Taldore. I also assume she means Taldore. I think. But also it could be like Draconia or Wild I don't know. Matt's trying to get Kima out of the picture to have one less character to deal with so it's not 9 players. But she also said that like, hey, I'm still gonna go with you. I'm just going to plan out travel for some indeterminate time in the future, I think. It's very odd. It's very odd. I don't know.
About to the east.
Yes.
Ones that you say have destroyed most of Western, and most of my friends still exist in that area.
Yes.
So I
What
figured
you
that's the
mean?
passage we need to get over there.
You mean east? You mean like far
East.
Like really? Okay.
Like-
Wait, no.
Here's the
There's
thing.
time.
Before
Wait,
you.
wait,
Also,
Fort is capital.
Our lady
I've
Judith, the
missed
beautiful
all of you.
princess that lives among us.
Well, it's also that the only thing they know about Marrowglade Lock, I believe, is that it's to the east. I'm pretty sure that's the only information that they have about where the Deathwalker's ward was. No, sorry, it's to the west. It's to the west. But the east.
She has a way.
Do you still have conspiracies about Kima? Not really. Not really. If she was actually going to be evil, I feel like they would have displayed that a little bit more by now. I feel like she would have come up more often in the same way that like Allura or Seeker Assume has. Like, I feel like she would come up more consistently. But yeah, I don't think Matt thought they'd look into it that much. I don't either. I think Dragon King, I think you are dead on. I think that Matt thought that they would want to do more stuff in Vasselheim. I absolutely think that he thought they would want to do more stuff in Vasselheim, and so he just like came up with some stuff in like improv that it felt like would be okay for Kima to do, and then I don't even think this would have been an issue, but Kashaw, Kashaw's just like, wait, what? What's that, Matt? What's that, Mr. DM? It's literally like him introducing an NPC and then being like, what's the NPC's name? I think that's the sort of situation that we're in. Of like, he just came up with something that he thought would fit with their intentions, but then Kasha's like, hey, what the fuck's up with that? Wait, no, what's their name? What's their first and last name? What's their hometown, actually? I think that's the sort of situation we're in right now, where like it doesn't really make that much sense on inspection, and he just didn't think that they would inspect it that much.
Travel us very, very quickly through trees, so we don't actually need passage.
Through trees.
It's a new skill I've picked up since we've hung out last.
That's weird.
No, it's really quite painless. It's pretty cool.
And it kind of has a nice cedar scent when you go through it. It's good.
So unless we're getting supplies and we need to travel with a lot of things, then we don't actually need passage.
Also, I kind of need to go by the Fire Ashari before we really head east, and they're west. So
Yeah, there's like 37 things we have to do.
Yeah,
before
we need to
tomorrow.
carve out a plan. Cash is right. We should pick something short term and do something because
Let's head to the lock.
we need to go to the lock.
Lock.
The lock is on the way to the Fire Ashari anyway.
Do you think that this is going to lead to
But the lock is to the west. Or the fire... I thought the Fire Ashari were north. I'm very confused on the geography.
serious fighting?
But I'm sure it'll clarify.
Because it sounds like these vestiges are well guarded.
The fucking live split just didn't respond. That was weird.
Would think so.
Well, you don't have any reason to think that. It could be hanging from a tree branch.
I'm sure. You know what, Grog? That's an excellent point.
Yeah. Just hiding
Under the
in
lake.
plain sight.
Hanging on a tree branch under the lake.
That's where I'd hide it.
See, Cash, you all have been by the lock before, but you know it.
It's pretty unremarkable last time we were there, if it's the one I'm thinking of.
Actually, I may have remembered something about the lock. Would I have remembered anything?
Okay, that was a little tiny thing that I actually want to go back and highlight, because I think that from Will Friedle, that is an amazing way to engage with potentially previously known information. Like it's like a one sentence, but I really, really like it. Right here.
I've been by the lock before, but you know it.
It's pretty unremarkable last time we were there, if it's the one I'm thinking.
It was pretty unremarkable the last time we were there, if that's the one I'm thinking of. Of, like, it is providing information that it makes sense for Cash to have, and if the GM doesn't jump in, you can assume that as fact, because it does feasibly make sense that Cash or Z would know about this lock. And in your games, as players, there are going to be all sorts of point of fact that it feels intuitive that your characters would know. But Will also includes, within the same sentence, an immediate hedge of he might be thinking about the wrong lock, which gives Matt a chance to jump in and correct him. But if Matt doesn't jump in, it keeps the scene going, it keeps the pace going. So I really like this as a way of essentially like just role-playing with what information you think your character should have, just introducing things, but allowing the GM to jump in if they want. Yeah, maybe this, but in case this lore is wrong, here's your opening to fix it. Precisely, AKL. Precisely. And just like full-on hedging of even if Matt doesn't jump in, they might get there and the information is wrong. So it's like a good way to introduce backstory, intuitive information, while still giving the GM plenty of wiggle room to either prove it wrong later or prove it wrong now. So yeah, really nice, smooth character line.
Actually, can I may have remembered something about the lock. Would I have remembered anything at all?
Make a history check.
What do I do for that?
He's right.
Add to your history.
11.
I think it's 11.
It's 11.
It's a pretty unremarkable lock.
Unremarkable look.
As far as lakes go, it's maybe a few hundred feet across. It's more from part of the landmass actually had like a large sinkhole, and where certain things may have existed. And there are bits of ruin throughout the surroundings of some sort of a structure that existed there, but most of it seems to have been swallowed up by the ground. And the lake has fallen in its place, though this was quite some time ago. And as it swells or drains based on how much snowfall there has been in recent seasons. And it's been a pretty heavy winter for you guys, so you imagine from the times you've seen it's been pretty high, if not frozen over at times.
So it's rather unremarkable, but I think it's something that we can handle definitely within a 24-hour period.
Well, we just loaded up on a bunch of potions.
I am with Vex, though. I have a feeling that the chance that this item has been completely forgotten is not likely.
Well, we need allies and we need power because we're not in any shape to take care of a coven of dragons at the moment. Seems like slightly lower hanging fruit than the other option.
Let's try it.
Let's try it.
And it's here.
Yeah.
What time of day is it right now?
At this time it's probably, say, mid-afternoon.
Well, we're not going to get there before dark, so maybe we should sleep here tonight and start out in the morning.
Well, I have a question. Not like I can really help with this, but should we go see if we can read about some article of shadow death, whatever the fuck it's called?
Or maybe
Like, is it
somebody
in the
that says, like,
library?
knows more about the lake, about these No, these are pretty secret. I think the vestiges are pretty well-kept secret. People aren't going to just know where they are. Right?
No. Like, what if they're super old, but they go by a different name or something?
I wonder if somebody knows about a cavern under the lake.
That's what I would assume, is there must be some sort of underground structure, some part of the ruins.
Or maybe we need to breathe under frickin' water.
Oh, I've got 2 vials.
I will say a very this is I miss book club, but I still can't do it. But there's a bit in Stormlight Archives, which is very about like, and same thing in Mistborn, it's very about like the evolution of history and legends and religion and how these things change over time. And it's something that Grog just mentioned and pointed out that is something I've never thought about throughout my games. And when I'm like developing my world histories, is the aspect of things going by different names or being misspelled. like within the very first, like the prelude to the prologue, so this is basically 0% spoilers, is that there are characters in the prelude to the first book of Stormlight where their names are spelled a certain way, and then in the prologue they are spelled similarly. And the phonetics are similar, but they're like very slightly off. And there's a bit later in the books where, and there's a bit of spoiler. This is a bit of spoiler. So pause for maybe the next minute, or mute for maybe the next minute about book 1 Stormlight Archive spoilers. But there's a sequence where one of the main characters gets to sort of interact with a historical character within like a vision, and he calls this historical character by his modern day name, and the historical character is like, what the fuck, why'd you call me that? Like what? That's not my fucking name, dude. And the modern day character is like, oh right, like that's not his name. Like that's just like what we call him in the modern day. Coughs and Jans of Senhar. Yeah. But yeah, so I think that is a very interesting contrivance of like the things that these items, these vestiges might be called in the modern day is not what, we might have called them way back when they were invented. You might find books that refer to them by different names. Different religions might have different names for them, different cultures. Like, all of this stuff is something that I think is very interesting. And something that Matt could absolutely play with, especially within the context of a city like Vasselheim, where there are all of these different religions floating around, and Vasselheim, is this very old historical city. Having, multiple names for the same thing that the characters have to piece together, sort of play, what's it called? A syncretic, have to do like a syncretic puzzle, could be very, very interesting. A very cool, like lore social deduction type puzzle. I've never run anything like that, but it's something that is very on my mind since reading Stormlight. Yeah. I'm continuously unable to fantasy name anything without coming up with a fictional etymology and erroneous folk etymology. Fuck yeah, dude.
So that shit.
We also
all
have
right.
Earth Move as well.
Why don't we take the rest of the night to try and do some research? Is there any way we can find maybe maps or something about
There's a map
ancient
maker.
history books?
He's
And I
out
do
of
have a
town.
map.
She has-
I have maps
she
from
has a map.
Slayer's Take.
Oh, no, but I mean, like, we need to find, like, books about civilizations that might have been here in the past that might give us some sort of, like, a library.
We've
Is
got
there
a
library?
wonderful history.
Pictures
lesson
and no
last time.
pictures.
There might be some pictures.
Oh, well, I'm in.
Is there a library nearby? Kima, do you know of any libraries,
It's been
Kima?
2 weeks. I missed you guys.
Do you have a library at the Take?
There are a collection of books at the Take, but most of them are in reference to cataloging various creatures, details about their lifestyles, their inherent weaknesses, what elements of their bodies can be harvested, and what clients are usually looking for. It's more specific to the business of the Slayer's Take than anything that would involve local history. I'll say if two of you would like to make an investigation check between the two of those choices, whoever wants to do that, we'll base and see what information you can
Feeling good
find.
about their
I feel good about my investigation. I have a keen eye.
I got a pretty decent investigation.
I don't.
I don't have
You and me, brother.
Let's do this.
All right. 23.
Not as good, but pretty good. 17.
17. In taking the better part of the rest of the day, asking around, you managed to find one location that carries books on what you would consider sort of like a library, though nothing of the ancient historical fashion. There are many books about the history of the temples here in the town, elements of the battles of old, but they're all very vague in their writing, as almost like a story as opposed to a historical, fact-gathering type presentation. You managed to find a place that does deal in dusty books, partially repaired and restored books, a little bit pricier, but there is one tome that seems to talk specifically about the history of the Raven Queen's rise here in the city, and if you would like to possibly take this book for a price, that is up to you.
Somebody watching me at the moment?
Have I rejoined her?
No, you guys are doing this
Are we
separately.
just producing a bookstore? Or?
Essentially, right now, it's a small place, but there are 2 employees, and it's not very busy at all. You're the only person in the room, so they're both
I
just quietly
sit down on
watching
the ground and start reading through the book.
Barnes and Noble style?
Barnes and Noble style.
Okay.
And see if I can find information.
Well, about 30 seconds into that, one of the employees goes, excuse me, miss.
Hi.
If you are going to, I would ask if you would wish to read this to purchase it, as that is our business. We are not an open place to just
I thought
utilize
this
the
was a
information.
library.
It's a book sale collection. Please, if you're going to read it, please purchase the book.
Of course. Well, can I just check and make sure that it's actually got any information I need? Because if it doesn't, then I don't want to buy it. You understand?
You may peruse for but a moment. If you do not find an essence of what you're seeking at that time, I would have to ask you to leave.
All right, of course, yes. You just need to stand there and watch me peruse then. Why just start looking for what I need?
In the brief time that you have going through, you managed to glean. There is a chapter that speaks of the divergence. It speaks of the last large struggle that happened in the center of civilization. This was the second battle before the gods themselves fully rescinded from the land itself. And the Raven Queen did have a number of chosen champions as part of this endeavor, and that's as far as you get before he goes, all right, so you've had a bit of time.
I just don't know. I can't really tell if it actually has.
There is a tag on the book that says 30 gold.
Interesting. What's
30
the back?
gold.
30 gold.
That's 30 gold. It's so dusty, though. I mean, is that even worth it if it's this dusty? 30 gold. Does it have spells in it?
He reaches out and grabs the book and says, if you're not a serious collector, I'm sorry, then it seems that we've...
Oh.
He's just pulling it.
No, I hold on to it. Well, I know people that, care about dirty old books. So, I guess, I might be willing to purchase it for them, but they usually like things in mint condition when they buy their antiques. This has damaged spine. I see it in yellowing of the pages. And it seems like somebody's bookmarked this one.
I was interested in its neoprene sleeve.
Slams the book shut as you're cruising through the pages. It's like, 30 gold, or I will ask you to leave.
Oh, this is the worst haggling ever.
That's your buyer's guide.
What's your name?
Just kill him.
Make a persuasion check.
Oh, good grief. Scan like a poop 30
18.
gold.
18.
We have robbed cadavers.
As far as you're concerned right now, my name is No Sale.
Wow.
Book back.
Somehow.
I feel hurt. And I pull out 30 gold and I say, I suppose.
I do agree, AKL. This is a fun little world building thing of like the more accurate maybe books are harder to find, more expensive. Vex did get defeated at her own game. No, I think that this is all, and this comes back to something that I have talked about really loving doing in my games, which is like giving very poetic, very flowery, like I love visions, I love poems, I really like giving this sort of vague information. And I think this could be a really fun way to do it. This is really funny of Laura trying to get every scrap of information she can for free. Is very, very fun. It took like 15 minutes from movable type became a thing until how to get rich type text showed up. Also advertising spam. Fuck yeah, dude. I love it. Oh my God. No, I'm super into it. That's expensive enough for borrowed knowledge. Yeah. If you're familiar with Good Omens, I love Good Omens. Good Omens is awesome. Yeah. Is this full episode? Every Monday's full episode Monday. Every Monday, every Wednesday, all full episodes. And we're at 31. Good Omens is my jam. I haven't seen the television show. I haven't seen it. Clearly I don't watch TV. But the book was awesome. The book was really, really cool. Yeah, man. I have this. Add in 2 minutes. Oh, okay. Cool. I have an idea for a Daggerheart campaign. Also sort of a D&D campaign, just a general campaign. That I really want to work into. I have a setting that I've been noodling around with for a long time, and I think that the setting and the general like campaign idea / conceit would go really well together. So I'm working on it in the background, but I got too much other bullshit to do. I got too much shit to do. Especially like unseen campaign type stuff to do. And unseen campaign is not within the setting. But yeah. Anyways, this is all really cool. I really like this. I think that you could do even more with this idea than even Matt is. Not to say that like the degree that Matt's interacting with it is like bad or poor. But I do think that if you wanted to go even deeper into this idea, there's tons of room to do so. What do you guys think of the one-shot frame for what when Matt is describing something? I personally am not a fan because I want to see the player reaction. What do you mean by the one shot frame? Like for them like going like in terms of like the full screen, like them like putting Matt's camera full screen. I don't mind it personally, but I'm also not a big media guy, and I'm also like not a big visual guy either. Big audio. Most of the time when I'm watching this, I'm watching the subtitles, honestly. But ad in 4 seconds. Again, the ad notification didn't play, so I don't know what's going on with Twitch not admitting that. But I'm gonna go really quick, and I will be right back. What? The fucking my other thing isn't working either. What is going on? All right, see you in a second. All right, need maybe more of like a fade in, fade out, especially for the music, but we're back. Oh, I didn't shut the door. 1 second. Shit, Mega Pride doesn't know Star Kid? I know Star Kid. Fucking Me and My Dick? Come on, a Harry Potter musical? Who do you think you're talking to? I don't watch TV, I watch stupid internet shit. Of course I know Star Kid. Get out of here. 207 is when the sky will be darkest. Ooh, I see. Okay. Maybe I'll be full on real with y'all. I'm not that interested in it, but I know that other people are. So I am down to take like maybe just like a little bit of a longer break around 207, which will be good. I can make some tea. I can maybe make some food. I just went and got pistachios. So that way people can exit. They can go look at the eclipse if they want to. I don't even have glasses. You need glasses, right? I don't have those. But we can take a little bit of a break. People can go check it out if they want. And maybe we'll do like a 20, 30 minute break or something around like because there will be a 2:00 ad either way. So maybe we'll do like a 20, 30 break around then. But I made a Firebringer reference, which you didn't seem to pick up on. I might not have seen it. I might not have seen it. Or I might just not have picked up on it. I don't pick up on a lot of shit that's in chat. I am bad at reading textual tone, and I also come off, I think, way more what's the word? Abrasive over text. Which is why I try to avoid text arguments when I can. But sometimes I get into it either way. Yeah, we don't want to burn your retinas out. Yeah. There won't be an eclipse in my country until 2030. Count your blessings. I mean, it's like, I don't know. Like I won't be able to see the sun for a little bit. That happens every night. I don't know. I just don't really care. I have no shade if you do. You know, I don't want to yuck folks yum. But like I don't really give a shit about meteor showers either. It's like, I don't know, a bunch of space rock, burning up through the atmosphere. Like, whatever. Like I said, no yuck and yum. You will be able to see the sun like never before. It's like a different sun. Can also use a CD DVD. I actually do have a CD DVD. I'll use that. 10-minute break is probably long enough. All right. Yeah, we'll just do a little bit of a longer break. I'm sorry, G. Urka. I've always been a dude that was more into dinosaur books than space books. You know what I'm saying? Planets have never really been like, meh. Like when they were like, Pluto's not a planet anymore, I was like, good, get it the fuck out of here. I don't care. Now, if the eclipse was audio or smelt, true, Sputnik. So true. Dinosaurs in space, I'm down. I'm down with dinosaurs in space. If you could smell an eclipse, I would be so worried. It smells just like burning shit as like UV like spikes the moon into our atmosphere. That'd be kind of sick, honestly. I'm a former junior astronaut. I went to space camp. I went to space camp too. Because camp was fun. I don't know. Some of this stuff is way cooler in person than concept. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Anyways.
Takes the gold, hands you the tome.
It hurts me in the soul.
I think that's the first time I've ever seen Vex pay full price for anything.
But she paid retail.
First time I've ever paid full price for
It
anything.
is actually the first
This
time.
is a monumental occasion. Hunter's mark that.
I haven't. I kind of respect you. You know, I'm a little impressed.
Benjamin Cole, should you find your way around here again, and wish to pay full price for another one of our fine books.
Benjamin Cole. You're dear.
Come again. He says as you exit the facility.
Totally shut that.
Totally
So,
shit, that's
looking through the book, it does talk about specifically there are a few champions, many that were lost entirely to the battle, unrecovered. One of the highest of the Order of the Raven Queen that fought in her name was, where's the actual information here? There we go. Was named Purvan.
Yeah, he was.
Purvan?
Purvan. P-U-R-V-A-N.
Last name, Pedobear.
Running out of good names, aren't we? We finally got to the end of your list of good names.
Oh, you guys are cruising to a TPK today.
None of the enemies saying that.
Oh, this is great.
It's your Purvan.
Cash and Zebra, staring at the bodies.
Purvan.
Yes,
On
get
the
your
second-
Purvan.
Yes.
Emphatically.
All right, that's
Purvan, Matt.
more hit points onto these guys. All right.
Purvan McDuff. Purvan.
Purvan Sul is the full name.
All right.
Though the name was given to the Raven Queen at the time of signing itself to the Order, in which they become nameless. The champions are just mentioned or spoken of in public as the champion. So the name is part of the gift they give to the Raven Queen when they swear themselves to her. Fell in the final conflict and was interred within a tomb to the west of Vesselheim. It is said that it is a multi-leveled tomb. And as the Raven Queen's fellowship began to fall out of favor after the divergence had happened, essentially because her realm is death, during times of great conflict and strife, there is great power and a lot of energy given towards the Raven Queen. When things fall into peacetime, or at least for an extended period of time, there isn't a lot of conflict or burgeoning death and destruction within the vicinity, her worship tends to dwindle. And as that dwindled, there wasn't enough people within the remaining bloodlines to maintain the tomb. It fell into disuse, and since then has not been really tended to.
Yeah, nobody's there.
Where?
There's definitely going to be ghosts there.
Nope.
Kishaw,
Yeah.
do your holy shit when we go there, alright?
I will
Keep doing your
absolutely
holy
do my
God.
holy shit. You don't want to see the god, but we'll do the rest of the holy shit. We'll be fine.
Oh,
All
really?
over Purvan.
Well,
do everything
Stone Ray?
else.
Is it like Stone Ray? Stone Ray, is that your god?
No.
No, he's married.
No, he's
remember?
married.
You're married to a god?
She married
Oh,
me.
you're married, and you...
We didn't have that conversation with
Yeah,
her.
we did.
That's right.
For the record, she married me, and there's a difference.
You're married?
Technically.
I don't know if that holds up in court, Vash.
She's not really going to care about court so much as ripping the bones from your back.
Oh,
You really don't want to meet her. It's a bad thing. But yes, we can do a whole lot of stuff to get through the ghosts.
good
We'll
time.
just stay away from her.
I want to hear more about this.
You really don't. You won't
So
sleep.
we also need maps, right?
No,
we
I
need your
really
maps.
do.
Yes, I've got
Zara's
maps.
got maps.
Well, don't you have something for me also?
Yes,
No,
I do.
really?
Oh, yes, I do.
Oh, wait,
I forgot. I did keep it with me. I
so
did.
patient.
As drunk as I was, I do remember telling you about the moon hammer.
Yeah.
So I did. I brought it.
Really?
And I give this to you, my friend. I'm very, very excited.
How big is it? I know I'm looking at it, but what's it look like?
Go ahead.
No, go right ahead.
It is a fine, smooth, dark metal warhammer that, as the handle itself leads towards the actual heavy head portion of the hammer, the metal turns instead to almost a glistening ivory that has symbols emblazoned within it or pushed into it that a language you don't understand, but there is a giant moon crescent carved through the sides of each of the hammer's head.
Whoa.
It took me weeks to forge it.
This is beautiful. Can I hit something with it?
Sure.
What can I hit with it?
Scanlan, where are you?
I take
Scanlan,
10
come in.
paces back right away.
You just stand right there.
Oh, sure, whatever you need.
I'll reach back halfway and give like a quarter measure. Whoop, right into Scanlan.
You're gonna attack him.
I thought you were going
We'll
to
say with disadvantage because you are taking a half measure.
Oh, about the same as the firebrandish?
It would be. It's technically non-magical.
Okay,
So
14.
14. You managed to just barely see this thing coming towards you and woof, just duck beneath it.
I thought you were going to tell me a dirty joke or something. When you say come here, that's what that means.
I want you to try out the hammer.
Oh, well then, no. Try it on Vax. I'm already 20 paces away.
Max.
I've already walked away.
Max. Shit.
27.
2.
As you might look around, Max is nowhere to be seen.
I literally just pivoted around my sister and pressed. I'm
Mirroring doing exactly what she does.
going to use minor illusion to make a really shitty Vax. It's like a really cruddy looking Vax.
Not in Vasselheim.
Oh shit, it's too late.
Too late. So, as you're looking around, you see this strange quiver of shadow that seems to formulate in the air, and this awkward, still, unmoving, awkward mannequin type visual recreation of Vax just kind of muddles up there. I need you to roll an insight check.
duo.
Or finally, Vax cannot evade your vision this time.
Just stand right there. Well, I swing down in an arc to try
Okay.
to get back.
With this weird, awkward half grin, just frozen in place, the hammer whoosh, streaks down through this form and passes completely through it, slamming into the mud beneath, splattering mud up and around you, across your chest, and for a brief instant, Vax completely seems to have evaded the attack.
Oh, I killed him! It's all over me! His bits are all over me!
My brother!
What did you give me?
Head of a hammer, isn't it?
With that, the illusion is dissipated, and Vax is no longer there before you.
Ah! I've killed him. I've killed poor Vax.
Come here, darling.
What is this evil monstrosity?
No, 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 no. Come here, come here. And I lead him
My God.
around the side of Vex. And
Hey, big.
You're alive! Come here! I give him a big old squeeze. And I squeeze it a little tighter and make sure it doesn't turn into mud. It turned into mud last time.
The harder he squeezes you, you fear you may turn into mud.
Did it hurt? Did the moon hammer hurt you?
No, no, I was able to dodge both ways apart, and then came back together. It's my cloak does that.
Shit, this is not. We're gonna save this for the really nasty minutes. All right, I'm gonna put this in a bag. You know, if like a kid or Scanlon or Puck sees it, she'll be so furious.
Yeah, she'll be
All right, I'll put it in a bag.
All right. At this point, Kima has pulled a small flask out and just takes a swig. Oh, I've missed you.
Give me a swig of that. Come on.
Best friends forever.
Respect.
So, are we resting or are we off? I'm growing impatient.
We're off.
we're off.
We're gonna go there and
We're
spend
gonna
the
go.
night
We're gonna
there.
camp overnight.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sounds perfectly safe.
Let's
You know
go.
what?
It doesn't matter if it's gonna be daylight if we're underground.
That's true.
As well.
All right. I just think, outside of Vaseline, things come out at night, but whatever.
We've killed a lot of them.
Yeah, we have.
Good point.
Let's
If
go.
you guys
Have an
think this
adventure.
is the most brilliant decision, I'm on board.
I'm actually really hoping that it's the worst decision we make, because then everything's uphill. It's my. Thank you. I'm just trying to bring optics.
Glass half full.
Glass half full.
Let's do it.
Would
We're out.
having been
Jesus, apparently.
past the lock before, would we have an idea of what we might anticipate on the way?
I mean, there are all sorts of things that you could anticipate along the way. There are a number of denizens of this forest. There are all sorts of levels of danger. There are roving orcish bands from the far, far west, northwest, which you encountered on your way to Rhymefang. There are a number of other creatures that wander these areas. Some of them bestial, some of them, some element of cultured. There are bandits that come from the far, far west, possibly from across that sea, that occasionally just try and kill and pillage as best they can. Most everyone avoids the city of Vasselheim because that place is pretty hardcore by comparison. So yeah, all kinds of things you can find.
Well, I think we should go. We
Ready?
can handle it. Yeah.
Caleb, can you just
I'm
turn us
ready.
all to mist and then we just...
I was gonna say.
Sorry, bandit tribes to the far east, far west, possibly from across the sea.
So yeah, all kinds of things you can find.
Well, I think we should go. We
Ready?
can handle it. Yeah.
Caleb, can you
I'm
just turn us
ready.
all to mist and then we just...
I was gonna say, do you wanna mist walk this?
I mean, and then we
It'll
could be
be
there.
appropriate
We could
this
be there before the evening.
Can we control the direction that we move?
Yeah.
Or
Can you mist walk us all,
Um,
including Trinket?
Context is everything.
So to double check that.
let me see how many people I can.
How far away is it?
Can you see my boat?
Oh, sure. I'm just looking at all the pretty pictures.
At a fast pace on foot.
No, this one I spelled right, G. Herkov. Don't worry. I would never disrespect the man. I would never put that disrespect on his name, but I think this is the correct spelling.
Take you about 7-8 hours.
I also
which is
know,
like
I
exactly
know
how
a place
long-
where we can get horses as well.
Horses will die out there.
That's all right.
We
They
will
died
probably
before.
Cash ass.
We might need
Eating
food
horses.
as well.
You guys have a great history of
Killing horses.
I'd say
we let Keyleth handle it. We swish out and camp for the night. Let's go. Just do it.
up to 10 million creatures for one walk. So.
Oh, 10. Yeah.
Yay! Let's do it.
Please.
All right. all of you.
I fart.
For some of you, it's a familiar, if still uncomfortable, physical feeling as your
Just
body.
accept it.
Yeah, you,
What's happening?
you become this kind of amorphous, cloudy, vaporous form. You can fly at a very swift speed, even against.
Probably should have talked to our upland before we...
Trinket in his fist form is seemingly very uncomfortable with the
Are you speak,
circumstance.
speak? You're right. You're right, Trinket. Everything okay? I can speak to him.
What's happening?
It's all right. We're going to a lock. It's going to be great fishing. For
I
you.
will follow.
We can talk in mist form?
Sure. At this point, I'll give a shit.
Your fun is wrong. Your fun is wrong.
Your fun is wrong.
T-shirt exists.
Anyway, thanks, Kevin.
I can imagine as part of the enchantment, as you guys can pass wind through your
Yeah, we can.
mist vocal
Just
cords
about
and-
everything. He's very good at passing wind.
Oh, it's
You
delightful.
really should just chain up with me and I'll get us there super quick.
All right, so you guys begin to head westward, kind of following your guys' previous experience, the direction that it takes you. And you push that way. Kima is also still kind of getting used to this whole mistform endeavor, and it takes a little bit for you guys to adjust to this locomotion, but it is very swift in comparison to moving on foot. Drifting over the top of the forest canopies, you guys kind of riding the top in this full-on Falcor fly-through type moment as you're kind of cruising through the snow-capped forest.
That's awesome.
Oh, that's nice.
And music lasts in years. You can see a cluster of large eagles in the distance. You guys kind of manage to swoop around. Eventually, as the sun begins to make its way towards the horizon, you manage to cut a good 4 or 5 hours off of your journey on this, making your way towards the Marrowglade Lock. You can see, there are certain areas where the canopy itself breaks apart, and you can see ravines. You can see where areas of the topography have like cracked or shifted in time, and there are drops that go deep under the earth, though you cannot quite see where those where they would continue to go until you make your way to the Marrowglade. And there you can see, still pretty full at the top, if a little icy at the surface. It seems relatively undisturbed. You make your way, all drifting down, back beneath the canopy of the Vesper Timberland, and at the edges of the lake.
Are there any islands in the loch? I'm so sorry. Are there any islands or any sort of rocks or outcroppings or anything within the loch itself?
No, actually, it's a pretty solid surface. And as you guys have kind of drifted down in your form looking at it, you can see that there is a layer of ice. You're not quite sure how thick, but the surface is very crystalline.
Any remnants of ruins around the lock?
Go ahead and make a perception check.
From above, could I see any sort of caverns or openings in the ground or something that look like caves? That's what I was keeping my eye out for.
Make a perception check for you as well.
25.
Ooh, that's cute.
You see there are...
I do like this in terms of an exploration type challenge of when your players get access to things like a flying carpet or the flight spell or wind walk. It is going to be difficult to make an exploration challenge that is just literally where is it? It's good. That is not going to be as feasible. Even something like the travel to Whitestone is not as on the table anymore when you have spells like Windwalk that have been introduced into your players' tool sets. Like they could just fly from Westrun to Whitestone. Easy. And so I like the... Number one, the challenge portion of introducing a level of difficulty to literally spot, to like literally be able to like perceive where this thing might be. And I'm wondering, we'll see, but I think I would like a level of committal to some type of path. So, maybe multiple options that look potentially promising, that they have to like kind of choose and commit to at least for a portion of time, to present an actual exploration type challenge, where because other types of exploration type challenges have just kind of gotten unfeasible. Like the actual aspect of like finding the lake is not really a challenge anymore. So you have to introduce new types of challenges. I also think like something like the Behir fight, right? You can't really have that. You can't really have like a fight on the way. Maybe you could have something like intercept them in the air, but in mist form, you're super fast, you're hard to damage, you have resistance. I mean, it's a very defensive travel form. So even something like an Aarakocra interception is not going to be that effective. So I think you need to introduce... You need to introduce interest points, or potentially red herrings. Same thing with like, I think a good example of something that would work in both sequences. Like I'm thinking like the Westrun to Whitestone sequence versus, this to the lake sequence is the giant stronghold. Because that is something that would have been very obvious from the air. And just like in Whitestone, they could choose to go into it or not. And now I think that you could put down that giant stronghold and say it's like not a giant stronghold. But maybe it has, if they pass some sort of perception check, maybe it's like in the shape of a Raven Queen symbol, or it has a Raven Queen symbol on the outside. Something to interest them. But they might have to break out of Windwalk. Or, like you guys are talking about with the not being able to talk in mist form, while not overly logical, is, I think, a fine... I think it's a fine debuff if you want to present it. And maybe a potential room for improvement if you like having like homebrewed spells or homebrewed improvements to spells to like show mastery. That's maybe an aspect that like Keyleth could work on to improve her Windwalk spell. It's a little bit interesting. But especially then if you go down to this thing on the way to the lock, you either have to drop out of mist form to talk about it, and to talk about like what you're finding there. You could potentially get trapped. You could, like, even though you're in Windwalk, like the door could come down behind you. There's a lot of risk factors. But if you give them a very obvious reason to go down there, again, like a Raven Queen symbol on the outside, that's now a decision of like, okay, are we going to like waste this spell? Are we going to take this risk? I think those are the sort of exploration type challenges that you have to start introducing at higher levels. You can't really force them into any type of exploration type challenge. Like, for example, a big ravine. Classic exploration challenge. Classic of like, how are we gonna cross this ravine? Are we gonna like go all the way down and then come all the way back up? Are we gonna try to build a thing over it? Are we gonna try to go around? Not a thing at this level. Not a thing at all. So you have to start giving like motivation-based or perception-based, I think, exploration challenges. Where if it's just, how do I find it or how do I get there? Those are not really like, I think, applicable challenges at this high of level. Unless you're on like a different plane of existence or something.
Bits of stone kind of scattered about 30 feet out from the lake's edge. Going and inspecting them and looking about them, there are pieces of fallen walls and what appear to be elements of the tomb, possibly before it fell within. But you do not see any sort of opening or entrance. It's just a part of some structure or some sort of foundation that was left behind.
Are there any runes or any markings of any kind?
Make an investigation check.
22 is what I wrote.
22. Nothing near the lock. The largest chasm or portion of land that you saw that was kind of broken and receded into the earth itself was probably about a half a mile to a mile back.
Okay.
Nothing that is in the immediate vicinity of this lake.
Okay. Is this technically, are we in the woods? Is this my favorite terrain again?
Yes, you guys have come down into the forest. You're also in misform, so you're unable to really directly interact with anything in the area.
11.
11?
Yeah.
Doesn't seem to have any specific elements or markings.
I'll try as well, because I can read any writing that we find. Can I make a check as well, or no? Is it?
Yeah, make an investigation check, sure.
Oh, that's terrible. Never mind.
So, you guys all rest around the outskirts of this lake.
How do we stop being like this?
Just
think about it. Think about it. Being a person.
How high are we?
As high as you want to be. Right now, everyone's kind of come down to the edge of the lake, so you're right off the ground.
Turn like people again? Yeah, let's turn like people again. Children get to turn like a bear.
Why is everyone talking
Oh, can we talk normal?
like that?
Trinket, turn. Just concentrate on turning back into a bear, and you'll turn back into a bear.
Okay.
All right.
Eventually,
love
Trinket,
him.
Oh, and Vexlot.
if a bear could grin, it would. However, the process is very strange. You see this kind of misty cloud into a bear, and it's about a minute for the full transformation. The spell still maintains its 8-hour time period. You can transform back and forth during that 8-hour period.
Killer.
So we'll say it's been about 3 to 4 hours, so you're about half duration. But all of you eventually take a minute to revert back to your physical forms, and you're all now standing at the edge of the lake.
For the next 8 hours.
You can go back and forth during that time period? Holy shit, Windwalk's good. That's pretty sick.
That was a little bit of concentration. We can jump back.
Next
and
4
forth.
hours.
Next 4 hours. We can spend a minute to go and
Yep.
Okay.
That's killer.
You just can't do anything while you're in that form. other
Yes,
than
yes,
just
I remember.
Can you move underwater?
Can we miss underwater?
Certainly
Like a
try.
bubble?
Farts
can
travel
certainly try.
underwater?
We're-
Yes.
Like a bubble?
Yeah.
My experience
Or
tells
we
me
gotta
that.
go
I guess if we
Poetry.
get trapped underwater, we could just
turn into
concentrate, turn into
fly
bubbles.
That's kind of cool.
Right? That'd work, theoretically.
Or we'll all drown.
Yeah, as long as you
We'll
can
drown.
some David Copperfield.
Freshwater, though.
I don't know. I walk up to the edge of the lock and I look in the water. What does the water look like?
It's ice.
Ice.
What?
So your head goes a little crack.
It's
kind of
ice.
appears at the edge. As he says that, you see like a trickle of crimson kind of streaking out the front of his head.
Thank you, Grog.
Okay.
I'm going to put some pressure on the ice with my foot. Is it giving or is it not giving?
At the place where he put his head, or just any other
no,
place?
just I'm walking. I'm just testing the ice.
Okay, testing it with your foot on the edge, it doesn't seem to be any give. And looking up close, you can see it's probably a good inch and a half of ice, inch to an inch and a half.
Can I go hit the place where Grog hit his head and see if I can crack a hole in the ice?
Yeah, it takes you about a few minutes, but you manage to break apart and make like a good head-sized hole.
And how thick is it based on what she just did? From
It's about an inch.
Oh, just an inch.
This is gonna suck. I put my head underwater and see if I can look around.
And make a perception check with disadvantage.
Oh,
Oh,
Jesus.
Oh, let's go!
19.
Oh, with disadvantage.
Yeah, but
Doesn't it count as disadvantage by like destroying the rest of my dice?
Break your glasses.
Yes.
Perception. That is a 31? No, 41. No.
What?
No.
No, 71.
112.
You see through reality.
31.
Into the plane.
Yeah, 31.
Giant floating baby right outside of the planet in space.
What?
We're a
All
marble.
right, so glancing through the murky water beneath, this neat ice.
Breaking the concentration midair seems so enticing. That is a good point. If it is concentration, I was talking about how the Aarakocra fight maybe isn't a is maybe like not like a super feasible obstacle. But if it's concentration and you have a load of things attacking, 31 with disadvantage, ridiculous. I agree. But if you have a load of things attacking the caster, it's possible. I mean, the real question is, if you have fucking 9 of them, how are you going to get enemies to feasibly target the caster consistently? Gasworm Peep's harder to damage, but it's certainly possible. It is. There's maybe something there, but it would still be difficult. And then you don't cap the fall damage. And then you homebrew it to fuck them. I think capping is Windwalk is not concentration. Wait, what? Windwalk's not concentration. Where are we going? Where are we going with this? I think either way. Even oh, you were looking at the wrong spell. I see. But yeah, either way, I think it's really hard to force any sort of challenge on them at this point. When you're normally exploring, you can be like, hey, like I said, there's a fucking ravine, there's a chasm, and you can sort of route them as a DM. Apparently, Paige's work could hear me through her headphones. We need to turn down her mic sensitivity. But anyways, I am also facing the door, which is maybe a bad setup choice. But anyway, yeah, ASMR mega time, I suppose. We need to have some sort of signal for when she's on a meeting, I guess. Or I just need to have her schedule. Anyways, all of this wrap up, still hard at this point to give them a challenge on the way there. You have to really now, at this point, you have to really you have to go even harder into the motivations. But it is good because at this point, you've ideally or presumably been playing with each other for a long time. There's a lot of I'm going to turn up the mic slightly so that I can talk a little quieter. There's presumably a lot of there's a lot of this is what am I saying? I totally lost my train of thought. Presumably by the time that you've been playing this long together, you've been playing this long of a campaign, you have a lot of things that you could use to motivate the players. So, for example, with Vox Machina, Gilmore. Gilmore is a thing that you can utilize as a DM to motivate your players. Clearly, not as much as Matt thought. But something like Whitestone, their keep in Amon, like you have established things that you can use as motivation. So you sort of lose the ability to more naturally put things in their way. But you can then use their motivations, the things that they care about, the things that you've established over the course of this campaign, as essentially putting them in their way. Very much the Dark Knight decision, you know, of do you save Harvey or do you save the other one? I don't remember her name. I've only seen the Dark Knight like once. So yeah, I think that's sort of a mental switch that you have to have as a DM. Of in the beginning, you're going to have very few things that motivate them. But you can Mary Jane, probably. I think that's Spider-Man, isn't that? I don't know. But you have very Leah. Either way, you have very few things that motivate them. So you have a couple of things that motivate them, and you put things in their way, things between them and the object of their motivation. Whereas as you either save Harvey Dent or a bus full of kids. Oh, it's a bus full of kids. That makes sense. Whereas later, you have a lot of things that potentially motivate the characters, but you have less opportunities to like force things into their way. Surprise, I turned your favorite NPC into an enemy. Or I just put your favorite NPC at risk. But yeah, that's a Spider-Man. You have to fall 1,500 feet to reach terminal. That would be 150 d6 in D&D, but it is capped. Like, D&D fall damage just is capped. So, like, I hear what you're saying, but you just have to ignore the cap. But that's rather telling as to how much character development the love interest got as opposed to Harvey Dent, honestly. Yeah, it's a bit telling. But also, I would not consider my memory of it to be too telling in regards to that sort of thing. But should it be capped? Well, I mean, the assumption with the cap is that that's how long it takes you to reach. Yes, it should at 156. Well, you're saying IRL you have to fall for 1,500 feet to reach terminal velocity. We have no idea what terminal velocity is in the D&D in Faerun or in the Forgotten Realms. You know, like it's a fundamentally different physical system. So the implication of capping it at 10d6 is that's how long it takes you to reach terminal velocity in that universe. But yeah. Look, if you want to change the cap, more power to you. Terminal velocity is 10 feet in my world. Precisely. Anyways.
Surface. It is dark, and a little bit of light that would be hitting the surface is refracting through the ice, so it's very hard to get a form. You can see there's a very thick layer of bottom of the lake undergrowth, various underwater plants that have kind of caked the entire floor area of the lake. However, you can just see at the edge of your vision before the rest of the light is swallowed by the water and the murkiness of the depths. You can see what looks to be the edge of some sort of a stone structure, where two walls would be joined, but they kind of break off and crumble and then disappear into more of the undergrowth.
Sound that? Oh, it's so cold!
I take a braid and I start wringing it out.
My poor little feathers are like...
Can I use my staff to cast light and shove it down in to see if we can get any light on this source beneath the ice?
Sure, you go ahead and you cast light at the end of your staff. It glows and illuminates, and as you shove it down, you can see the light dispersing.
I'm going to take my mask and put it on and use the glass to create a clear view into the water.
Okay. Should give you some light, Percy.
Thank you.
Okay, so having to close one eye separately as the light source is literally right in your face, you do look past and using the air trap between it and the mask, and a little bit of water is peeking in, which is not perfect, but you do manage to see, yes, there is indeed an element. It looks almost like a slightly tilted peak of some sort of structure that comes to a point, and the top of the point is broken off and crumbled, and there are a couple of sections of stone that seem to offshoot at 4 different points, towards the very, very bottom of the lake itself.
How deep does it look?
I'd say it's about 50 to 60 feet deep.
50 to 60 feet deep.
Oh. Good.
Give or take.
Do you want to try to cloud creep our way in there?
How far away is it under the ice?
About 30 to 50 feet.
Yeah.
Let's stand over top of where it is.
What if... Is there any way... Because I just have this horrible...
That's weird. The CR audio is just like generally kind of low. I actually have the CR like turned up to basically max on all of my settings, and like I think it's literally just this video. Their audio is a little bit lower than normal. But I turned down my mic a little bit so that you guys can turn it up on your end, and we're more equal.
Feeling that we're going to get underwater and then we won't be able to get out because it's covered in ice. Can we melt the ice? Can you do something?
I was about to do that, yeah, but I want to go over where
right
we're
above
close,
it.
right
And then
above
use,
it.
oh, that's a perfect idea.
Yeah, so
Walk carefully.
walk
Are we
carefully.
all going in?
I feel like we should.
It's the same day as the monk fight?
Oh,
Yep.
didn't we? We didn't rest. We're
Oh,
idiots.
A little
Yeah, we're gonna
bit,
camp when we got here, right?
It's
a
close.
bit hurt.
It's about dusk now. If you guys are
Let's
landing.
camp. Oh god.
Yeah, back
So
pedal,
we're going to
back
take a
pedal.
rest. What if I?
But we can keep doing. We can at least start setting up in the meantime. So.
So if we rest, will it be a long rest overnight?
Yes.
Yeah, we're going to camp for the night. I don't think
But
our
we
mist form will dissipate, so if we want to mist it, we should mist it now and
We're
just
not
check it
gonna
out.
miss it.
We're not going
You
to...
and I.
I don't know if we can miss down.
Is there anyone else that?
I'm gonna try to
potentially
miss down and
use
just see if I can.
polymorph?
Hey,
I'm going.
well,
Or I
maximize
have
time
water
so I can
breathing.
get out if I need to.
Just at the edge of
We
the
could
lake.
polymorph
Sure.
into
Can I
something.
book me?
Well, let's just use the magic you've already
I'm
expended.
just gonna see.
Yeah, the moon
I'm just gonna
hammer.
see if this works.
Yeah, we'll use the magic you've already expended first.
Yeah, do that
Ice shards
first.
flying off, splashing in the water. You know, you're covered in this ice cold water now.
I'm concentrating on making myself a fart.
Vex turns into a large gaseous form.
He's doing it too.
Okay, the two twins together.
Twin farts.
I'd also like to use sculpture of flesh and polymorph myself into a very large alligator.
All right.
Go down and check it out.
All right. So you guys, all three of you, descend into the open portion of the lake that Grog is
Can we
broken
go
to.
in as
Can
gas?
we breathe?
You guys do like it's a slog, and you can move slowly, but the speed that's normally granted to you by this, you actually move slower in this form underwater than you would normally swimming.
Oh.
And as you submerge yourselves, you realize even in this form, air is required, and you start.
Go back up.
You guys, the forms, it's almost like just mist appearing on the edge of a lake that forms up into your two different
So
forms.
pretty.
You, however, still delve down as your alligator, and you kind of swim your way down across the bottom of the lake.
Percy, we did some science. That didn't work.
Congratulations.
So I
That's
go investigate the room.
it's good to know.
All right. Well, if we rest, I can learn water breathing and I can.
Oh, kill
Well,
it.
our good old Zara is already down there.
Let's try to make it set up camp in the tree line, so in the trees, so we're not on the ground.
Yeah, like in Whitestone.
Okay.
As they're setting up camp, Cash doesn't leave the side of the lake. He's just watching for where's he went in. He's just staring the whole time.
All right, so you guys are setting up camp in a similar way to Whitestone, up in the actual tree canopy itself. I need you to make an investigation check.
Any sign of a cache?
Nothing yet.
Oh, natural 20.
Should get a little more exclamation going. That shit.
As you check around the ruins, looking about, you can see there appears to be two different entrances that are both completely caved in. What you do see, though, is there's an area of the bottom of the lake, about 10 feet away from one of the edges of the temple itself, that there is no undergrowth. It's a muddy floor, but it doesn't appear. It appears as if there is no actual plant life that has grown in this kind of 10-foot circle area.
Oh. Can I investigate that area?
I mean, it's mud.
It's just mud. All right. Can I get down with my fabulous snout and sort of dig down into the mud a little bit?
Okay, you take your snout and you kind of dig through the mud and you bring up some clouds of dirt and
Fabulous
whatever
snout.
scum has kind of congealed at the bottom of this pond. It murks up the water around you. Your vision is obscured. Doesn't seem to be revealing anything per se.
But I do see an entrance.
Well, you see that there what would be an entrance to the structure, but the stonework itself is actually collapsed in on itself.
Can I see any writing, any sort of runes, any sign of any carvings on the rocks at all?
Actually, no, it's pretty plain. The exterior is pretty damn plain in presentation. What minor bits of any sort of design or grooves that were put into the stone to give it a presentational bump have eroded over time. But beyond that, it seems pretty surprisingly plain.
What the hell would cause no plant life? And I can do no more investigating than just that? Or-
I mean, what else would you want to try and do? You are welcome to do whatever you want to do while you're here.
Maybe Keyleth can find out something.
All right, and then I'll go back up to the surface and report back what I saw
Okay.
at this point.
All right.
Right when she gets out, he throws his cloak over.
And I transform back into myself.
Okay, so smell is a kind of perception check in world. How would you explain stealth checks against it? I probably wouldn't. I think that is a situation where I just wouldn't do a contested check, because I do think that a contested check just doesn't really make sense there. Like, I think stealth is like has a generalized it has to be something that you can actively control. And you can't really control your smell unless they actively do something. But even then, I would probably acknowledge them doing something to dampen their smell with either advantage or disadvantage. So I just wouldn't do a contested check. I'd do some sort of DC. I've said in the past that I don't. Contested checks in general are not really something that I do a whole lot of unless it really makes a lot of sense. But yeah. Smell's the hardest to conceptualize, which is why it should just be rolled in general perception unless there are extraordinary circumstances. Yeah, and I mean, I think that the smell also does offer a lot of options for gradients of success. Being able to like catch a whiff of something odd on the air, being able to identify the actual thing that you're smelling, being able to identify the direction that it's coming from, being able to identify how far it is away. Like, there are 4 really easy variable levels of success there, you know? Where you can give them very discrete levels of information depending on the DC that they hit. So yeah, I don't think I would make that a contested check, but also take that with a grain of salt because my answer is normally not a contested check unless there's like an active reason for it. So even stealth checks I typically don't run as a contested check. So like if the players are rolling for stealth, I will run that against passive perception. Or if, and this is dead true, if the players are rolling perception and the monsters are trying to ambush them, trying to sneak up on them, I will run passive stealth. Unless I see like a really big reason not to. I will run a passive stealth score in the same way that I run passive perception. So when I am considering those sorts of things, I have to have an active reason to make it a contested check rather than just a DC. Last of Us 2, you can trick dogs who try to sniff you out by keeping moving. Yeah, certainly. And I think that you can I would absolutely allow advantage, disadvantage, can modify the DC, but stealth, I don't think I would have them roll stealth. I would just come up with a DC, and then if they do something that I feel like modifies the DC, I would either, apply advantage, disadvantage, or just modify the DC straight out. Smell should be broadcast quite a bit. Don't give a random humanoid NPC super smell. Give them hunting dogs. Yeah, I agree, Daniel. I agree. Unless, exactly what you said, random humanoid. Like, if you want someone having super smell to be, like, a trait that they have, like, I think that's a hilarious trait. Like, if they just find out that, it's like, dude, speaking of me not watching TV, but it's like in Psych. Like, Gus's super sniffer in Psych is like an established character thing that they use many, many times and is like a very like active part of his character. And so if you want that to be like an aspect of this like guard, like I think that's like funny and novel. But yeah, I think on the average, typically, it's definitely something that should be broadcast. Some things have advantage on perceptions based on smell. I think Trinket does. Keen smell. I think so. I think you're right. Certain like pack hunter animals. I don't think wolves have it. They might. Wolves might have it. But yeah, certain beasts. I think especially have keen smell. The book does say that all skills can be used passively. It's just that it doesn't really make a big case for anything but perception. Yeah, and I think that most, I think it's also a case of most character sheets that you find will almost always have a slot for passive perception. Sometimes they have a slot for passive insight, and I have seen character sheets that have a slot for passive stealth. But I think by and large, you will almost never find a character sheet that doesn't have passive perception as a slot. And all of the other skills, it's a roll of the dice whether or not there's a passive slot for any given skill. But I love using passive scores. I think passive scores really simplify things on the GM end in almost like an opposite way that they talk about in Daggerheart. Like they talk about in Daggerheart, like we want to give the PCs 2d12 so that their stuff is very consistent, and we want to give the GM 1d20 so that their stuff is very swingy, right? Back and forth. Using passive scores kind of flips that, where the things that are getting rolled out in the open are very swingy. You know, the 1d20 is very whoo, whoo, whoo. But if you're using the passive scores, then it's very stable, super, super stable. So it's also why I use average health, I use average damage, all of those things, using passives, using averages, allow me to run things that are more complicated. So like I can run a more complicated encounter because I'm not constantly rolling. Now, that isn't to say that rolling is bad. I just find it distracting. And I find that I can run a much more consistently challenging world that has like very, very consistent rules and like consistent interactions. And then my players know exactly what to expect when they perform any given action, right? You don't have these crazy swings back and forth, except in their dice, which they can very directly see. So it gives the world this very, I think, transparent feeling. That's one of the reasons that I go after it. And so then I can present them with very hard, very complicated situations and puzzles. And because everything is so transparent, they can run those really complicated puzzles without too much confusion. But that is all very stylistic. That is all very much like my style, and like I make multiple decisions that all feed into that. That like I only make this decision because I made the other one. Like, yeah. But you could do survival to see if you're able to be upwind, downwind, or upwind. I mean, certainly depends on the situation. Like if you're talking about like, you know, sneaking up on a camp, that's very possible. But if you're like rolling through a dungeon crawl, you probably can't modify if you're upwind or downwind. But yeah, there's certainly other situations where it might change. If an NPC is a humanoid dog, they can have super smell as a treat. Yeah. I write which character's passive scores beat it. Yeah, absolutely, Sputnik. That's very possible. Passive is great to do on a digital sheet, but I think it's just too much writing to make a special spot for everyone. Yeah, it is. Like I don't blame these like stat sheets for not including things that aren't passive perception, but I do think that it is one of the contributing factors to why passives don't get used all that often. Monster stat blocks list so many unnecessary things. That is true. I won't argue with you there. What's the difference between 13 and 12? The only thing, like, is the NPC gonna take a half feet? Yeah. The only thing I can think of is if you potentially gave like a monster or an NPC like a magic item that affected that. I don't know. Yeah. Or if like a character had a thing that like affected the score but not the modifier, which like I can't think of any PC shit that does that. But like, I guess that's like future proofing it. If you had like, I don't know, like a subclass or something where like they could like fucking debuff a monster's score, like the shadow debuffs your strength or the intellect devourer debuffs your wisdom. Craven Edge, yeah. I mean, I guess that's why they have like wisdom scores that are odd numbers is for Craven Edge type things, but it is weird. I don't disagree. One of many legacy things. Old D&D had more nasty spells that would reduce the scores of enemies. Fair enough. Yeah. Quite the tangent on the longest episode we've seen thus far. Look, I got plenty of time. I'm not worried about it. But we're also we're making okay time on the episode. I was about to say we're making solid time. We're making all right time. But
Whack him on the butt as a thanks.
With
my tail.
That's what tails are for.
All right.
That's what tails are for.
You guys returning, you relay what you found to the rest of the group as you guys are preparing yourselves. At this point, the sun has set and the night itself is going from red to dark purple to a proper evening sky. Anything else you wish to prepare for the evening before you all find yourselves resting?
Yeah, sit on the ground. Your hair's a mess. I undo the braid and I just starting over. Still.
All right. Anyone else?
You're welcome.
Can I go speak to Keyleth about what I saw?
Yeah.
Keyleth, I saw something strange down there. I told everyone before, but I just don't know what it is. I'm not quite sure how to go about finding out what's inside there. I mean, there's no plant life whatsoever. And you have a connection, do you not, to plants, to trees, a much stronger one than I certainly do, I would imagine.
I do. I could attempt to see what happened. What do you mean there was no plant life? Like,
Well, I went down. There were two entrances, and it was obvious that they had crumbled and were no longer accessible. And then it seemed like there was one more, but around it, I mean, there was pretty substantial plant life all around coming out from the ground. But about a 10-foot area, there was nothing there. And I tried to get down in with my snap, but all I did was kick up more silt and everything else. So I couldn't really see anything.
Strange. Wait, this was at the bottom of the ocean floor? Or
Of the loch, yes.
the loch.
The loch. Loch Lomond.
Can I do like a nature check to see if that sounds like anything familiar? Might be a problem.
Sure, go and make a check.
Did it seem like a perfect circle, Sora, or was it kind of jaggedy?
It did.
It wasn't like mathematically perfect, but it was noticeable to be a section of the lake floor that was glaring to be missing in a large patch.
How soft was the ground when you dug into it? It was softer than the rest of the
Very
ground.
It was very soft. I just stuck my snout in it, and it kicked up all the mud, and I couldn't see anything after that.
Sounds to me like a creature that would burrow.
It's possible. 18.
18?
Yeah.
From what you understand, there are reasons for something to not grow on the bottom of a lake would mean that the dirt in the surrounding earth would have to be disturbed enough to where nothing could take root.
It's a
What I
layer.
was
Do
thinking.
I know of any
Sounds
creatures that are like underwater that,
like burrow, like giant worms?
yeah, other than,
Or like
or is it like the worms that we
giant
encountered
snakes?
From what you know and have researched about like the worm you discovered previously, they tend to favor a more rocky mountainous terrain than underwater. And there are many creatures that can burrow.
Any like underwater serpents? Yeah. So
Plenty of underwater serpents. There's all sorts of manner of creature in this
It's
world.
possible it's a creature that's burrowing, or it's possible that's an opening into an underwater cavern and nothing can grow there.
I mean, it could be a
because-
sinkhole. It could lead to.
Could be a
more-
chimney.
Unlikely, but it could be a chimney.
Would be working for the Slayer Stake and having done research now on the animals that we have destroyed and for money, would there be anything that we would know about serpents or another sort of creature that might inhabit this loch that would...
Serpents and lakes, I mean, nothing that would be monumental beyond actual just water serpents, which are minor inconveniences of just natural creatures. Anything of this size, per se, I mean, there are all sorts of entities that could be, but none that would be, specific to a lake location necessarily. Whether it be a subterranean creature that just uses it for passage, if there's something that lives in the lake or it's part of the lake, living in the water itself, nothing comes to mind from your experience.
What time is it?
It's past sunset. It's now in proper night.
Let me go take a look real quick.
You're going underwater now.
Before we
It's
rest,
freezing
we're all
cold.
going in there anyway.
I can do my beast thing. I'll be fine. I go jump in and go shark form.
All right.
I come with you.
Watch.
Sorry.
So do I.
So the two of you are waiting at the edge of the loch. Keyleth jumps off the edge and in midair forms into this giant shark form that slams into the surface of the cold water. You're the opening that Grog had already opened.
She's
and-
really attractive now, isn't she?
I'm with
that shark.
with Cash, man. What?
Huh?
all right. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
What? Did the dog kill the audio, or wait, what just happened? Or is this on the time codes? I can't tell because the dog is on me. Oh, now the dog has left.
Man,
Okay, I think she just knocked out the audio.
Huh?
All right. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
Yeah, can't do like nature or anything like that.
Well, what are you inspecting the room? What do you want to do? What do you want to
Can I see if the hole is like
I want answers.
natural made or man made?
do? Investigation checks.
Okay, I need to. Nope. It's definitely. Oh, there we go. It was the dog fucking with my audio. We do have an ad in 2 minutes. Let's see.
Damn it.
There's a difference between your knowledge of nature versus actually having to investigate a specific detail or location.
14.
14. I mean, if you're looking at the area that she was mentioning where the plant life is missing, it doesn't appear to be man-made by any means. It just looks to have formed by some sort of perpetual disturbance of the muddy earth in that vicinity.
Sounds like a creature.
That's a thing.
You guys want to investigate while you're down there?
Does there appear to be any type of like motion, or does it look like it's like going downward, or it's just flat?
I mean, it has some variation to it, and there's a portion of it that appears to have been dug up, or at least there's a slight indentation.
Let me do like a quick lap around the ruins and see if I see anything that jumps out at me.
You can make an investigation check about the ruins specifically.
11.
11. Looking about, same details that she made out about it, you do see there is one other stone entrance of a partially tilted stone structure. It looks like almost like there was a double doorway there at one side of it, but a series of stones and portion of the structure have crumpled in on it and has blocked the passage.
Does it look to be a similar kind of downward suction thing going on like the other hole?
It looks like a partially collapsed or completely collapsed entrance to this structure.
Okay.
Downward suction thing. Like the last one.
Scientific term. I'm good. I go up.
Yes, I vessel.
I bounce out.
Okay.
All right, we got about 40 seconds left, and this is going to be a slightly longer break to allow for folks to go and check out the eclipse if they live in that area, and allow me to go and check out the eclipse. So why are we not? There we go. So we'll keep that on. Longer break for eclipse. So we're talking probably a 10-ish minute break. And I will see you guys in a second. Goodbye. What up? How you doing? How's it going? How are we? How was the eclipse for you? Was it good for you? It's good for me. It was a little dark, and the sun looked a little weird. But I was able to get food and tea, potion. Are my eyes okay? Do my eyes look weird? My eyes are fine. Does it just look weird because my my hat has been on forwards and now it's on backwards? I don't know. Oh my god, the strap looks weird backwards. But yeah. So I got some FUD. And I'm going to be eating said FUD. And I'm thinking we might do one of these your eyes don't feel UV rays, but they're still damaged by them. Oh, I looked at it for like a second. I looked at it for like a second through the DVD or whatever. No, I think my eyes are fine. But dude, what did I just roll in here with like my eyelids turned inside out, and I'm like, guys, I don't know what happened. I think the eclipse fucked me up. I'm chilling. But I do think for full eps and all that, look, that was my schoolyard trick back in the day. It's super duper easy. Oh god, do not do that. No, people don't like that. I wonder why. It's such a nice, fun little thing. That was my schoolyard gross out trick. What up, Cavium? But yeah, I think in future maybe we'll do that at like the 4-hour mark or something. So that I can get like food and something, keep my energy up. I'm incredibly ate, and unfortunately, it's not due to the eclipse. Well, I'm sorry. Hopefully, everything's all good. But luckily, you're not a visual guy. Exactly, Michael. Exactly. But we will. Okay. Also, speaking of visuals, this is my understanding of what's going on. Is that there? Is that because I want to clarify this. There is a pond, or not a pond, a lake, but it's frozen over, right? So frozen over with ice. And then at the bottom of said lake, there is kind of like ruin number 1, a loch. There's like ruin number 1, ruin number 2, and then the no plant circle. And these 2 ruins look incredibly normal, basically nothing interesting about them. And then there's the no plant circle. Is that accurate? Like there's nothing else like that we've seen, at least like around the loch. There's nothing stand out about the ruins, and there's 2 of them. The entrances look collapsed. Okay. This was my understanding. But I feel like this is going to be a thing. And so I felt like I needed to know. Need to make sure I understood. All right. Okay, we'll go back to that. And okay, cool. Well, let's play it.
The shark out of the water, catches you off for a second, almost like Jaws ride style.
3-point landing. Yeah.
Fin.
Yeah, land shark.
There you go.
I'm just a dolphin, man.
Yeah.
Heal for its bird form.
Wow.
I'm with Zara. It seems like something scary is probably burrowing down there. We'll probably just have to avoid it tomorrow.
But there are no other entrances. That's
can
literally the
unblock
only
the
thing that
entrance.
could be the entrance.
That's what we're going to do. What we're going to have to do is unblock the entrance.
It's going to be a big day tomorrow.
Underwater.
Get some sleep.
Let's get some sleep.
When I went around the ruins, did I notice how large the stones were that had fallen in for the blocked entrance?
They varied in size because it was part of the wall that had actually fallen in itself. So there are sections that are 3.5 feet in diameter, and there are also a number of smaller kind of almost head-sized rocks and chunks that all kind of filled in the space. And a lot of the general soot and mud that had kind gathered as part of the lake's creation, kind of filled in and covered elements of it, seeped in to form this kind of this pucker point, if you will.
Pucker point.
It's getting weird tonight.
It's the lock.
Going in the pucker point.
The lock has an anus. It does.
We should settle down to sleep.
Oh, you're going to
I'm
Loch
gonna-
Honest, are you?
Ah, Loch Honest. Loch Honest. Very muddy. Very muddy.
Oh.
Well, it is. I put my nose in it. Loch Honest.
Loch Honest.
Why make it weird?
As we're settling down to sleep, I make sure the trinket is laying between Cash and Keemeth. Always.
All right.
I just snuggle up with Trinket.
Like, hey, bud. Yeah, Trinket, keep Keeneth warm. She's cold. She was in the water.
All right.
He's a big bear.
It's a very big bear.
Yeah.
And the moment that you kind of just glance over and give a look, not even looking at you, just hear this.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough.
All right. Anything else you guys wish to prepare for the evening?
I'm good.
All right. You all find yourselves asleep. A good.
I'll
take first
be up
watch.
and watch.
Who's watching?
What are you doing, man?
Then they all died.
I'm
in
up.
sleep.
I'm up.
You can.
I'm
But
up.
you need to rest. You got beat up.
You did. You
We
need
take
to rest.
fucking
You go to
turns.
sleep. I'm gonna stay up for a little bit.
We'll
'Cause
take
I'm
turns.
fine.
I'll stay up with Vex.
Yeah, we're
All
gonna stay
right.
up.
All
Wake me
right.
up when you're done with your shit.
Yeah, wake me up whenever.
We climb up in the tree and keep watch.
I find the only empty spot of fur on Trinket left and snuggle into it.
Okay. With the whole process of getting Trinket up into the tree itself is hilarious.
Difficult.
It's a group effort.
They do.
To a certain extent.
He's domesticated.
It's more like there's a difference between climbing a tree and getting up into a tree and then getting to a comfortable place where you can rest and
Mountaineering
not
with his
destroy the
carrot.
tree. Yeah. So it's a combination of minor druidic talents to create an element of the tree's growth that would be able to support
Yeah,
the
I
weight and
kind
size
of,
of a bear.
grow a
But
basket.
yeah, you've done it before. You can do
Bear basket.
basket.
Trinket's very thankful.
Yeah.
All right, the two of you keep watch for the first watch. So you've got a 4-hour period. Okay. As the end of your watch progresses,
How are you, darling?
I need you both to make a perception check.
Oh shit. Each of us?
Just for the two that were taking watch,
Yeah.
twins.
Get together.
I was. You
he
were
went to
asleep.
bed.
You went to bed. I was awake.
Oh,
She stayed
okay.
up late.
Something's coming out of Loch Ennis.
Perception check.
Dark forces coming out of dark.
Loch Ennis.
Right out of
Okay, it's okay. I'm good. I'm good.
Passive perception.
It's 34.
Alrighty.
Fucking badass.
Looking off towards the other side of the lake, you see under what little bit of moonlight is peeking through the cloud cover over the area, which breaks up every now and then. You can see a few stars glistening, a little bit of the moon peeks through. Catches your attention specifically as the moon is kind of the essence of your patron. And through your guys' vision, you can see a handful of small from this distance, but relatively large, trinket-sized, furry entities that just kind of cluster up to the edge of the lake on the opposite side.
Trinket-sized furry entities.
Yes.
I can't see if they're actually bears.
Not at this distance, no.
I cast Without a Trace on everyone around me,
Okay.
and I stealth.
Yeah,
They
that's
were
okay.
already kind of stealth. But.
Right.
What's the circumference of the lake, like the distance around it?
The full distance around it, it's about close to 250, 300 feet for full circumference. It's not a huge lake.
It's like a pond, like a giant pond.
Yeah.
So they're not that far away then.
They're not far at all.
They're about 50, 60 feet from you guys right now at the moment.
I have dark vision. Can I see them?
Dark vision up to a certain
We have
distance.
60 feet, I think.
Yeah. So I'd say best you can look at it. You've encountered these in the past, and this appears to be a small group of.
Look, I'm just saying, Z makes a great point. He said they're 50 to 60 feet away. And he was like, and then she's like, I have dark vision. He's like, but your dark vision's like only, it's limited. And then she's like, yeah, it's 60 feet. He's like, well, best you can see. It's like, oh no, dude, you said it. You said 50 to 60 feet. Come on.
Even wandering owl bears that are passing through the vicinity.
I can talk to them.
Owl bear.
Big angry bastards.
Oh, well, anyone should just say so.
They do not appear to notice your presence and are just passing.
Let's just watch them.
What are they?
Throw things at them. I want them to be our friends.
We just sit and enjoy this magical moment of seeing the rare owlbear in person.
All right.
Quick, start
They-
eating a Tootsie Pop.
They,
Feet.
Mr. Owl, what a dick. But the true, Mr. Owl's bad, but Mr. Turtle was a real dick. So he sent the kid to it, knowing full well that I was going to eat that tree. The true villains, Mr. Turtle.
How about the education of the kid, where he's got to go to animals to learn things? I forget it. It's a whole bunch of shit.
Half the audience is
Rabbit
going.
hole.
Half the audience going.
You get slightly nervous as the owlbears make their way closer to your edge of the lake, going to where the initial breaking of the ice was set by Grog. They all drink of the ice-cold water, and then eventually make their way scarce on the opposite side of the forest.
Do we notice any? Did
disappearing.
they leave any feathers behind?
Yeah.
Oh shit!
Go fully placid.
After they get away, I want to climb down and gather the feathers. That
Okay, you find 2 owlbear feathers.
Okay.
Put them in our hair.
I'm gonna fetch an arrow with an owlbear arrows.
Okay.
Taller.
What kits do you have with you?
Yeah.
Oh shit! Really?
No, what kits? Go
You know those ones I have.
and make a dexterity check. It's a
Okay.
straight dexterity check.
Where'd you get those thieves' tools?
I have thieves' tools because I'm a thief now.
Where'd you get them? Did you buy them?
I stole them, dude.
Stole them from where? When? I don't remember that. Did it happen in game? Or did you make that up?
Matt told me I have thieves' tools. Dick,
Where'd they come from?
27.
Vortex?
Aren't you asleep?
27 dexterity.
This is the voice.
This is the
Voice in my head, brother, twin. Yes.
So you finish out the rest of your watch using the moonlight disposal. You manage to make a couple of owlbear arrows with the feathers you found.
This is special.
They're functional. They'll do.
Cool.
They're fucking feathers.
Shut up.
So
I'm writing 2 owlbear arrows.
next watch.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
So you guys go to sleep. The two of you stay up. All right. Your watch for the next 4 hours go by.
Give her an entire zoo of impractical companions and make sure that you have a warlock with beast speech in your party so that you can talk to every single one of them. So not only are they impractical, but they are also a huge burden on your DM to roleplay. That's what you have to make sure. You have to make sure that each of them has a distinct and bespoke personality that is very different because they're different animals. So they couldn't have the same, like, even general personality types.
Unhindered.
Oh, I warned them there's owlbears in the area. before I go to sleep.
What the? All right.
Can I, about 3 hours into their shift, can I come and relieve him? And
Wait, I'm talking. I wanted to talk to him. You gotta.
I'll wait. I'll wait.
Yeah. Percival.
Yes.
Rolo. How you doing? A lot's going on. A lot. But it hasn't been that long.
No, I'm pleased with the distraction. Honestly, I feel
Has Orthax fully left the building?
I don't hear anything anymore. If that's what you're asking. I think all I'm manifesting at this point is scars. Honestly, I feel a little lost now. I'm really not entirely sure what I'm doing with myself.
Can I tell you? I believe you are a good man.
Thank you.
If you listen to your better angels, and they're within your friends. Listen to them. I don't want to be pushy, I'm sorry, but you have a family if you want it.
I know, I've been thinking a lot about why we're together and what we're doing.
I think we all are, yeah.
And the conclusion that I've been coming to so far, and Pike being the exception to this rule, as she's the exception to so many things, is I think we're very broken people. But I think together, we are far greater than the sum of our parts. And I like who we are together. And I think that that's important.
I agree with that.
And I like the influence that everyone has on each other. And this includes perhaps you taking some strides with yourself.
How do you mean?
It's good to want things. It's very, very good to want things. It's also very, very good to have things. It's good to find the things that are important to you and move towards them. I'm in a place where I'm realizing that I have to make decisions about what's important, and I'm a little envious that you seem to be ahead of the curve on that.
Wish I felt that way.
I know.
Well, I started talking to you. I'm sorry if I've done anything to offend you. And,
Never.
we're a bit of an awkward family, but we are trying.
And I apologize for any of the mistakes I've made, and honestly, any of the mistakes I'm likely to make. But I am starting to imagine a better version of myself. I'm not quite sure who that is yet, but there is a destiny. I think for us all, together.
This is all a lot bigger than us individually now.
We've been given mighty deeds to accomplish. We will rise. Or if we fail, no one will ever know.
There's comfort in that. Yeah. All right, I've said my piece.
At which point you hear a voice say, "Good, I'm trying to sleep." The crinking of armor as Kima kind of rolls over one of the branches and is like face palming at the conversation.
You are re-
You know, I don't even have a lot to say on that other than that I think that that was a pretty masterful job on Talison's part. Not to take away anything from Liam, but I think that Liam was a tad stilted. And Taliesin really took what Liam was putting out. And I think if we sat and analyzed that segment for a long time, we could probably get down and we could probably break out what made Talison's part so good. but I think a lot of times in D&D roleplay that maybe doesn't feel complete, or you're like, how do I get to where the Vox Machina crew are? Like, how do I get there as a player, as a role player? I think a lot of you and a lot of me are going to sound like Liam. We're going to have an idea of what we want to talk about, but maybe we got to get lost along the path because we want to leave a space for the other person to respond to what we're saying. But then we realize that we maybe didn't like figure out a good bridge for that. And Taliesin took that and not only bridged what Liam was saying, what Vax was talking about, but turned it well around to not only Vax's personal arc that is occurring, but Vox Machina's as a whole. And I don't want this to just be a Taliesin love fest. I mean, Liam engaging people on their personal arcs during, interludes is an incredibly commendable trait within a player, of looking at your fellow players and engaging them on their own personal arcs whenever you have a chance and it feels right. And then Taliesin taking that, responding to it well, and tying that into the entire group, like Vox Machina's arc as a unit, as well as Vax's own personal arc. Yeah, I think that was just a really solid segment. But also I think that Liam made a very good decision. That is a decision that a lot of us could all make at our tables. But I think the thing that will really make the segment feel good, that is sort of ineffable and I can't really describe without a lot of analysis and like going back and watching it a lot, would be Taliesin's bit. I think he was really fluid and very had a lot of expertise in that role play. That was cool.
Really fucking cool, you know that, don't you?
At this point, you hear a distant screech that echoes across the night sky.
Should we wake up for it?
All of you wake up, because while not extremely loud, it is very noticeable and cuts through the silence as there is a very, very
You know,
still
if my sister's
wind
waking up, I
tonight.
kick her hard in the ass.
That's not normal.
Fuck you.
You two make a perception check.
Yeah.
Have we achieved our long rest yet?
Not yet, no.
Damn it!
22.
17.
Okay.
I have passed another trace cast on.
It's like,
As you went to sleep, you didn't.
Shitballs.
But you guys, getting unconsciousness, you see a shape that's just, can't make out the actual details of it, but it kind of coasts across the distant sky, across the clouds, and a little bit of moonlight kind of framing the image.
I pull out bad news, and I'm just going to try and use the scoped trail.
Okay. You pick it up, and what you see in the distance is a very, very large bird cresting across the distance. It doesn't appear to be coming in your direction, but it just slowly makes its way just over the opening in the canopy.
I'm of course reminded of the giant rock. Is it the same shape?
It's pretty damn close. And then it disappears over the opposite side of the
Is
ocean.
it our guy?
After I've kicked her, I grab Keyleth by the shoulder and I start waking her up. Rock, 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 rock.
Can I? Does it look like the same one?
It does. You catch it just before it disappears over the distant horizon. It kind of arcs away and then vanishes past.
It's very pretty. I don't understand what...
It's the cow roll. What are the cows?
It's that little
we
fella.
saved a roll.
with
Percy,
heights. Were you
Percy
there?
was
I think I
having,
was
You weren't
there.
you were
there.
having an episode and locked yourself in the basement.
Oh, right.
Bring that up.
Percy.
Yes.
We saved
Cash,
the
it's
rock.
Cash, it's the big bird.
I remember that.
You've seen it?
Of course,
course
see
we
it all the
have.
time. When were you cows?
Oh, it's
You were cows?
It's a long story.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough.
We saved him though, and we told him to come here.
We see him all the time. He's a fixture in the night sky for a long time.
Was it just a burn?
So everybody should
Go
go
back
back
to
to sleep.
Okay.
Sleep.
Fucking.
The rest of you go back to sleep. You guys are finishing up your...
Dude, that's so we talk about, little things that you can do, right, to up your level. That little callback of just like looking at it. It doesn't have to be every session, doesn't have to be every episode, but looking back and it's like, what can I bring into this episode as a callback? And you have to evaluate it every time. You have to evaluate it. Is it too much? Am I doing too much? But that is it, going from zero, no callbacks, to doing that even a little bit. huge elevation in your DM game. And that's what a 30-second callback, but it makes the world feel alive when you start doing it. The callbacks are a very simple way to make it feel like the players are affecting the world. Absolutely. Whenever you get a chance. And it is one of the reasons that I have tried to, as I've evolved and gotten more experience, I've actually found myself slowly shrinking the play area. Not like forcing it to be shrunken. But I definitely know when I first started out, it would be continent spanning. They would be getting on boats and going through these huge travel sequences to get wherever they were going. And the more experience I've gotten, the more I've started to shrink that play area and much like more slowly expand it, because the smaller the play area is, the easier it is to bring back callback stuff. If your players are affecting things consistently in the same general region, it's much easier to bring those things back in. It's much easier it's much easier to display the rock that they saved if it's not on another continent. And this isn't even commenting on like Matt's decisions here and Critical Role's decisions here, because they're a very high level party. It makes total sense for them to be continent ranging. They've hung out around Amon for a while. And now they are getting to the point where they're starting to range away from Amon and Taldore as a continent. But this is why I've started to shrink it down, is because the more you shrink down that play area, it's so much easier to bring those old callbacks back in. It's so much easier for the players to see the effects of their actions on the world around them when they're staying in the same section of the world more. Also much easier to be a regional hero scale when you're in a single region. Yeah, absolutely, Daniel. Absolutely. It doesn't take a lot to breathe life into the world. It doesn't. You can be very sparing with it. But it's sort of like symbolism. Like, you can have super blunt symbolism that isn't that complicated, but I would argue that blunt and simple symbolism is, in a lot of cases, maybe not all, but in a lot of cases, better than absolutely zero symbolism. And I think it's the same thing with something like callbacks. It's a lot better to have, because this is a callback that is, you could maybe say, a gimmick, like doesn't add that much to the scene, doesn't, carry any implications, doesn't progress the plot at all. But just throwing those in occasionally, it's like putting like a garnish onto your food. It's like putting a little spice in there. Like, yeah, maybe it doesn't give you any calories, maybe it doesn't up the nutritional value of the dish, but it tastes really good. And it makes your players feel really nice. And you have to be sparing with it. You don't want to just dump cinnamon into your fucking goulash. But using it sparingly can heighten the dish, heighten the campaign so much. I'm big in Marquette doesn't play well when you're the Feywild. Yeah, but yeah, true, Daniel.
Or watch. Did you want
Take
to
a watch. All right, I'm out.
Okay. All right, so it's just Cash taking this.
All right, nope. Do I need my sleep still?
No, you've had a full 8
Okay,
hours.
I'll stay with you.
We'll nap it up.
All right. So,
My elbow him, snoring.
Shut the fuck up. So, I've seen you've noticed. I've seen you checking out some of the members of our little group here.
It is a very interesting group you have here, that's for sure.
Listen, Vax doesn't fly that way, I don't think. I know you've been eyeing him pretty good.
Huh?
Vax, I'm just looking out for you, brother. He's not available for you.
What else do your keen eyes perceive?
I see the way you've been flirting with him. It's adorable.
That's funny, I didn't think anyone was going to pick up on it.
Well, I'm a romantic, so
You are at that. You are at that. He has a way about him, you have to admit.
He does, he has a flair. It's not my thing, obviously. No. I go for the lady hookers.
Well, To each his own, am I right?
Yes, but no, you have good taste in men. Yeah, he's a dashing young rogue.
He is, and this crew is lucky to have you.
Yes.
Very
They are. They really are. That's your keen eye at work.
Well, I'll see what we see. Okay. Incredible. Just in.
Can I give you a bit of advice?
Please do.
You know, you have to follow your heart. So if you do have feelings for the lad, you at least have to tell him, even if he won't return them to you.
It's funny, I've been wanting to have a conversation with him for quite a while now.
Oh,
We have a lot to discuss.
Oh, yes. What about?
Oh, you know, this and that. Feelings, as you would call them. Romance, as you would say.
You are so in touch with them.
I know. I do my best. And you've lived the sheltered and wonderful life I have.
Oh, yes?
It's not often you meet a man like that. So you run towards him. Some would say with your spear out.
TMI, my friend. TMI.
That is funny, yes. Oh, you're right, we do have quite a bit to talk about.
Yeah, we have another 2.5 hours on this watch.
Oh my god.
Wonderful.
You guys talk a little quieter.
Sorry.
Also, I just realized that in Stop Live Split, to run towards him with your spear out is fucking hilarious. Will Friedle, you're the best.
Some of us are sleeping.
Are you going to be able to get her on board with my little plan for her brother?
I think she just wants her brother to be happy.
That's wonderful.
You know?
That's wonderful. How do you come up with your songs, by the way?
Oh, well, you know, I think of like a word and then I try to think of a rhyme for it. Or like pshaw. Like what could that be? That could be pshaw. You know, something like that. I don't know. I'm working on it.
Amazing. It's a skill that I've never had, of course. But I guess, as you said, when you really take in the world and can see people and how they feel, you can really write a powerful
I'm a
ballad.
man of the world. I'm a well-traveled. I'm cultured, some would say.
Rickshaw.
Rickshaw's a good one. Oh, Rickshaw's secret weapon. I sleep near Percy a lot.
Oh, interesting.
He rhymes in his sleep. He's the strangest thing. Incredible. Yeah, I'll show you. I have interfere in the world. Sometimes it takes a while.
I don't understand.
Takes a while.
Dude, okay, so this is actually, I don't want to get too deep into this conversation. This is just a example, right, of like, this is like pretty definitional low stakes roleplay. I'm having a blast. I am having a blast. This is great RP. And, the world's stakes have not changed, but because they're just like out in the wilderness around a fire, to me, this feels more like real. It feels like I was talking about earlier with like the whole Vestiges sideline. Like you don't have to be confronted when you're not in the middle of civilization. When you're just like out around the fire, you can just fuck around a little bit and forget all the shit you left. So yeah, I like this a lot. This is really fun.
Okay.
Something rhymes with world.
It's amazing. Every time.
Absolutely incredible.
The hours pass through intense conversation and learning about one another. The sky comes to a glow with the rising sun.
For the love of God, let something attack us.
The rest of the group finds themselves to consciousness. The cold morning air and frozen bits of early morning dew across the grass and growth of the forest.
My ears feel really hot. I don't know why that is.
I've been breathing on them.
What about the little hole in the lake that we smashed? Is it still there to freeze over?
The hole's still there, but there is a very thin layer of what appears to be forming ice that could be easily cracked.
No, I gotta melt through that and I'll go and take my morning wee right on the little hole where it's starting to freeze back over.
There you go. Grog has now effectively peed in the...
Cash walks over to also pee and then looks down at Grog and goes, "Holy God," and just turns and walks.
And that's canon, folks.
That's the sound of 20,000 pens.
For the love of God.
Oh my god.
2 weeks, folks.
Oh my gosh.
2 weeks. So we're in this up. All right, so what's the plan, guys?
I don't know.
I guess we should breathe underwater and
AKL, you missed the introduction and canonization of Grog's massive dong. That's the most important thing you missed. Everything that I said, skip it. Just replay that section over and over and over. That'll give you your fanfic. All the material you need.
head down, right?
Can we handle the cold is the question I'd want to know.
That is true. How cold is that lake?
Pretty cold.
Pretty damn cold.
It's the surface is near freezing by the general temperature of the morning air. We get liable to get hypothermia if you spend an extended period of time in the water.
Extended periods.
Can we send somebody down to try to find the entrance and get in before the rest of us go down there and flounder around?
I can
It'll be easier
I
to
can
move
definitely have
faster.
really
That's
perception,
true as
so
well.
I can go down and see if I can find an opening that you guys didn't see yesterday.
I'm gonna take a walk around the whole thing and
Yeah,
see
why
if I
don't we
can
just
see
drain the
anything
lake?
on the edges.
Drain
the
the
lake?
lake?
How big? Oh, you said
Actually,
the lake was like 350, 300 feet.
Clearly, the water wasn't
It's not a
always
very,
there,
very
right?
large.
Right.
So why don't we just take the water out of the
I
lake?
can control water.
Place water? Can you take place?
I can control
Would you
water.
like make a plotting on the Red Sea sort of thing?
I might be able to actually, yeah.
Try that.
Did a 22 perception check around the edge of the lock find anything?
Nothing beyond the edge of the lake. There isn't. I mean, you find bits and pieces of broken stone, but nothing that seems to be like, indicative of a change in topography.
I would actually say breathe underwater would be the safer bet in case something happens.
I would agree.
That's
We
true.
don't want to escape. We don't want to necessarily rely on consciousness.
I can make us all look like fish.
Oh, that's good. Useful.
Yes.
That could be useful if something was attacking and they wouldn't attack fish.
Just like, oh look, fish. I'm not going to eat that.
Hold on to it.
I'm so bored of it.
I'll workshop
Or
that.
we could
I
appear
can
to be
focus.
lunch.
We look to be unhealthy fish.
No, I mean, it's good that you have it, but just hold on to it for a rainy
Or
day.
it's like serpents.
I can focus to part the waters for about 10 minutes.
Ooh, yes.
Oh,
That's more than enough.
I'll run in, search around.
You.
I can
We'll
do it
all
for
run.
about 100.
We'll all run in,
100
search around like maniacs for 10 minutes.
Bro,
All
are you
right.
ready to dig?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go.
And then if we don't find anything, then I can still cast.
How much
breathe
water
on
can
us.
you
Can you cast
part
breathe water
this
on a
lake?
bear?
100
Keep
cubic.
up to 100 feet on a side, so you could pretty much part the entire lake.
Let's do it and run down and
In,
search.
in doing so, could she get all the water out of the lake so that it would be gone forever? Or is it just a permanent, a temporary part?
I feel like
of
that's
the
killing a
lake?
lot of wildlife.
Are there a lot of fish in here?
Oh, she doesn't want to kill those fish.
Going around
just
there,
get
there
in
are
there.
some fish that live in there.
Fine.
Just get in. Let's not
Yeah,
destroy
I
the
probably
lake.
can't even get all of it out, but let me
Rains a lot,
let me
yeah.
see what I can do. Let me see what I
Filled
can
up again, Rob.
So you cast control water?
I guess I cast control water.
Keyleth, I have total faith in you.
Thank you.
Go, Keyleth, go.
Nothing wrong.
As you-
Never happens.
As Keyleth completes the spell, a rapid series of hand motions, concentrating her eyes.
Get ready to run in as soon as she's...
Illuminate with the power of her druidic divine energies. She extends her hands, and the water itself in the center, like the ice, cracks up almost like a fissure is building in the center. Like it's almost like tinfoil being folded back from the inside out. The ice is actually breaking and being pulled to the sides. And as the ice is pulled back, the water is pulled back with it. Like someone has torn into the surface of the earth and peeled the ice back like a sheet. It forms this long tunnel that leads directly down to the center of the lake. The water is being held aloft over the surface, not actually being cast to the sides out into the river. You could empty the lake for the most part if you wanted to do it now, but right now you're just
Could you
holding it
build
aloft as these two kind of water pillars.
Could you build an ice tunnel, perhaps? Take some of the ice and actually
I was
structure
gonna
it.
say actually, I think as control water, I can also change if it freezes and if it's solid. Can I like freeze the edges of this? Make like an awesome,
You cannot refreeze water with the spell, unfortunately. You can just control its shape. The temperature is a whole different.
But there is frozen. We could take the existing ice and create.
You know what? Let's just run.
Yeah,
I'm running in
everybody
and
run.
inspecting.
Yeah.
Keyleth, just be ready to throw it away.
Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna focus. I'm gonna just
It's
kind of
taking a
keep
while.
pushing it out. And
All right, I
just
run
mud.
in and start looking up,
Digging mud.
looking for anything.
go, move fast. You have 10 minutes.
I go to the entrance that was blocked and I investigate to see whether or not there's any way that we can just climb our way through. Focus on the non-vegetative spots.
I'm going
and
to
get
that
in.
and seeing if there's something there.
Okay. The stonework, you start pulling the stones that kind of block the area that lead into that one partially or collapsed entrance. And yeah, the stonework, you start moving things out of the way and it tumble down to the bottom and stick into the mud. The bottom of the pond is a very interesting sight when it's drained. Like all the plant life just stuck together and you're all kind of sloshing through.
Yeah.
And you're up to your knees with each step as
This
you
is
just
never
sink
going to
into
come
the.
It's a super muddy honest.
Yes.
I mean, I am gonna go ahead and start pushing some of the water like outwards, out of the lake, as
Okay.
I'm keeping it.
I go to
pushed.
the hole, to the anus, and start looking.
Okay. Looking there, as you begin to step into the mud, it is a thicker portion. Your feet kind of begin to sink into it.
By the way, love this whole construction of like the entrance here. This is actually similar to one of the entrances to Forge of Fury. Or is Forge of Fury, is that a subsect of a larger thing, or is that the thing? Forge of Fury, or the adventure that has Forge of Fury in it. One of the entrances is under a lake behind the mountain, and it like goes like straight to the fucking end. Basically, it goes like straight to the dragon fight. And this is sort of reminiscent to me of that. But I really, really like this as a obstacle for a high level party, because they can, just temporarily displace it as they're doing. And I'm sure that Matt honestly probably didn't even think about how they would get past it. Like you can build these very complex type of things because they have things like breathe water. They have things like control water. Like you just put something underwater, and especially when you have a druid, but even if you have just like a series of other casters or even just a series of marshals, there is probably a way that they can get past this obstacle. And so just putting this like giant thing of water with something living inside of it in their way, awesome. Now I want to make a Minecraft inspired D&D world. You could. This doesn't work as well for low level parties, but I love putting things in the world that I do not know how the players can solve it. Absolutely. Because they usually will, yeah. And I think that for lower leveled parties, you do have to think through maybe like one route of like, okay, like I know that like if things really get dire, they can probably solve it this way. But for high level parties, you kind of don't need to. Like, you kind of can just like assume that they will, as long as they have enough indications of like clues and like the direction to go in. And so, yeah, I overall like this a lot because there are kind of two things here. Is if they go down normally without spending, a ton of resources, they're probably going to get fucking got by the lake monster. And that's a fight, and that's great. And then there's the other option of, they make some sort of way to get down there easier, or if they're not going to do one of those two things, right? Go past the lake monster, or like sneak down, or like make a tunnel like she's doing, right? So there's kind of like three options. Like go down there normally, go past the lake monster, make a secure way through there, or just fucking blow up the lake. There is an option that they could probably figure out how to do that is just blow up the lake, which I'm lumping move all of the water out in with the blow up the lake option. And I am sure that Matt has some ideas of like, if she moved all of the water out, I think it would probably attract some predators. In fact, Matt has already established that things come to the lake with the owl bears. Like, that seems like a cute little thing. And I know that I said that the rock was just garnish, right? Was just nothing basically. But it does establish that there is just like shit roaming around. You know what I'm saying? So there is getting a little itchy. I will say I might need to wash it just because the brim is a little bit itchy. But it also might just be like first day wearing shit. But they let's blow up the moon. So he's established that if they really fuck with the ecosystem, if they displace a ton of dirt, if they displace a bunch of water, I think it's pretty well established that they would attract attention. And maybe attention that they might not want. So I think that this is a really cool and solid barrier to entry for this dungeon. They either get clever and they can expend the least amount of resources, like I think that they're doing, or they can push through with force, which is a lot of risk, or they can use a lot of other resources, which is a little bit less risk, but still a little bit risky, but also uses resources. So I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Especially for things that aren't 100% critical. Yeah, sure. At this point, they could find out about the lake, decide to chase the knuckles first. Absolutely. Yeah. I totally agree, Daniel. Shout out to the saturation of colors on the hat, making me realize for the first time that there's an M in that logo. There is indeed. It is very saturated colors. I had to choose colors that are definitely not my my actual like branding like hex codes, but that's fine because it looks real nice and it's like embroidered as well. I don't know if you can tell that, but it's like actual fabric as opposed to like, like what do you call it? The thing that you like steam on, like a sticker sort of deal. It's actually like fucking knitted shit. So yeah, I'm a fan. For them using 3 spell slots and taking damage for trying to open a door. Precisely, Ink Charm. The Discord logo is similarly saturated, though weirdly in the inverse. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Anyways.
You can control water. Can you control the water in the mud?
Unfortunately,
Got a lot on my mind right now, Percy.
Okay, I was just.
This is a lot. It's really heavy.
Throwing it out there.
to a certain extent, you control elements of it, but because the earth itself is not part of it, it does resist the spell effects, so it would be very minimal effects.
Okay. Yeah.
So yeah, as you step into it, you begin to sink.
Oh, I just stepped right in because I'm really smart, you guys. Hold on to me.
No, stop pulling.
All right, make a strength check.
Pulling. Oh, thank God I'm so strong. That is, I'm going to use luck, and that's shit.
I'm sinking.
11.
In
All right.
the
The two twins are now
Oh, great.
into this small
What
mire.
happened to you two?
Frog, help. Seriously. quick.
Remember how happy you were that I was alive? That's not going to last much longer.
Come on, come on,
Could you-
come on, go.
How deep are they?
She's about up to her waist now.
No, you're good. Just swim.
Up to upper torso. Vax is now getting to right around upper thigh.
Seriously.
Oh, look. I mean, you're not even like
Trinket.
twinsies about it. You're at different lengths. You've got to even out a bit.
Don't struggle or you'll sink faster.
Yeah.
Trinket until.
I take out my rope of infinite twine and throw it to Trinket's mouth from far away. Pull me out!
All right, and with that, Trinket begins to back up. Can't get traction in the mud. Is trying to pull, but it's just sliding in space.
This sucks, you
I'm gonna
guys.
track around the road.
Oh my God, to thee.
Okay.
What are you being a
Say,
chick
go
for?
ahead, strength check on
I
your
need to
own
get out of this mud.
That's a
Seriously?
12.
There's no movement on this point. You guys are trying to pull.
All
and
right,
there's-
all right.
They're not sinking right at the moment. There was tension on the rope, but they're not being pulled out either. They're just kind of held in place.
Can I use mage hand?
You all
Yes,
better
do
be
that.
making damn good use of this time.
Oh, great use, Keyleth.
Almost in.
I think we found an entrance point-ish.
Are we just at the edge of the pond?
You guys are now like in the center of the base of the pond.
But we haven't gotten to the part.
The
No, you guys are at you're at the base of the stone structure, which is not too far from the section they're sinking in.
Dying in slow
you've been
motion
pulling
over
rocks
here.
away from the crumbled entrance, which is much easier now. There isn't water pressed against it, so you're like
Yes.
actually moving rocks out of the way, and you're making some headway into this entrance.
All right, do I even see them? Do I
You
see
see
them?
out of the corner of their eye them talking and shouting to each other.
All right, Grok, come over here there, darling. I've got some rocks you can move into. Maybe we can get in on this side.
Okay.
You're not going to even help.
I can't see you. I just corner of my eye. I hear you squabbling. You guys squabble all the time.
Well, now, what are we moving?
Seriously, we're dying. We're gonna die.
Kima runs
Sinking
up
in
to
the
you guys.
mud over here.
They're fine.
So, let's put this in. Oh, yeah, no.
Hey guys, you want a hand?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, so
Sound
I will
thinking.
cast Bigman's hand,
We're useless. I've never felt so useless.
and I will gently lift them up and cup them as I pull them up from the.
Easy enough to do. The giant shimmering arcane hand of Big B scoops both of the twins up and just dislodges them from the muddy surface, setting you guys down gently and kind of drifts to your side with a thumbs up.
Since we have Bigby's hand, why don't we use it to...
Can you
sir.
scoop
Yeah,
out
could-
that
could
mud?
you-
Sure. What do you need me to lift?
Can you scoop out all the mud in that fucking hole that just tried to kill us?
All right, let's scoop. We're scooping. I'm
Are
scooping.
you scooping mud or are you scooping stone? I didn't hear which one you're doing.
I go with Zara. What do you want me to scoop, Zara?
Oh, well, did I even hear any of this? I'm still over there with Grog.
Zara, you need some help.
Rock. Yeah, moving rocks.
We're moving rocks.
Moving rocks.
Okay.
I think we're going to move rocks. Can you give us a hand with the rocks?
Sure. Here comes. Whee!
Okay.
That makes sense.
I'll say, go ahead. The two of you guys make strength checks, and you go ahead and roll a d20 and add your charisma. Oh, the Bigby hand is
20.
Wow, that's your wisdom modifier. Holy cow.
Is that good or bad?
That's awful. That's amazing. I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, roll an 8 plus 8 to it.
16.
16. Okay. 20 and 4. So you're helping.
I'm more of a delegator.
Yeah, you're the foreman of this
I'm the foreman.
exercise.
Move
But
rock over
between
there.
Grog and Bigby's hand, though, large sections of stone are being scooped out and tossed to the side.
I start kind of tossing water out of this lake.
You're hitting the 5 to 6 minute mark. It's a 10-minute duration
Okay.
at this point, so
Seeing
you're a
that
little
they're
past
still doing
halfway.
a lot of work, I'm going to start seeing if I can push some of this water out of the lake a bit.
Okay, so you push some of the water out of the way, some of it's splashing off into the side and kind of being soaked into the local dirt and earth. You're still holding about half of the pond itself up at the sides. You guys are going to make headway through it and see a lot of the stones here have been pushed in with suction from the mud and kind of kept a barrier. And about 3 minutes later, you begin to find an opening and you start pulling out the big plug of stone, and you can see beyond that there is an actual stairway and a pitch black, lightless entrance that goes deeper into this actual structure.
Let's go.
Well, problem, stairway. But when water comes back in, you drown in that stairway. So
We have to block it up behind us.
All right,
Once this is done, can you cast one of those? No.
maybe
have a
I
sphere
start
of some sort?
walking towards them and
Stupid,
kind of
stupid. Once
Wait.
we're in and water's
Making a
covering
water
it, we're
bubble.
not going to be able to get these.
Keyleth,
stones
can you
away.
walk down the...
Okay, this is a big old. We're about to go into an ad. This is an old reference. When I was talking about the mega dungeon of the Underdark, I talked about entrances that like close behind the players. This is a perfect example. This is a perfect example of they either, if they want to use the clever, low resource usage solution, they have to block the entrance behind themselves, which is not good if you're trying to escape or something. But it's also the least disruptive if something comes around to like check like what happened. It's like the most stealthy. So this is one of the reasons that I love having a big danger or obstacle that is very difficult or very disruptive key to move. Or to get rid of. But with that, Twitch just isn't emitting the events, so I'm gonna have to figure out a different way to get the notifications. Because I'm looking at my fucking bot, and it's just not. Twitch just is not emitting the event. So and I don't know why that is. But we're gonna go to an ad. And I'll see y'all in a second. Goodbye.
Warning, ad incoming, take cover.
What up? Oh, did the the speaker bot freaked out? That's fair. Yeah, I was testing to make sure that the the emission is theoretically enabled. And it's enabled. It should theoretically be working. You have text on screen for ad. Oh, probably. Oh, yeah. Because I was, yep. And the switching to BRB is what gets rid of that. But we have not switched to BRB. So there we go. But the Twitch upcoming ad is just not triggering for some reason, and I don't know why. I'm going to try switching it to 2 minutes rather than 1, and we're going to see if that potentially changes things. I kind of doubt it. But we'll see. Okay. Anywho, back to Critical Role. I'm also excited for our first dungeon in a while. So I'm kind of excited about that.
This way while still doing that, and Scanlan, can you use Bigby's hand to block the hole once Keyleth is past you?
Yes, yes,
For
if
a
we go
very
fast.
small amount of time.
Yeah, and then Keyleth, can you make a wall of stone once you've let down the water?
Yes, if we try and go super fast.
Let's
I
do
can
it.
cast
Let's do
light
it.
and get
Just
us
try and
down
use
there. Or let's see if
Bigby's
Bigby's
hand
hand
can
can
make
maybe
the wall of stone.
Yeah, let's
Okay,
see
yeah,
if
I can make a wall behind us or something.
All right,
Take a
so-
hot
So I go
second.
in and I start heading towards the tunnel and pushing all the water.
Okay, so keeping the water at bay now, kind of rotating around your movement into the center, you all make your way towards that rocky entrance. It's just big enough to get each of you through, Grog and Trinket at the very largest. You all push your way through, climbing on the other side. Keyleth concentrating steps inside is the last one as you begin with the last few
I guess
minutes
I'll
you
just
have.
pack it with mud and rocks, right?
Just taking all chunk after chunk after chunk, just at the tail end of your concentration. The hand pulls in the last plug as the water comes crashing into itself, filling the space. As you all are standing there, the light of Zara's staff kind of lighting the area, there's the impact of water rushing in against the stonework, and you can feel the whole place kind of shake from the impact. And immediately, water begins to rush in through the cracks of this created section.
I'm not a good builder.
Hold it, Scanlan, hold it for a moment.
I would say, based on the push of the water against the rock and Bigby's hand against that, I need you to go ahead and roll d20 and add 8 for Bigby's strength to try and hold the plug in place.
This is the boy in the dike.
Yeah.
24.
24 total roll. With that impact, you can see streams of water pushing through and mud and other elements kind of filling the gaps of the stonework. Bigby's hand pushing up against it. The looks like the stonework was ready to give, and the water begins to just go ahead and fill this vicinity. The hand pushes back until the streams that are peeking through turn to a trickle. And by the time the spell finally comes to an end, the hand vanishes. The plugged hole gives a little bit, and then seems to keep itself in place. Water's still dribbling out and trickling. There is still a gradual bit of moisture passing through here, and you don't know how long it will hold. For the time being, it seems to be holding.
Yikes!
Well done, Scanlan.
Well, thank you for the idea.
Well, we could risk it, or
We can, of course we can risk it.
wall.
I am.
I think we can risk it for now.
Yeah, risk it, because we have to go back
That's
through
true.
this way.
If,
Let's at
if
least head
something happens, you can
downstairs.
put
I
it
can
up.
always,
Yeah, if
Let's
need
head
be.
downstairs. We might not need to worry about this in a second.
Hey, Snicky, go take a look.
Are you talking to her or me?
No, you, Shipbrain.
Hey, you know what? We're not doing anything for you, you fuck, because you didn't even try to help us.
Oh, look at me digging in a muddy hole that led to nowhere.
I let them argue.
We don't know where it
Step
led.
forward.
No one helped.
While they're fighting.
We didn't hear you, Tyler.
Natural 20.
We heard
Nice.
you.
He heard
Yeah, my man's gonna check this stuff out.
Oh, you must be so proud.
Very excited.
As Vax vanishes from your sight, disappearing into the shadows down the stairway that leads forward, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. So get your snacks, get your bathroom on. We'll be here as soon as
Perv
possible.
on.
Get your perv on! Hey, perv on!
Yeah, get your perv on.
Set it up. Perfect.
Perv on.
You're gonna
They never made it out of the tunnel.
Geek and Sundry says it's tabletop day on April 30th. There's tabletop day. More than 2.
It's tabletop day. Oh my goodness. They've got a little ukulele to tell us. Okay, interesting. And there's an art break.
150 stores will sell.
An art break. Oh, that was Marisha. Well, now we're gone. Now Marisha is no longer here. Wait. Oh, wait. I skipped the art break. Wait. There it is. Wait. There we go. I found it.
Back anymore.
Now they're enjoying it.
Let it go.
Wait, I want to see the one of Grog being offended. Or was it? What is it? I'm hurt, offended even. Okay, I thought that this was all like a single comic, but it's just a lot of different drawings. Dang it. You know, I was thinking about how it was going really fast. I was like, whoa, they are speed running this ad break. That's a good point. We're on a little bit of increased speed. That was good art break. That was nice. Yeah, man, they have a lot of. It's just. It's crazy how, like, what an instant success it was, you know? Like, it is crazy. Which, to be fair, they were on an established channel, you know? It's not like they were trying to go from zero, but also, it was a crazy instant success with, like, so much, you know, feeling behind it. And, like, such, like, dedicated fans just off rip. Yeah, this is super cool.
Ash with Moonhammer.
It's always fun to see some of those artist names even back then. Yeah, because I know that they worked with a lot of those artists going forward into like the actual like books that they published. Everyone involved was certainly an overnight success in the sense that they'd worked very hard on their craft for decades. They were not an overnight success. Critical Role was an overnight success, you know? Like these people, you know, you have a lot of professionals that, you know, grind away at their day jobs and, you know, reach a certain level of like success and proficiency. But every, you know, any of their hobbies or their passion projects that they try, they have, you know, little to no traction in. And so it's very wild. What just like, because they have something. It's not like, you know, there's a reason it was an instant success, but it is still wild. But it was an instant success, not overnight. 3 hours left. I'm gonna be up late a bit. Yeah, we have about 3 hours. 2 hours and 50 minutes. So let's get rolling.
All right. So, now, as you guys, bringing back to the game here, I think those are all the announcements we're supposed to make there. Perfect. Set up here with some proper audio. Some atmosphere here.
Imperial Death March.
Little CNC music.
Perfect.
With mud
Dude, I was... Oh, no, yeah.
Right. Are we like... So,
Star Chickens?
What's
happening?
Yeah.
Apparently. They just got the power on our show.
So, as are you guys all staying top the stairs, or are you just staying a little bit behind Vax's movement?
I'm 20 feet ahead.
Yes. So
We're moving
A bit with the light.
but we should probably, I don't know, stealth. I don't know what would be alive down here, but there might be undead. Actually, can I take a moment and use primeval awareness and sense if there's any undead entities around, any ghostly, undead zombie-ish, anything undead?
you take.
Roll to 30 for perception.
Yes.
Aberrations.
So wait, which one are you focusing on?
Oh, do I have to
I think you have
focus
to,
on one
you
of
have
them?
to choose the type.
Let's start with undead.
Undead, you take a moment focusing here as
Up to 6 miles.
Yes, as Vax pushes forward. Nothing catches your attention undead-wise. There are no other entities within the vicinity which you can focus on. So yeah, that's one thing you don't got to worry about.
One thing. One thing.
I think a Z is in the front with her light, cashbacks all the way up to the back, and light's a light as well.
Okay. All right. So the two of you have light from this pitch dark vicinity, which is helpful for the those of human descent.
Thank you.
Yeah, so no undead presence in the vicinity. Vax pushing down the stairwell, it continues downward with a slight curvature, almost like a gradual spiral staircase, until eventually it hits a floor area. And like the flooring here is at a tilt. From what you can see, this whole tomb, this whole ruin is, when it sank in, it sank at a slight angle. And the surfaces of all the stonework here is still slick with water and various liquid that has just trickled through over time. You get the sense that there are a number of leaks within this temple, and it just, the river or the pond that would grow larger is just steadily slipping into this ruin and then being filled over time from the rainy and snowy weather as it hits the area. As you hit the bottom and you look around, you see ahead immediately across the way as you're the first to hit there, two small humanoid shapes down at this T-juncture. To the right and the left of you are two tunnels, and there's one ahead, and about 35, 40 feet ahead of you see two humanoid individuals.
We've already got company. I see two small little buggers ahead of me. I don't know what they are.
I cast Fast Without a Trace on the group.
All right.
Can you kill them? I don't know yet. Just wait for a second. I'm gonna sit for 1 minute, and see what they do.
Can we stealth?
Yeah, it's all stealth.
All right, normal stealth. You keeping your light spells up?
No.
No.
Oh, you snuff the light spells, so you have 0 visibility. Right?
I have dark
Really
vision.
well
Oh.
hidden.
You're fine.
Yep, I've got dark vision.
How do you do?
So do I.
Stealth checks from everybody.
I am covered in mud.
Oh, that's true. We are really camouflaged.
Twins are dark right now.
I rolled a natural 1.
No, add 10 to it.
11.
14. Natural
Oh,
one.
plus.
Failure.
32.
Yeah, just
30.
fail.
22.
28.
17. 4 plus 10.
14.
14 with plus 10.
No, that's 24.
Okay.
And is there any light here?
There's no light.
No
We
light.
just asked it. I can. Grog and I can see.
Dark vision.
Dark vision.
These two figures just walk beyond. What little bit you can see, and both of you guys roll perception checks. Those are dark vision right now.
Oh, wait.
Natural 20. Natural 20. Yeah.
14. The two of you can see these entities. They're huge.
Oh, and Daniel, this is how I DM. This is how I play. This is just me, baby. This is just me. I have to almost always give my characters some sort of contrivance for why they take like these types of like detailed notes. One of them was they were a ranger, but they had the entertainer background, and they wrote songs about their travels, and so they had to take notes so they could write accurate songs. And Eudokia is a map maker. I always have to give my characters some sort of reason that they take notes like this, because I think in maps. I feel like 5.5 should just note that the humans cannot see in the dark at this rate. Yeah, dude, unironically, not a visual guy. Well, no, Sputnik. This has nothing to do with whether I'm a visual guy or not. This has to do with my severe is the wrong word, but very broad and until recently undiagnosed ADHD. If I do not take extreme notes, does not sink in. Does not sink in. And I am a visual note taker. Because writing it all out takes too much effort. This is the easiest way for me to take quick notes, and that is the entire reason that it happens. I know Marisha takes notes. I don't know if she ever maps, though. Oh, I only map. Honestly, the reason that I like Obsidian is because my notes turn into a map. I really like that aspect of it.
Humanoid, bipedal, 2 arms, 2 legs, standing up on their legs. However, their feet are these webbed claw type physicality. They're wearing kind of haphazard leather tunics, wrappings around their wrists, and they're hunched forward as they're walking away from you, deeper into the shadow, seemingly completely unnoticing your presence. Their heads are these kind of bowed forward fish type visions. You can see they have these bulbous eyes at the edges, jagged, toothy mouths that end at the small points to the end. Very, very fish-like, amphibious type entities. They just kind of both scuffle alongside each other and shuffle into the darkness beyond, down that further hallway. You still have the tunnels.
They're walking in pitch black, right?
Yes.
We have tunnels left and right.
Left and right, and in front where they both disappeared down.
We don't hear them speaking. We don't hear them doing anything.
No, they're just walking.
Do they look to be like on patrol? Are they walking back and
They're
forth?
just walking. They haven't turned back yet.
Listen up, you.
Yes, you see both of them have what looks to be like a cluster of ropes to one side, hanging off the belt, and have spears that they're clutching, just kind of like walking along.
Are the ropes attached to the spears?
No.
Do they have eyeballs?
They do.
What color are they?
There's no color in dark vision. It is black and white.
Everyone listen up, there's 2 of them and they're walking away from us down a hall. They don't see us yet.
I bet it's some sort of fish-like creature. They've got spears and ropes.
You know what? I bet if they live in the dark, light will kind of blind them.
I bet you know? Very smart.
Are we all huddled together at this point?
No, I was talking
Yeah, they've all gathered down to
They
the
came
bottom
up
of the
behind me, right?
Yeah.
So you're
Okay,
talking
we're
to
all
your ear to me.
Guess what?
What's going on? It sounded like that, but I can't see shit down here. Zara, you were able to see.
I just kind of poke my head in between the twins and I go,
Do you guys have an earache? Is your ear hurt? You seem to be holding your ears.
You can't see shit either.
What?
What do you need?
Should we light up? Should we get some light?
Should we? There's a tunnel to the left. Oh no, thank you. There's a tunnel to the left and there's a tunnel to the right.
I pull out my flame dagger and make dim light.
Okay, so as the dagger gives off a little bit of flame, those of you with light vision, extended visual at this point. And at this point too, like as you're adjusting to the atmosphere here, there is this very heavy smell of mold and mildew throughout this entire area. And looking down, you can see the bit of light dances across the stone floor that has, what you see, water trickling across it and leaning to one side to the left, kind of with the tilt of the floor. What do you wish to do?
Well, we can follow the fish. We can follow the Fish Brothers, or we could check out these 2 tunnels.
I like that.
I have a question.
This is also a great example of something that I've talked about multiple times, and Matt is getting like, yeah, I don't want to say if he's getting like better or worse at it, but he is more consistently showing it. Of whenever your players get to a junction point, you have to give them some decision between the two sides. And in this case, it is one way, you see fucking nothing. The other way, you see two fish guys. But they walk off. Like, it's a very clear decision point. And it doesn't have to be super detailed. It doesn't have to be a fucking puzzle every time. But it would have been lame if they had gotten to this junction point and there had been literally no decision between the two directions. That would have been bad. That would have been really, really bad. You don't want it to be like a totally random choice. Even if they end up making the decision randomly, it should feel like there is a difference between the two directions. One of them has Kuatoa in that direction, the other one doesn't. But that's enough. It doesn't have to be crazy detailed. It just has to be there.
Yeah. I have a question.
Yes.
In my book that I bought for 30 gold,
Yep.
did it mention what level of the multi-level tomb the champion was buried on?
No, there wasn't much detail about the tomb's actual build. It spoke more of the history of the man who was buried there, and gave reference to
the sign says the wrong way, but it's a trap. That's the like entire text of the sign, like a Minecraft like lines. Yeah, she is still butthurt at it.
the direction you were traveling to just reaffirm that you were going the right way.
You got played.
I got played. It was with a worthless 30 gold then.
And
No, you learned information about the history of the man who's buried here. It's not like every single stone structure of ancient history has a book of blueprints available at your local 7-Eleven.
That was 60 gold.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a little more expensive.
All right, Grob. Since you and I have dark vision, is it still? Did you cast light? Is somebody?
No, you see Vax is holding out his flame dagger. It has a little bit of fire dripping off
Little
it. It's
fire.
very, ever so gently lighting the very local area.
I'd like to investigate the tunnel to the left.
And I'll look at the one on the right.
To the left. You go to one on the right.
But I tell Vax to stay on my 6 as I go up.
And I follow Z.
Yep.
Okay.
Which one of us are you talking to?
So we have Grog and Vex are heading to the right.
Vax.
Sorry, Grog and Vax are heading to the right, and then Zara and Cash are going to the left. Anyone else? Everyone else staying in the center?
I'll
Staying center.
I'm
Stay
gonna
center
go
with
with Zara.
I've noticed that you all have some sort of earpiece. Do you have any extra?
No.
No, but I'm gonna go with you, so I'll be able to report.
Oh, great.
Thank you.
I'll stay
Glad
center
to
with
be
Percy.
Okay, so you stay behind.
Ash, are you sure you don't want to go with Vax?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
All right.
All right, so Grog and Vax, you guys traverse to the right. With a little bit of light that he's bringing off the dagger. It continues for about 15 feet before it curves sharply to the right. Roll a perception check, Grog.
Oh, that dark vision too. That's not bad. 17.
17. You turn the corner and manage to stop.
Grog went to the left, right? I guess it doesn't matter. As long as I am clear about which way is which, it doesn't actually matter which one's left and which one's right.
Stop yourself just as your feet meet the edge of where the stone flooring has dropped out. The tunnel itself here just seems to have ended, and there is a chasm that just disappears beneath your visual range. A couple of stones kind of crumble.
Stop.
You hear them,
Back up.
after a number of seconds, eventually hit with a slight splash of water.
I just think you should go in front of me here is all.
I think I should go for you. Want me to
Yeah,
stand
yeah,
ahead?
it looks a little slick, but just go ahead, just real careful.
All right, I walk
No,
past-
I'm kidding, Jesus.
What?
It falls
What
off into eternity, it's instant death. There's
What the fuck
nothing
is wrong with you?
You can't see.
I really can't get a beat on you.
Can you guys keep calm? I can hear you from here.
I'll grab my earring and say, the right, I'm on the right, right? I'm on the right, it is a dead end all the way.
Is it like a dead end? What's a wall in front of you?
I grasp his giant fucking forearm and lean out with the dagger. And how far can I see with this dim light?
You can see that this collapsed portion of the it goes for about 25 feet, and then the path continues beyond that for about another 25 feet, and then comes to a halt to the opposite
So
side.
there's a big gap, and then there's more path.
Correct.
Further. It goes on.
Yeah, it's like 20 feet. Does anybody climb on anything?
I'm not here.
Do you see any openings?
You don't even know what we're doing.
Shit.
Yeah, can't you climb on shit?
I can, but let's see what the others find on their end, and then we'll figure out if we want
All
to
right.
deal with this.
Hey, Scanlon.
Oi.
What did you and Zora find?
Well.
So as you guys continue down the other
Meanwhile, back at the ranch.
you guys step down this surface, and the water is pouring down this way. And as you step, there's this squishing sound. Not from the water, but there is every 10 or so feet. There's a patch of like a very thick, mucusy slime that seems to cover portions of the wall and portions of the floor. And you just kind of like slip a little bit and catch yourself, and there is a residue that you kind of have to slip off your boots.
This is never going to be good.
Eventually, the tilted tunnel comes to a very tight spiral staircase that descends further down.
It's kind of dumb. I can see some sort of spiral staircase, but there seems to be a lot of goo here, and I'm always weary of goo.
Goo is rarely good.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
But we should continue on to find out.
How about
I agree. Should we?
Might?
Should we check in with the others and see?
What are you holding your ear for?
This is something we all do. I don't know why it doesn't. We don't need to do this. It's just like a thing.
Like Professor X.
Yeah, it doesn't make. You know what? I'm gonna try it without. It might feel weird. Grog, can you hear me? Grog, can you hear me?
Yeah, no,
oh,
yeah.
see, it doesn't work that way. I know what it is. The magic. Grog, there's a spiral staircase and some snot, so we're gonna keep going.
Wait, you're going down into the
I'm
salty.
gonna Grog.
Let's all go down into the final step.
I heard it as well. We don't want to split up.
Let's all head down the final step.
Is there any moss not near Percy and I? Kind of in the middle of the hole.
Looking about your general vicinity, very quickly at your foot, yeah, there's...
Can I do like a check?
snot check.
Just a snot check.
Make a nature check.
That one failed me.
I blame the dice.
Get out of here. Let's do it with one. Oh, that's good.
See?
29.
Taking the slickness of it, you would expect some sort of secretion, and there is no acridness to it. There is nothing about it that seems to jump out at you as a natural creation by a creature. You're not quite sure what the source of it could be. It could be just somehow just over time slickness that came in through the water, or some other source you really, in your experience as a druid, have no clear idea as to where this may have come from.
So it's not from a creature, but it is natural, or it's not?
So she didn't roll high enough, right? That's what's going on here. She didn't roll high enough.
It doesn't appear to be natural. It doesn't appear to have any sort of the viscousness doesn't match anything you've encountered from nature. So you're not sure what the source is. It doesn't appear to be like a large snail or something like that.
All right.
The only reason you would know that is from your experience with subterranean creatures and studying that in your books, and as you kind of go through what you've researched, nothing jumps out at you.
You've milked a lot of snails, and you've never seen
Right.
anything like this before.
This is the strangest snail milk I've ever seen.
Does it have any aroma? Does it?
No, actually, no aroma whatsoever. It is relatively featureless, other than its kind of viscous texture.
I'm gonna pull a Grog and taste it.
I was just gonna say, we're
You said there's no acrid.
Okay, I need you guys to both. No, I'm kidding. Flavorless.
Yeah. Oh. Hey guys, I
It's
don't
a lube.
I don't trust
It
this
is.
this moss, this goo. It creeps me out. Just be careful.
Well, on our end, there's a big chasm over here, and there is a path on the other side of it, but we'd have to get over the chasm.
I mean,
so
we can manage that if you think it's not a
But
good
you've got a
idea.
complete stairway over there with boogers in
No,
it.
no,
peek around.
I think we want to head down.
We've got a staircase
Down.
Can you guys hear it? Can we? No.
Dark vision is 60 feet.
You're really light. It sounds like you're
It sounds like
on
it's
beyond
coming
your
through,
vision.
yeah, like
Just continue
someone else's phone.
They did not notice you, and they have not seemingly returned yet.
Like a century, I just keep looking that way.
I think we should go down.
I agree.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
What do you think about a little bit of light?
I also immediately like this setup of, I would say that the two Kuatoa, I should probably reclassify this as an interest point. So this is some sort of interest point, but they walked off. And then there is something that is maybe an interest point, but probably more of a difficult path. Like if they wanted to quickly get back and forth, this slime / mucus / goo is probably going to be problematic. And then they have just a very distinct, very discrete obstacle of just like, hey, yep, this is not complicated. It's not even interesting, which like I use interesting in a very particular way. Right now when I'm talking about maps, of like, if you haven't seen my how to make a D&D map video, I have basically like 3 to 4 classifications. I have, like nothing points, which are just, like this junction is a nothing point. Like nothing's actually there. Interest points, obstacles, difficult paths, and then treasure, but treasure is normally embedded within a different type of point. Whether that's like an obstacle or a difficult path or something. So I really like the interesting point being used to give a difference between the two junctions. And then once you pick a junction or pick one of the two paths, one of the paths contains just a discrete obstacle of just like, you just have to get across the chasm. It's not complicated. It's just a straight up obstacle. And then another one is this like weird slime mucus stuff that like very obviously I think would make it difficult to like run quickly through that area, probably, unless you got rid of it. But normally difficult path types are difficult to get rid of, which I think this slime mucus would be. So I think this is a good example of what I would call a difficult path. And difficult paths typically, maybe they require a resource to get through, but normally they just make traversing an area just more difficult. And I think the slime definitely will. So I like that immediately as the two junctions. You don't want to have a junction where both sides just have an obstacle. I think that's lame. That's lame. If you just have like, you know, white and then on both ends right here, they're both red. Like, I think this is bad. This is bad. But having it immediately be, why? Hello? Oh, it got confused because it doesn't know how to erase in a different color. Fair. But if you have this as a choice, I think this is a much more interesting choice for your characters. So, liking the dungeon so far.
That's you know what, I can still see the dot.
This is the part I wish I was better at. Players ask something off the wall like what the slime smells like, and there's zero thinking, zero hesitation, just big improv. I can't tell if this was something he had pre-planned or he's making it up on the spot. I would, if I, you know, this is obviously pure speculation, but I would bet that it was just off the spot, and that's just improv skill. And that is something you can do exercises to get better at, is like that type of improv skill. You can even, you can take an improv class, or you just DM a lot. That is a really great example of something that like no amount of D&D, you know, YouTube or advice videos is really gonna get you there on. You know, there is like there is some advice of like, you know, have some pre-generated lists on the back end and like, you know, cross things off as you use them, so that you're not, you know, repeating yourself, which I do think can be helpful, but especially if you are going after that zero hesitation cadence, you know, having those pre-prepared lists isn't going to get you to zero hesitation. So I think reading a variety of fiction, true. Yeah, reading a lot of fiction, intaking, especially reading, is going to make you better at giving those sorts of descriptions than watching movies, watching YouTube videos, watching TV shows, because the books have to describe it like you have to describe it as a DM, whereas movies, TV shows normally don't explain it or specify it that verbally, that explicitly. They'll just have characters like react to the smell, you know? So I do think that reading a lot is going to help, but I think ultimately, yeah, it's just an improv skill. The prepared lists are things I do for NPCs that effectively does work because I have to consult my notes for important NPCs as well as unimportant, so there's no leak. True. Yeah, that's fair. That's definitely fair. So yeah, I think you know, overall, it's that's just a skill that you have to build up.
For a little while, let's not lose anything of our presence.
Fair enough.
The two of you are fumbling in complete darkness right now.
Yeah, it's really.
Well, I was asking Zeke.
Do you want a little bit of all right.
It just can't be much help. That's the problem.
Just a smidge. When you cast light, do you get to control the amount of light, or is it just?
Sure, I don't see why not. I think if you want to keep it low.
All right, I'll cast light, very, you know, and sort of keep my staff behind
candlelight
me. A
type.
fake candlelight as I continue to use my dark vision going down.
All right. So do you guys return with the rest of the group, and the group continues down the spiral staircase?
I want to keep an eye out for any kind of traps or anything.
Yeah, excuse me. I'm gonna, you know, I can see some things.
I keep an eye on the goo.
Okay. I'll stay in the very back.
I'm watching her watch.
Okay. At this point, now Trinket finally comes down the rest of the staircase, but staying back from the rest of the group being stealthy.
Trinket, have you ever experienced anything like this? Do you know anything about this gooey shite?
Trinket is actually far behind. You have to back up.
All right, never mind.
You guys have quite a large group here, especially with Kima involved. You have quite the party. Yeah. It's gonna be very interesting.
We're all in the same tunnel now?
Yeah, you guys are all making your way down the left tunnel, down the spiral staircase. That's how I found. So you progress downward. So you're looking for
traps. I'm looking for traps.
Just keeping an eye out.
Yeah, I'm using the light from her thumb, or whatever.
Staff.
Your staff.
I want to look for any kind of imperfections in the stairs that look like they could collapse at any time, or they could be unsafe.
What do you guys think? Perception check with disadvantage.
For me?
Disadvantage.
Very low light.
No disadvantage. And ooh. No, I rolled both at the same time. 22 for me.
28 for me.
That's a disadvantage roll.
Crossing down, what catches your eye is a little ways down the spiral staircase. There are a couple of small, dark, like minor objects that stand out against the rest of the stone structure.
Can I crouch down and kind of look at it?
Will appear to be a couple of dark feathers.
Dark feathers.
They are beneath an actual layer of slick slime. They've been there for a while, but there are two feathers.
Do they look like the owlbear feathers that I
No, actually, all bear feathers are textured with some layers of color, like a natural owl type entity would have. These are jet black.
Are they raven feathers?
You recognize it very quickly.
Keyleth, have you ever seen feathers like this?
Do they appear to be raven
They are
feathers?
raven feathers, yes.
These are raven feathers.
Why were they covered in goo?
Maybe this was some sort of offering to the Raven Queen. We might be getting close.
Fuck the Raven Queen, right? That makes sense.
Well done.
Thank you.
Well done.
Are you guys?
Yes.
Ravens.
Ravens. Yeah, ravens. Onward.
All right.
Press on.
Pressing down the spiral staircase, it comes to another floor beneath the one you just hailed from. We go ahead and make another perception check. You guys want to forward?
Yeah.
It's the two of you at the front.
Yeah.
Do you need more light? All right.
Oh, was I supposed to still be at disadvantage?
If she's behind you with a very, very faint bit of candlelight, you guys have a light vision, so you can still make these checks right now. But it's a disadvantage because it's very, very limited.
22.
26.
Damn. Look what you twins.
Wins, baby.
That's yeah.
All right. As you guys push forward, you reach out and stop Vax before he takes another step. As you notice this pathway now kind of hatchbacking back in the direction from where you guys come, but on the lower floor, you can see these very, very thin, about 2-inch wide slits in the stone walls to each side of you.
I'm going to take a closer look at those things.
Okay.
Yeah. Do I need to roll anything if I see them now? Because she's pointed them out.
Yeah.
Or
She pointed them out.
More light, so you can see.
I'm going to try to disarm them. They look like things I've seen before. They look like traps. I'm going to try to disarm them.
Okay. Go for it.
Zara, give him a little more
I
light.
extend my staff and I raise the
So
light
we
just a
cannot-
bit so you
yeah.
can
All right.
see.
What is it
Does it
for?
look like traps where you want to like perceive
What
them a
is
little bit?
disarm traps? Is that?
Well, this is using
Dexterity checks?
No, this would be using your thieves' tools, and
Oh.
for this it would be a. I will make this an intellect check with the tools.
Intellect check, not the thieves' tools, or
No, it's the thieves' tools proficiency plus your intelligence modifier.
plus the intelligence modifier.
Correct. Because this is you actually have not encountered this type of trap before, and you're trying to ascertain its nature without setting it off.
Well, that's 23 then.
Wow, you're really
23.
smart.
Yeah.
Okay. As you kind of step forward and begin to try and pull your tools out to inspect the nature of these, looking into the dark paths on each side, there's a instantaneous movement, like a puff of air that comes out of each side. I need you to go ahead and roll a dexterity save.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to do the, instinctually I do evasion, if it's dexterity. I rolled a 22. Dexterity, yeah, 22.
All right. You just out of the way as these two pendulum blades right past you, missing you by about a half an inch. And then disappear,
I did not expect
and then
that.
swing back a second time, kind of resetting on the opposite sides of the hallway.
Did we see that?
Yes, you did.
We all saw that, right?
You all saw that with a very...
Everyone saw that, right?
Right.
We all saw that.
I just kind of shout forward. Nice.
Scythes in the wall. My nose tickles right now. I'm gonna attempt to take these out. Hold on. And
Can I
these
perceive
tools
around and see if
again.
I see any switches or anything that would turn them off?
Make an investigation check.
What these tools to disarm, right?
You, based on the check you previously made,
Yeah.
these are a little more intricate, and you're having a hard time deciding or finding a way to disarm them. This would be more of trying to find a mechanism in which to disarm
Got it.
them, which
This
she is.
wouldn't be Underdarky at all, would it?
No.
Then I'm gonna perception check.
Then I rolled a 10.
Well, this is an investigation check.
Investigation. All right.
10? You have
Could you
no
say
idea the
trick?
nature of these.
Why is everybody being an
13.
asshole today?
From this perspective, you have no inkling or idea as to what the mechanism is, where it's hidden, if there is a way to disable the trigger. You've not encountered this before, and it is a little bit beyond your expertise at the moment.
There's giant scythes in the wall or something, and I can't figure out how to.
See, I'm curious, Daniel. You're saying that this is the perfect place for traps. I mean, I guess it's a tomb. It's a tomb, so that's why we're trapping the place up, like like wiring like mining, my ancestor, my grandma's grave to make sure that no one fucks with it. Putting a tripwire outside the mausoleum. I guess if you're burying him with nice shit. I will be interested to see. That's why, I wrote this why up here of like, I am interested in if there's any explanation for this other than that they don't want people fucking with this dude's grave. Because that's an explanation that I don't hate, but I'm I like to have a little bit more oomph around my reasoning for traps. Tomb that's associated with the god of death and already buried underwater sends a nobody come here vibe. Well, they built they assumingly built the traps before it went underwater, right? Because it sank after it fell into disrepair. So I'm assuming that they built the traps when they were still keeping it in repair. But that always begs the question to me of like, okay, so like people were interacting with this location while it had these traps presumably, because they had to build it, and then it would have sunk. I think I assumed it started out down there. Not from my understanding. From my understanding, it was built, and then he said that that worship of the Raven Queen like waned in periods of low conflict, and so it fell into disrepair and then sunk. So when I'm thinking about that, I'm like, okay, so there were just people that were just like hanging out and like interacting with this tomb while it had like a swinging pendulum trap. It's fine. It does stretch me a bit on believability of like, I can understand like certain types of traps potentially, but like a swinging axe pendulum just like on a place that like was like staffed and maintained at some point in the past feels a little bit disconnected. A tomb with a vestige of the champion of the Raven Queen, nothing special. True. But it's more that, like, there were people there at some point in the past. And then I don't think it was trapped after they left, Traps are more believable than puzzles. Both are overused, though. Accurate. I agree with that. I definitely agree with that. That most times traps are more believable than puzzles. Anyone meant to be there would know about and bypass the traps. It'll depend, and that's why I didn't like pause to immediately like call it out. But then we had a comment and I wanted to discuss it. But that's why I'm saving kind of my why for later, because depending on the layout, that could make sense. And we know that, like, we don't know exactly where they're entering this, right? It's fallen, it's sunken. So we don't know if they're, entering the back door. Like, we don't know exactly if this was, like, meant to be an entrance. But having one of the two entrances to, like, your place of work trapped is a little interesting, But we'll have to see what the full layout looks like for me to give a full opinion on that. I feel like it's less about the tomb and more about the ancient powerful artifact. Maybe. But again, we don't have traps in our security measures IRL, which this obviously isn't IRL, this is fantasy, but in places where people are actively working, like we don't really have like laser grids that actually kill you. We have laser grids that set off alarms. You know what I'm saying? Like it's rare, I think, even within the context of like history, that there are death traps within the context of like a security protocol, where people like work and provide. So even if they could avoid it, I think the only way that it makes sense, like even in the avoidance aspect, is if it's in an area that normal workers are never supposed to go into at all. So like if we fucking put like saw blades in the vents, I think that makes a little bit more sense to me. But if it's like someone would have to go through here, disable it, and then go through and then re-enable it, that always doesn't really track with my mind. Traps like this feel like an ancient version of the swipe prox card points. Are they? I don't know about that. I don't know about death. The death. Like to me, that would be like a wall, that moves up and down. I don't know about the swinging blades being the equivalent of a swipe card. Yeah, kind of like switching on security cameras or alarms that trigger when nobody's meant to be there. I agree with you on that, Deadly. I think it feels weird when those become like deadly, if that makes sense. Because then like with a security camera or an alarm, if someone who is authorized to be there is caught on the security camera, then they don't just die, you know? Like if someone like comes in early or comes in late or they're drunk or they're being possessed or, you know, one of 100 different reasons that an authorized person might be in the area, you wouldn't want it to be like, oh, you die. You would want it to be like, oh, we get notified that you're there. So I don't know. That's why like traps that do damage like this have always felt a little iffy to me, unless again they're in a location where no one would ever reasonably go, like putting mouse traps in a vent where it's like I don't need to worry about like regular employees stepping on them because no one ever goes into the vents, or no one should be going into the vents. You know what I'm saying? OSHA loves traps in the workplace. Clock in, clock out. You disarm them at the start of the day and rearm them when you leave for the day. Maybe that still just doesn't ring real to me. That doesn't ring like a real place that people could consistently interact with. Because you have one fuck up and someone dies. I don't know. I mean, I guess the whole like God of Death thing, maybe that's cool. I don't know. I just assume places like this are built like Himiko graves in the Tomb Raider movie, where they made a point that the traps were put inside out and then the place was closed off. Possibly. I could maybe get that. But again, I think that that falls out for me when, you know, he describes it being actively maintained, but maybe he just means like the outside where like the place was built, like you said, like inside out. And then the people that maintained it just maintained the garden, just maintained like the exterior. That's possible. That's a possibility. That's a possibility. If it's like a pyramid style tomb and then the maintainers that he talked about were just people that maintained the exterior, I could track with that. I could track with that. Megan just casually dropped the possess as a common workplace occurrence. Well, obviously. And Dilly doesn't bother me considering the spells, weapons, abilities that are present and that could bypass any normal alarm. Maybe. I mean, if it can bypass a normal alarm, then it could also bypass this. Like, I actually think the consequence of the thing is sort of irrelevant to whether or not it can be bypassed. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know about that one. Buffering? Oh no, we're back? Oh, what the heck? Why did we buffer? Yeah, I don't know why that happened. I guess we're back. Yeah, I think we're back. But yeah, I think I think you know, whether or not it can be bypassed. Like, if you can bypass it, you can also, like, we have like a lot. You know what I'm saying? Like, if they have more ability to bypass alarms, they also have more ability to make alarms and to make like non-deadly security systems. So I don't know if I necessarily buy that. Maybe death is notifying that, potentially. I don't really know that much about the Raven Queen, so I might not know that context. The idea of a trap that just activates a bell and leads to a combat encounter is really good. I mean, like, that would feel, again, if this was a place where people worked, even if you are securing something very high security, that makes more sense to me. Of like, yeah, a trap that just activates an alarm and people come rushing makes total sense to me. And is honestly a little bit even more risky for the players. Like, this axe trap probably won't kill any of Vox Machina, maybe Scanlan, maybe Keyleth, but an alarm would probably be way worse for them. But that all said, the Tomb Raider pyramid, like, build it from the inside out, and then they were just maintaining the outside, that tracks to me. Like, then you would specifically want to make deadly only traps because no one's going in. Like, you don't have any like defenders inside that could manage. things. A trap that activates a spell that animates dead, and the dead would be able to attack intruders or be calmed by legit worshippers. That could work, Daniel. That could be cool. I think the whole someone can die at any time is just the vibe of this time period. Extreme measures to be taken when the item supposedly was meant to challenge the gods, according to everything heard. Potentially. The thing is, I'm just too workplace accident pilled, I guess, where it's like if you have measures that are that extreme, you're not going to have a staff very soon. Like if you have traps littered all over the place that just kill people, you're just going to lose staff. Which I guess maybe that's why it fell into disrepair. It's because all their staff fucking died trying to protect the place. Because yeah, you can't have a like a daily part of the job be like, do this sequence of events, otherwise you die. that I think you're just gonna have a lot of people dying all the time. In that case, I don't know. Camera is low FPS. Weird. I don't know why that's happening. Oh yeah, I see a couple more drop frames. I think it's just internet stuff. Man. Yeah, I don't know. I also think the delineation between real and fantasy here gets blurred. To some degree, I agree. When you have people going around murdering on sight and that's relatively normal, a trap that kills fits right in. I don't know that I necessarily agree, because I think, like, yes, I agree that real versus fantasy like has to be taken into account. Like I still want the entire place to feel grounded. I don't want it to feel like a video game, if that makes sense. Like I need it to still make internal sense if I like think about it, you know? I think asking all this detailed questions brings up a whole lot more questions. What about the Slayer's take just being open mercs? I don't know if I necessarily understand. What about the Slayer's take just being open mercs? Like what? I don't know. Mercenary companies just like exist. Disbelief too much. Like I never want something to feel like it exists just because we're in a video, like because we're in a game. I want it to feel like it exists because it makes sense within the world, which is all of like the like, why do these vestiges exist? Oh, because of this all this historical context. Like the vestiges exist, these like very powerful weapons don't just exist because we need to take down the Chroma Conclave. Oh no. Yeah, I see the buffering again. Damn it. I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, I don't know. What am I? It's due to rendering lag and encoding lag, I guess. No, actually, no. The vast majority of it is on the network. Man, I really thought that we had resolved this. But it seems like there's just like still occasional blips. I'm gonna have to call the company and see if there's something I can do to make it more consistent. I'm not sure. But yeah, anyways, yeah, I don't know. The aspect of that, I don't remember what I was talking about before the buffering. Dang it. Yeah, I don't know what I was talking about before the buffering. That's how it works with heavy equipment. Do things in this exact order or you will die. To a degree. To a degree. I mean, I guess that is how it worked in the past when there were when there were less safety measures, I suppose. I think this type of setting, traps are relatively normal. If they're installed, they are paid mind to, either triggered or as needed. Yeah, I don't know. Something about the vestiges not just being there for the Chroma Conclave. Oh yeah, like when you think back on it, like the vestiges were there because of past historical events, not just because they need to exist because you need to be a power-up because we're in a game. Like I've always had a problem with like within the context of a dungeon, a trap just being there just cuz. I need a reason that it's there other than we need an obstacle for this dungeon. I think I don't know. I don't even know what's going on. I don't even know what's happening. One second. I'm gonna go see if Paige is using the microwave. That was a theory that we had as to something that might be dropping out the network. I'll be right back. She is not. I've had microwaves kill network before. It was not the microwave. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I always think to the traps in the Prince of Persia game, they are triggered as the city defense when everything goes to shit. They completely impact normal traversal of the castle, but works. Yeah. Maybe, but then maybe, and I could buy that as like an emergency protocol of like I actually could buy that as an emergency protocol of like everything has gone to shit, hit the break glass in case of emergency, and that activates all of the big traps. And I agree with that, Deadly. I agree with that, and that's why we started talking about this. Because the, chat was saying something about it. That was why I originally was like holding my opinion on it of like, I'm not sure why this trap is here yet. And if it is just like an emergency protocol of we've broken the glass, boom, then that, makes sense to me. I just couldn't see it being a part of normal, like everyday routine. For there to just be like an insta-kill hallway at your normal place of work. That doesn't track to me. And I don't need there to be like a detailed like manifest of why everything is the way it is. I just need to be able to ask one layer of questions. It's like there's a Star Trek example of I also think you can always explain every single trap in detail as well, but mileage may vary. Maybe. There's a I don't remember who was talking about it, but there's like I think it might have been Brendan Lee Mulligan. But you basically have to be able to answer like one layer of questions because audiences get tired of like digging towards the bottom of it of, well, how do they do FTL in Star Trek? Fucking crystals. Oh, okay. and that's all that needs to be answered. Like, you only really have to go like one layer deep of explanation of like, why do all these like weapons exist? Like all the vestiges or whatever. Oh, because the gods used them in some historical war. That's it. And they're just like still around. So I need the one layer. And I haven't gotten it yet, but I absolutely could still get it. Of like, yeah, if they found evidence of like the tomb is in like an emergency protocol, or like people never actually worked in here, they just worked on the outside. Both of those are that one layer that I need to explain why there are traps here. But I do need that one layer, and I think that one layer is important. The appearance of the real world, but nothing more than needed. Yeah. I think we're okay, Mustang. I don't know. I might have to call RCN and Hey, are we back? Dude, it's just so crazy. It just hates Critical Role. I literally did like a 9-hour Minecraft stream on Friday or Thursday, Thursday, I think. It was like 9 hours. No dropped frames. No reconnections. No nothing. But God forbid we talk about some dungeon design. God forbid we talk about verisimilitude and traps in media versus real life versus security measures. God forbid. CR forbid. Did you multi-stream? Yeah, no, I multi-streamed it. Is it the timer? I don't. It would be insane if it was the timer. It would be ludicrous if it was the timer, because the timer's local. It's not like a browser source. It's all local. And I know absolutely 100% for a fact that it's the network. I got a more detailed drop tracker. So like I literally have it like frames missed due to rendering lag, frames skipped due to encoding lag, and then also dropped frames from the network. And I can see that it's like when I drop frames, it is 99% of them are on the network. So I don't. Let's limit the timer. Timer be gone. We'll get rid of the timer. Yeah. Kind of hardcore if you go over the timer, it cuts off your internet. That would be hardcore. That would be indeed. I don't know. Fuck it. Let's try it. Why not? I'm gonna go back to the show.
Take it apart. Do you have a weapon that you could jam in this fucker? Yeah. Like a throwaway weapon that you don't care about?
I've got 3 greatswords that are just like shit.
You want to fucking fuck this knife?
On Vex's suggestion, I'm going to make an investigation check.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna just jam it in. I'm trying to stop it, like jam it.
Yeah, but don't get right in front of it. Just stay at an angle and jam it in.
All the cards.
We have an investigation check going on.
All right, so while you guys are having this conversation, awesome. Scanlan, you step directly up to the very, very edge of where these blades swing from.
Kasha, watch this.
I think someone has a problem.
And you notice that just glancing ever so slightly on the inside, with the rest of the light, there is some sort of a latch that is guarded by the blade in its embedded portion. You realize as you put your hand forward, you trigger some sort of an arcane sensor that is part of this, that causes the blades to whoosh, swing back. And as they swing past you, you hear a click on the inside of the groove that they swing from. And then as they swing to a second time to reset, it gives a louder click sound, almost like it resets itself.
And how long a period from the blade swinging to swinging back? Like a half a second?
It's about a second. It's whoosh.
So someone needs to reach their little hand in there and click
Someone with little gnome hands, maybe.
Yes.
Impress me.
All right, watch this, y'all. I'm going to try to do it.
We get 2 tries each. It'll be great.
Bravo. Scanlan, would you like a little bit of
You could also jam one of those blades.
a little bit of enhancement?
I have a mage hand. I can help
Natural enhancement, of course.
He might lose his head.
I will never say no to enhancement.
I reach over and I enhance. What are you probably going to be using? Dexterity?
I guess a little short swordy blade, I guess, to like get in there, or I have...
Yeah, I don't know. Twitch is weird because we're theoretically supposed to be on a break right now, but because of all the connecting and disconnecting, Twitch like reset the ad stuff. So we'll do an ad later.
Maybe like a
I
sleight of
have
hand
climbing gear, I have a cube.
You got a little itty bitty
I have a
hand.
flute. What can fit in there? Is it just like
it's about 2 inches wide.
So it's wide enough for your fingers.
I'm gonna cast enhance ability.
Those are my fingers. I don't need those.
Cat's
Right?
grace.
Do it.
Okay, so you have advantage on dexterity-based ability checks currently.
Come on, I need these babies to play.
Don't lose your hand, Scanlan. We don't have Pike to regenerate it right now.
I'll build you a nice hook. It will be lovely.
Do you have any tools I can borrow?
I have a sword.
That shitty sword that you don't care
It's
about?
a very nice sword that I care about quite a bit.
I have some smith's tools.
Grog's
Get
got
a-
some
get a
giant.
crappy
Could I
sword
shove a
dog.
blade in there and jam it, maybe?
Get a crappy
Try
sword.
to.
It's never a good answer. You can
You
try.
can certainly try.
I'm gonna use my Aberration Bane sword.
Okay.
Short sword or whatever it
Operation
is.
Bane?
I've never used
There's
it.
Operation Bane.
Oh, use that sword while you finger.
No, get a crappy
All right.
sword.
All right, I gotta jam it in there.
Okay, so you
We
set
have
you
swords you can destroy.
you. Can you do it? Sure. All right, so you reach over and trigger the blades, pulling back immediately. They pass back. In that one moment, you go for it. Go ahead and make a straight dexterity ability check. So roll a d20. You have advantage on it.
Oh, my God. Come on. Okay, plus my dexterity,
Plus
which
your
is 0.
dexterity.
So that's 13.
13.
God.
Understanding the nature of this, and you did. Once you understand the nature of this, it's not a very difficult thing to find. You bring the blade around in that brief moment, and as you bring your head into view to kind of inspect the inside, you can see there was a slight, a very very slight stone protrusion from within in that groove. You realize the blade probably isn't going to help at this point. You reach over and just
With my finger.
hit it with your fingers.
Okay.
As you do, you look quickly over to your right, and the blade is already pulling back towards the area where your head is, and then halts. Now the blades are just hanging, locked in place as the arcane nature of this trap has held them aloft.
That was hot. That was very hot.
Thank you. 5.
5.
That would have been very bad.
Thank you for the advantage, Kia.
That was impressive. If it weren't for Vax, you'd be my man.
Oh, Kashaw, sweet.
I'm in the middle of this.
Don't worry, everyone. I've cleared the way.
I can feel the heat on both sides.
Pat his little head as I walk through the blades. Not his cube.
The broiler.
Just the top of his head.
Okay.
Oh, for the love of God, really?
So, as you guys continue forward down this long hallway, kind of heading at a slight upward angle now, going against the tilt of this temple. Who's leading? All right. Pushing forward, it continues for about 60 feet. It was a tunnel splinter to the right side, but that is entirely collapsed and is just filled with stone, and it kind of spills out partially into the hallway, but it's easy to step over and get past. Eventually.
You're saying it's not blocked, it's just some rubble and you can step over it, or?
Meaning the passage that you're walking down?
Yeah.
It looks like there was a path that went to the right. That whole thing collapsed inward and is completely impassable.
It's pooped into the
But
passage.
yeah, it spilled into the passage, but it's nothing you can't traverse over.
Thank you.
You paint with words.
It's immaculate as a peasant.
This is my profession.
It pooped into the passage.
Pushing even further forward, the passageway begins to curve gradually to the left over about 20 feet and disappearing around a corner. As you continue to push forward here, you have moved beyond the light. I'm sorry, you're keeping the same essence of light here to help his vision. You would have to travel up with him to be able to see around the corner as you move.
Vex, could you tell Zara to come up another 20 feet or so?
Thank you for the 3 months, Soya. I appreciate it.
You got it. Coming now. So I go up and I stand next to him.
Walk
Right.
quietly, dear.
As you continue to move forward with him, the light cascading further down the hall, eventually the curvature comes to a halt, and you can see before you a T intersection of the tunnel. Across the way, the tunnel directly across from you comes to a halt. It just ends about 20 feet beyond this intersection. There's a path to the right and the left. Make a perception check.
22.
Okay. You can see, in a similar fashion to the tunnel you and Grog first discovered, the floor that is the center of this T intersection has completely fallen out as well. There are sections of stone that kind of jut out from the edges, but it appears that this intersection for about 10 by 10 foot area of the floor is just completely bottomed out.
So I had a fucked up passage on the right behind me. I've got a T ahead of me that goes in 2 directions, but there's a hole in the middle of the T.
Correct.
And there's nothing else.
What would you like to
Nothing else visible in the
investigate?
area.
How far are they sticking out from the stone walls?
Do you want to with them?
I back up against Zora, and I say to everyone else, since she's right next to me, we've got a T in the passage here, but there's a big fucking hole on the way, so we're going to need to use our never-ending rope, perhaps, or some means of getting over this hole if we want to go
Or
forward.
into the hole.
I could
Maybe it
use-
goes further down.
I could use my cloak, and I could fly.
You have a- wait.
I have a cloak of the bat.
You have a
And I can
Cloak of
use
the
mine to
bat,
just
you're so
investigate left or right, whichever side you'd like, and I can do a quick investigation and come back and
You
see.
can fly?
I can.
I can't.
I can also cast flight on all of us, but that would. I think at this point it might be best to just
Yeah.
do a single investigation.
How strong are you?
Terribly not strong at all. No, but I can get in and get
Can't
out.
carry any one person over? Maybe a gnome?
I could maybe try to leap from the sides of the hole or something.
Yeah, I mean, where it meets this kind of center area, it's only about a 5-foot step over
Oh.
to the other parts of the intersection.
I could totally
Oh,
go
we can just
over
like
that.
jump.
I do have a question.
I mean, as long as you're not going directly across, if you're just going catty corner, it would be a relatively easy acrobatics check.
Oh, well, fine.
All right.
Yeah, let's do that.
Providing you don't roll one.
Hold on, I've got this figured out. Hold on, shush. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Do you wanna
Catch
go
a
left? I'll
tiger
go
by the
right.
toe. If he hollers, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Let's
Go right
shine a
next.
light down into the cavern and see what's below it.
So, what's the plan?
Can we
gonna
look
jump
down?
right.
Can we just look down?
Does my dark vision extend it all 60 feet down in?
I don't know if no one noticed or if just no one had the heart to tell me, but I do see that we dropped some more frames. So I'm going to keep an eye on it. And I really do not. I want to do a full episode. I want to do full episodes. Didn't notice. Okay, at least that's good. It says we only dropped like 200 frames, which is not a lot. But if we have another suite of technical issues, we might have to do half on Monday, Wednesday, but I really don't want to. I really just want to do full. So, it was only a second. I assumed it was on my end. Yeah. Okay. So, I don't want to do that. But either way, I'm going to be fucking calling RCN tomorrow. Either way.
To the hole to see what's there.
All right, as you guys approach, Vax deftly attempts to leap over to the right side of the T-gen. Go ahead and make an acrobatics check.
That is a 30-something. 33.
Perfect two-toed landing. And you're immediately met with
hi.
a wall. It ends to the right. Like it's almost like the across the way and immediately to the right both just end abruptly.
There's nothing here.
Go ahead and make a perception check.
31.
You can see.
Do you say left and right? Maybe Twitch only? Yeah, maybe. Nice and streamlined and all. Yeah, I agree. I need to figure out which side he's on right now. Yeah.
That is a 30-something. 33.
Perfect two-toed landing. And you're immediately met with
a
wall. It ends to the right. Like it's almost like the across the way and immediately to the right both just end abruptly.
There's nothing here.
Go ahead and make a perception check.
31.
You can see there are symbols burned into what looks to be some sort of a bird head that ends in these streaks that are carved into the rock, intricately and done with a very careful hand.
There's a bunch of bullshit on this wall and a raven's head, and I don't know what any of it fucking means.
I use my cloak of the bat to fly over and to read it.
Ooh. Wait, you can read bullshit?
I can read bullshit. I have
I read bullshit.
You've no
eyes of the
Runekeeper.
It's not a language. It is a symbol. But you can make a religion check.
Are we up there with them now?
You guys have stepped up to the edge of the tunnel.
All of us are
That little ledge won't support. I mean, is it a long hallway that ends abruptly, or is it like, this much space?
It's maybe 10, 15 feet beyond the break.
20.
20.
Can I, since it's only 5 feet away, on
Guys, I'm a really happy person. I swear to God, I'm a pretty go-lucky happy dude, but I cannot for the life of me figure out why this is happening, dude. I'm assuming it wasn't that bad on your guys' end. My OBS fully disconnected and reconnected, which is the first time that that's actually happened today. Every other time has just been, a bunch of dropped frames, but this was the first time that the OBS was fully like, nah, we're just giving up. I'm going to give it 2 more. Just a little bit of buffering. So sad when things decide to make your day difficult. I know. It's fine. It's just a little bit of buffering. Is it? It's hard for me to tell. I assumed it was much more because the OBS fully DC'd. Does Paige never get these dropouts? No. Well, at least she doesn't notice them. Because any streaming sites literally buffer the video. If she's just surfing the web, the dropouts aren't substantial enough for her to ever notice. It is only substantial because I'm doing a consistent stream of upload. This would suck for either YouTube or Twitch, but it would be worth trying a CR stream on one or the other to see if it's the multi-stream. Potentially, yeah. Yeah, if you aren't doing anything legit real time, you won't notice. Yeah, exactly. Maybe deadly. Maybe. It's just so weird because, yeah, I don't know. It could be the extra data usage from watching a YouTube video. It shouldn't be. Like, yeah, and multi-stream does, in theory, use double, which, like, the way that I have my bit rates, it should still be well under my maximum. But, like, the download and the upload should theoretically be separate. And my download, I'm not even using, like, close to the maximum that I could be. So it really shouldn't matter. You'd have to go back to that offline download that we didn't do because of the subtitles. It really, theoretically, that really shouldn't matter. The only thing that I can think of is, like, maybe it like that's one of the things I'm going to ask RCN about. But that it really shouldn't be a factor. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I'm going to give it 2 more, and if it happens a third time, then we'll split it. And I'll just spend the rest of the day on the phone. Is your provider having problems? That's the only thing that I can think of, but I don't know. But we might have to test these limits. I know. It is very odd. It is very odd. Anyways, we're going to get back to it. I will develop a testing plan. Yeah.
On the left, can I look around and see if it looks like there's any similar sort of traps or anything on that?
Okay, so you kind of get around, glance on the edge. The left tunnel, there is no wall. Instead, you're met with a large, 10-foot tall, about 10 foot, 8 to 10 foot wide, double set of doors.
Hey, you guys would have turned around?
Just leave.
I'm gonna hop over to where the door
I hop over to the doors
What
too.
do you guys make acrobatics checks?
Jesus, don't fall.
13, 14.
I'm sorry. I was reading. No, for sometimes of internet's up down uses the same pool. Really? Yeah, it's not my expertise either, but I didn't think that at least modern shit did that. But yeah, I guess we'll reduce the video quality for now and see if that has any effect. Just at least to like 720. Large 10-foot doors. Okay.
Of doors.
Hey, you guys would have turned around?
Just leave.
I'm gonna hop over to where the door
I hop over to the doors
What do
too.
you guys make acrobatics checks?
Jesus, don't fall.
13, 14.
31.
Okay, yeah. You guys make it across fine.
Can I just fly over and land?
31.
No, it's one of the few things I can do well.
Kima's getting impatient. She joins you guys across that way. She's fine on her roll.
Yeah, I'll jump over towards the doors as well.
Acrobatics check. Acrobatics check. I love
Yeah,
Me too.
I rolled an 18.
Yeah, 20.
No.
15.
I rolled a 1.
Oh!
What?
So, as all of you start leaping across into the small tunnel right before the doors, kind of taking a moment to inspect it, the final member of the group, right before Trinket, who rolled a 2.
Are you over Trinket?
Yeah. Don't worry, Trinket's fine. The 1 was the killer.
Oh my
Don't
God.
say that.
So, you hear a whoop as suddenly that slime-like mass that you've seen appearing throughout the stonework here has also gathered itself along the edge of this open crevasse in the hallway. Your foot hits it, and within a moment, the stone beneath your feet are beneath your feet no more, and you find yourself about to plummet into
Can I
this.
leap forward and try to grab it?
Dude, this is a great example. I talked about when we talk about like high roll games or strategies or dungeons or whatever. And this is a great example of when I talk about how like D&D is not chess. It is not a matched competition. If I want to win as the DM, I just will. This is a great example of I can set up a pitfall trap that has like a 5 DC and someone's gonna roll that 1. And if I set up enough of those, you can make a fairly easy dungeon that someone will fail. Like if you have enough rolling, someone's going to roll that low number. Now you don't have to take it to that extreme. You don't have to take it to the extreme of like, fucking proving a point or whatever. But just adding in these really simple, easy traps of like, oh, it's just a little, DC 5 pitfall trap. Like, it's basically nothing. But it provides just that little tiny obstacle to make some potential failure points depending on the whims of the dice. So yeah, this is a really good example of not all of the obstacles in your dungeon have to be strong, even for a high level party. You can have a bunch of weak traps or a bunch of weak obstacles, and you still might get one sometimes. Like, it's still something that your party has to think about, You just got a great trap idea, Mega. Mapping out the dungeon. Yeah, so this is the dungeon so far. So it's underneath the loch with this very scary eel from Eels and Escalators. And then this is the dungeon so far. Very much a straight line so far, but that's not necessarily a bad thing, especially when we get to this sort of junction. But even at this junction, unless maybe the bird's head symbol, this is an interest point, so there might be like a hidden door here. So the layout is interesting so far. I'm not entirely, it's so far it's pretty straight line-esque, but that could just be the appearance of it. It might not be nearly so straight line once we see the whole thing. Didn't even notice the change from 1080 to 720. Yeah, I mean, I can sort of tell the change, but I would bet that, on your guys' end, it's negligible. It can be affected by the physical infrastructure. Unfortunately, a lot of potential environmental influence. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to call RCN and see if there's like some way that I can upgrade it or some setting that I can do to just maybe get enhanced reliability. We'll have to see. And if that's not the case, I don't know what we do. I don't know. I'll have to think about it. Anyways.
This is happening very quickly. I need you to go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw to see if you can manage to catch the edge.
17.
17? Actually, no, because there is slime on this, I need you to make it roll with disadvantage.
Oh. No.
11.
Big luck.
11. You just catch yourself on the edge, and your fingers are sliding off the edge right now. You're barely holding on.
I turn and I cast Grasping Vine from like kind of up here and try and yank him back up.
Trinket turns and puts his claws into Grog's hand.
Smart. Okay. So in a very Scar Lion King moment.
Stop it! Drop me!
You do take 4 points of slashing damage from the claws that dig into your hands. The Trinket is like holding onto you there. Then a vine streaks out from the stonework, wraps around you, and pulls you up out of Trinket's grasp, slamming you into the ceiling, and now holding you aloft before it drops you, plopping right into the stonework between the rest of the party.
Thanks for joining us, Grog.
Yeah, no big deal.
Good to know you can jump at all.
Yes. How'd that work for you?
Listen, an example of what not to do.
Are your hands okay?
Yeah, shall we proceed? It's all this dilly-dally.
Are the doors locked?
You go ahead and push on the door.
Are there
Wait!
traps on the
Let me
Are there
check
traps
for
on the
stuff.
Hey, you're on the other side. I check for traps.
Wait up! Okay, go for it.
Okay, make an investigation check.
Do be proud.
No. 16 now.
Okay. Looking over it, there is a what looks to be a locking mechanism on it, but it is not currently locked.
Oh, that was lucky.
Yeah.
Is it?
I push.
You push. It doesn't budge. You have to put some of your weight behind it to get it to shift at all. And it opens up slightly into a pitch black room ahead of you.
Good, more darkness.
I peek in and using my dark vision, see what I can see for 60 feet.
Give me a perception check.
Do your horns make it through the little doorway?
Just my eyeballs.
Just
come out. I'm gonna catch up with the ladies.
Okay.
And acrobatics over.
Go for it.
Yeah.
Persuasion? No.
33, excuse me.
Yeah. You around the edge.
Spider-Man over.
10.
Castlevania.
It's hard to make out much detail in the room. You can see what appears the room just lays up before you. It seems to open up slightly and then even further partway in. It ends on the opposite side with curved corners. You can see what appears to be 4 pillars in the room that meet the floor to the ceiling. The ceiling, which is about 25 feet tall. Most of the tunnels you pass through here are about 15 to 20. It's about 25 feet tall at its full height. These pillars reach to the ceiling, and there are steps across the way where it appears to be a raised platform. That's the most detail you can make out of it at this distance. You have to.
Can't see much. It's a taller ceiling. There seems to be a platform in the middle and some
Like
pillars.
Like a platform, like a tomb?
No, I can't see really.
Like an altar?
It's slightly raised platform. That's Grog, can you help? Can you do anything? Can you see?
Yeah, I'll come over and I have 60 feet of dark vision. Can I try?
Make a perception check.
No, I can't see shit.
All right, I'll look. I've also got dark vision. So.
All right.
12.
All right, you all come to the same conclusion.
It's sort of a platform, but you can't really tell
Let's
what
just
it
go
is.
in.
Light and take a look.
I
Sort of curves
push
the
the
back.
door. It does, with the columns.
I could probably sketch it for you.
Yeah.
Can I stealth?
Can you?
I'm gonna stealth. And perceive. I'm gonna like step in.
Oh, let's just go in there.
Yeah,
All of us?
No, wait a second. Hold on a second. Jesus. It's the only thing we can do.
20.
25.
All right. Okay, so you guys stealth into the room. You sneak in, and you can see now, like, this slime-type substance that you've seen is
Oh,
almost...
30, because of Pass Without a Trace,
There
we're
you
still on.
30, 35.
Oh.
It seems to coat most of the floor and walls of this interior. You guys step inside, and you see a few shapes. With a little bit of light you have, you see a couple shapes shift across the way behind the platform.
That's not good.
All right, everybody get ready to play.
What, play?
Yeah.
All right.
There's definitely creatures in here.
Do you think?
I reach down. Are there any rocks or pebbles or anything on the ground?
Yeah, good call.
You find a couple of small
Can I
pebbles.
just shoot an arrow?
Pebble. I threw it already towards the platform.
Okay.
And listen.
As you listen, you hear a couple of hushed voices. Do either of you speak Undercommon?
I do.
You do.
The Jawas.
Oh, secret.
Check out the Geek and Sundry store for fantastic Critical Role themed products and merchandise. There are shirts and posters for sale.
You grabbing something?
Wait!
Nah, probably not, Mr. Multi. At least with my map making notation, I try to abstract stuff as much as I can. So sometimes. It waits for me to start talking. It waits. It's like, hey, you know that content that everyone watching you has probably already seen, and so it'd be okay if they missed some of those words. No, we're gonna wait for the part where you actually provide some value. We're gonna wait until you start actually doing something. Then that's where we're gonna get you. Oh, okay, that's one. That's one. Anyways, I abstract it. So no room drawing. I abstract it. I think that this is going to be an obstacle, it seems, with these Kuotawa. And so we will so I'm going to call it an obstacle, but I might change that as things go on. I'm sorry, I won't ask any more questions. It's all you, Mr. Multi. It's all you.
No, but I don't know. I didn't catch a plot yet.
So,
What? Did you not just?
What's the matter? What's the matter?
They know we're here. Obviously, you threw a fucking rock. They want to fight us. Whatever it is they're protecting.
They want to bite us?
I don't know if anyone can hear you when you're whispering.
Just yell it out.
Yes. Well, they know we're here.
Hey, there's people on the other fucking side, and they're gonna attack us. When we walk in here, they're saying to defend this fucking tomb.
Oh,
Right.
right place.
So they've been in the dark for a long time. Is that right?
Massive light.
I'm going to cast some light as bright as I possibly
Going
can.
to the side
stealthing
of the
to the
room.
side.
Stealthing to the side.
all right.
Kashaw jumps up with Zara. They cast the light at the same time.
Whoa.
Okay, so light spell is about as powerful as decent torchlight. It doesn't become crazy, Gandalf, Brews of
Daylight.
Khazad-dûm style.
You shall not pass.
You shall not.
Yeah, but it does light up the room, and from what you can see now, immediately across the way, atop this platform, there is what looks to be another stone raised platform, or what could be considered some sort of a tomb or stone coffin that lays atop of these stairs in this upper platform. There is another humanoid figure that stands on top that turns around at the light, and you can see the light kind of giving that weird, ominous animal eye glow whenever the light catches it at an awkward angle. The fish face snarling at you, robes kind of drenched in various liquid and mucousy fluid, kind of slish around from it as it turns to you. This fish humanoid clutching this big staff. You can see now 3 other of these fish-like entities all kind of clamber up from the side, holding onto these spears and these like weird buckler-type shields on the side of their arms, and it just
What do they say?
I want to get up and meet him.
Do this.
Sorry.
You can also make donations to our charities of choice. Find links to those at Geek and Sundry.
Oh, love it.
use my earring and I whisper, "They're calling to their master. Something big." I stay stealth.
All right. The rest of you.
Oh shit.
Stealth.
Right. We have 2 of you have stealth inside. And you roll stealth for this?
Rolled stealth.
Do we still all
New
have
stealth?
pass without a trace on us?
Yeah, everybody still has cast without a trace.
Is this new stealth?
Well, it doesn't matter. There's 2 big light sources in the front of the door. This is going to be an initiative roll, folks.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Wow.
Look, there's the broken floor.
Oh, it's so
see it, I
pretty.
see it.
They're the pillars.
Wow,
so
the
cool.
detail.
Thank you,
Wow.
Dwarven Forge.
Dwarven
Who is this made by?
Dwarven Forge, folks.
Dwarven Forge.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right. So, this door here has been opened for the moment. The folks that were still back in this tunnel here, we have Zara and Cash that walked in and created the light. Drinking still back here at this point. Scaling at the edge of the door, Percy. And we have Kima in the back there, holding up the range. Across the way, we have the.
I am trash at improvising languages. I am not good at it. So that is impressive to me as a just a small thing of like, man, I wish I could do that so well. Especially it sounded to me like Undercommon, and I can't explain what that means, but I actually made my own modular. Oh, hell yeah, that works, Multi. That works. What up, Terrace? Terrace Sean. Me improvising other languages, so it sounds different. Yeah. Oh, but I love Kuatoa. Assuming that these were Kuatoa. I guess I don't actually know that, but they're very much giving Kuatoa, which are not even remotely like their level. Like the Kuatoa are much easier enemies than them, but they said that they're calling their master, which is cool. I like having low-leveled enemies mixed in with like lower, like much higher level enemies within a dungeon. I think that's very nice, especially because the Kuatoa, summon and create gods. I'm busy catching up on Daggerhood VODs. Oh, see you later, Terrace. Thank you very much. Any ideas for who or what this master is? I'm assuming it's a general Kuatoa god. That's my assumption, because I will say I'm assuming that these are Kuatoa. They just straight up might not be. And then if they are Kuatoa, the Kuatoa collectively make gods. They're one of my favorite enemies. And so I'm assuming it is maybe a godly version, like a fish version of the Raven Queen, or of the Raven Queen champion. But it's going to be like a weird fucked up fish version. No spoilers, Mega. Respect the chat who don't know if they're Kuatoa or not. Yeah, Sputnik. A fish queen? A fish queen, exactly. Yeah. Kuatoa are paladins, I agree.
The one rope individual and these other kind of frog-type creatures that have stepped out from behind here. Alrighty. So, let's go ahead and get some initiative rolls, folks.
Was I supposed to roll stealth at all?
Yeah, if you roll
35.
Don't worry, I was just agreeing about the Kuatoa paladins. I was just giving it, yay, thumbs up. We're back quickly. Everything fine. That's two. Okay. I will say one of the reasons that I'm doing the 1, 2, 3 or whatever is because if I, try to push through it and then it gets really bad in like 2 or 3. That was no, I saw it, Sputnik. I saw it on my fucking tracker. But if it's going to continue doing this all night, that would suck. And if we, decide to call it an hour or 2 hours from now, if we decide to call it an hour or 2 hours from now, then it would be after they probably then it would probably like be when RCN is closed, so I won't be able to call them tonight. So that is part of my thought process on whether or not to call it. So That's part of it. In general, for the small blips, we don't miss anything. Yeah, no, I get that. The only thing with that is that the small blips are indicative that something is still wrong and that we might get bigger blips later. So, yeah, I don't know. It is also... I have also thought about that maybe we could try lowering the stream latency because that would allow more buffering. Like literally, like it would allow like YouTube and Twitch to like buffer more of the video. But I still don't think that would matter, or that like I don't know. But I've got some thoughts. I've got some things. But I closed my app and you sang like a canary. Yeah, I don't know.
35. Okay.
Did you add it to anything? Yeah, you have initiative.
29% or nothing.
+2. That's what
Ooh. All right. So 25 to 20.
Oh, initiative.
21.
21. All right.
Use luck on that.
20 to 15.
19.
19.
Oh,
Nice.
17 and 17.
No, actually.
17 for Scanland.
All right.
19.
17. No, I'm sorry.
So Grog 17. Scanlan 17.
19 for Vax.
Yes, 19 for Vax. Ritual 5. Okay. So that's 15 to 10.
12.
Percy.
Oh, I will say, Deadly, I can't lower the stream latency for an existing stream. It would have to be for future streams. Like, I can't actually, I can't lower the stream now, but potentially for like Wednesday stream, I might try lowering the latency and see if that has any sort of effect. Will it be a bunch of choppy places or still one continuous stream? I think it should be one continuous stream. I don't know. I don't post like, because they're in the live tab. I don't post like my local recording. My local recording is fucking smooth as silk. But I think that the one that like YouTube loads into the live tab will also be choppy. So
10 to 5. All right. Keyleth, what'd you get?
4.
4.
4, yeah. Lucky number 4.
Man. Kima rolled really bad too.
This is a really... God,
Kima's very quiet.
It's incredible. It's so amazing.
You have to sign people when you're traveling with a bear. Try not to overcomplicate this. You mass traveling assholes.
Very focused and studying our styles.
Exactly. All right. All right. So Vex, you have the top of the round.
Awesome. I'm gonna. Ooh, is this sneak attack? Cause I'm stealth.
Yes.
Technically, it would sneak attack if you hit somebody who has not. You don't know if they've seen you or not.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna cast.
Yeah, Matt, you would absolutely. Matt, you would never run with more than with too many players. That'd be ridiculous, Matt. That would be ridiculous to run with more than the standard amount of players. Whatever number that is. That'd be so silly.
Lightning arrow on the guy in the middle, because everything within 10 feet
Right there?
is hit.
Okay.
Oh, you know what? I was using those little blocks as feet marks. Is that?
Yeah, I mean, these are 5 feet each.
Okay,
So it would get those two there. If you were to do
Is there light? Oh, they lit torches.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, good.
It wouldn't get the two guys down.
It would get these two there. This guy is actually beyond the 10-foot radius if you were to get
Okay,
the middle
so
guy.
let's do the middle guy. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh man, which one? Which one?
Go for it.
Which one?
That's 30. 30.
30
no,
hits.
28.
30 hits. Passive light trace now drops by the
Yeah.
way. All right, so go ahead and roll damage against that guy.
Lightning arrow is 4d8 lightning damage.
Correct. So go ahead and roll that for the main guy.
Okay. 27 plus sneak attack?
Correct.
29.
Oh no.
9 points of damage. Fantastic. And then it is 2d8 against the other two if they do not make the dexterity saving throw. So what's the DC on the spell? Awesome, natural
15.
20. One of them succeeds, one of them fails.
Okay.
So roll 2d8.
13.
One of them takes 13 damage, the other takes 6. Okay, so as you step out of the shadows, pull back your arrow and release this bolt of blue lightning energy.
Yeah, Kima and Trinket. So I guess we're actually at a 9-person party. 9-person, 1-bear party.
Fires across, slams into this robed fish person who shrieks out in pain. The bolts then scatter off and shoot into the two of the nearby ones. One of them manages to pull right behind the pillar and manages to avoid most of the impact. The one over here, however, takes the brunt of it and doubles over in pain, almost falling onto its knees. You start croaking back to each other.
I'm gonna
move yourself for Trinket?
Yeah, I'm gonna move behind that wall there.
Right here?
Yeah.
All right. And Trinket, you want to move?
Trinket is gonna
If you can have your pointers, guys.
move. I don't know where that is. Move
Through the
behind.
window.
It's not a surprise because they were aware that there was an aggressive action coming in, but you still...
Because I go first, I get advantage on all attacks.
Correct.
So here we go.
We back? Yeah. Just sink into it. Just sink into it. Sink into the depressing music. That's a fucking bummer, dude. I just want this ep to make it to the end. I know, dude. I know. But it's yeah, there was Raven. Yeah. I mean, it was a full-on DC at the end. Or on my end. That's the sound I imagine you make every time stream buffers. Okay. I think we're gonna try attacking this from multiple angles. We're gonna fucking FODMAP, fucking elimination diet this shit to figure out what the fuck CR is allergic to. All right. We are going to absolutely FODMAP this. So, I have some ideas. The BG stream was so smooth. I know. So it's one of the things that I'm thinking about, Ink Charm. That's one of the things I'm thinking about. So I think for next stream, do you think restarting the stream would help fix things? It hasn't historically. Yeah, it hasn't historically. So what I'm going to do, because I have thought about this before. But don't be too sad, chat. It is what it is. Mega's experiments is paramount. Yeah. Well, and it's my experience. It's your experience. Like, I just want the thing to be the best it can be. So what I'm gonna do? Stream ends immediately. Yeah. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use this next time. So let me make sure I'm not fucking leaking anything. But I'm gonna do just like the primary share. So what I use for Baldur's Gate, what I used for Daggerheart, like this scene is just like the stream. Oh yeah, also trippy, because I'm watching myself. But this is the screen that I use. I'm not going to fucking change shit about it. I'm going to leave all the settings the same. I'm going to, as much as I hate to say it, I'm going to do YouTube only. So no multi-stream. We're going to do, YouTube only, no chatbot. So I'm going to just turn off the chatbot entirely. I'm going to turn off ads. I am going to turn off every possible thing that I can and just run it at like no Obsidian, no fucking whiteboard. Dumb question. Do you Ethernet? Yeah. My computer doesn't actually even have a Wi-Fi card. Or I guess this new one actually does, but I don't use it. Yeah, full limit test. And then we will slowly add things back in. So we'll finish this episode on Wednesday with no whiteboard, no Obsidian, no bot, nothing. It's just gonna be me and CR. And then if that stream goes off, without a hitch, then we will slowly start adding things back in. Back to the good old days. Exactly. And we'll slowly start adding things back in. So, we'll add in the bot, see if that affects it. We'll add back in Twitch, see if that affects it. And we'll just keep going up the levels until we figure out what it is. God, it sucks so hard. It sucks so hard, but I'm gonna get too fucking pissy. if I keep having to fucking re-say what I'm talking about. It's frustrating. But yeah. I don't know. So we'll test on Wednesday. Man, CR is getting the short end of the fucking stick. I love doing these streams. I am so excited for like full episodes, like even though it's like the super long whatever. Like I like long streams. But it seems like there is like this magic number that once we cross it just start having issues. But I thought I had resolved that because the Minecraft stream went off without a hitch. So I don't know. I'm going to call RCN. We'd be almost at 50 right now. Honestly, yeah. Yeah, straight up. And I feel bad because like critters are getting the short end of the stick on it. It's just a big ass bummer. So we're going to go extreme. We're going to go no multi-stream. We're going to cut off all of the additive stuff. Bring it back to basics. See if we can actually fucking do it. And then see what's up. Yeah. I wonder if it's a cap limit. Maybe. I don't know. No cam. I don't think I need to go that extreme. I don't think I need to go that extreme, but fucking maybe. I also thought that it might be the fucking streaming software, so I guess switch to OBS. I don't know. We'll see. And you know what? No, I'm not going to do that. Text only. YouTube video would use more bandwidth. Yeah, the thing that I am legitimately thinking, when did the buffering start to become a thing? I think around like the 30s, if I remember correctly, which is why I'm thinking about this elimination stuff. But I am legitimately thinking that it might be that I'm getting rate limited. I was pretty sure that the plan that I got would not have rate limiting, but some ISPs will absolutely throttle you. If you say it does seem to be related, but it's not consistent. It's not consistent in the slightest. No video at all. We just go to chat and I'll play the video at the same time. Dude, that's not something that some people don't try to do. Are you on a business plan? Private one. So I'm gonna call it RCN. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna see because I mean, and I would understand, if they don't know that I'm using this for like business purposes, they might not think about it. It might just be like the standard that they like throttle like that. So I'm gonna call them. I'm gonna try to get a hold of them before they close, which might be in like 8 minutes. So I'm gonna be the shitty person that comes in and asks for a table right before close, but I'm gonna go do it. So yeah, I'm gonna give them a call. We'll finish on Wednesday. I'm bummed, but we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. We're gonna go back to basics, go back to bones for Wednesday, and I will see you all tomorrow. See you all tomorrow for Gigantic, a game that I'm very excited about, and I will be sad if I have a bunch of internet issues during it. So I will see you all later. Peace out.